All right, looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I want to thank you all for being here for tonight's important debate. The Evolution Debate Challenge series continues. We at Standing for Truth are dedicated to defending the truth of biblical creation. We also host debates, interviews, lectures, and more. And so if you enjoy this content, please make sure to hit that subscribe button and share around this content, as the truth is so incredibly important. We also strongly believe in critical thinking. And one of the many ways we promote critical thinking is hosting these really awesome and important debates. That's why we've got Dr. Ken Hovind and Ken Rock here tonight for the sequel, Evolution is on Trial. Gentlemen, I think Ken just got raptured, so it might be me and Kent debating tonight. So I guess the pre-tribulation rapture was right all along. No, Ken will be back in 10 seconds. So before Ken gets back, Dr. Dino, let's start with you, brother. Good to have you back. How you been? A little bit about yourself, a little bit about Dal.
Well, thank you. It's good to be back again. My name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years, been a Christian a long time, 1969, 53 years, and taught high school science and math 15 years, love science. I'm frustrated by the pollution in our science textbooks called evolution. It's got nothing to do with science. It's a religion intermingled with science. And so I've been traveling the world for speaking on the topic of creation versus evolution. We have a science center, Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down, pay us a visit. You folks here today, how'd you like it? It's an amazing place, isn't it? We love it around here. Anyway, come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. It's free. I just drove to Miami and back in the last 2.5 days. So I'm a little bit jet lagged, but go ahead. Ken, start it off.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you being here even after driving to Miami and back over the last 2 or 3 days. So Ken Rock, good to have you back as well. What's going on? A little bit about yourself. I understand that you got a YouTube channel as well. So for the audience's sake, a little bit about that. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen the last 2 times I've been on here, yes, I run a YouTube channel. It's the Ken Rock channel. I usually go over versus debates and story analytics. I'm currently getting into looking at tier lists and all that on who is the most powerful and least powerful of characters, who are my favorites and all that. So, yeah, it's pretty simple.
Okay, Ken, appreciate it. For that last 5 seconds, your mic might have been too close to your mouth just because there's slight static. But other than that, everything's good. Okay, so for the audience's sake, tonight we've got a slightly different format. It's just going to kind of be free-flowing and organic. Ken Rock is in the affirmative. Evolution is on trial. So what we're going to do is kind of start it off this way to get the show going. Ken, what I'm going to do is hand it over to you, and I want you to start us off by telling us why you believe in evolution. But also, Ken, what exactly do you mean by evolution? As I think it's important to define terms before we really get into the meat of this debate. Ken, over to you.
Yeah, so when it comes to the topic of why I believe evolution and all that, the easy way to put it is I've seen a lot more evidence build up for it within my life. Obviously, with the way everything's set and all that, you don't usually see a bunch of counterpoints, but a lot of the counterpoints I usually do see have very good counterpoints to them as well, the fewer ones that I do see. So I believe with that, with the fact that it's been under scrutiny for a very long time and has a lot of pushback against it, I think it's more fair to say that it's believable. And when I talk about evolution, obviously in this case I'm talking biological evolution, which is basically the idea that life itself changes over time. So you can take, say if you took like a duck and it were to grow harder feathers and stronger claws to make it so that it's better at being on ground. So instead of flying, it's running around hunting like that. That would be a form of evolution. Or you could even take away certain things as well. So basically anything that allows an animal to change in some way or form would technically count under the biological evolutionary model. So that's what I mean by evolution.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, evolution to you means that life changes over time. You use the example of a duck, right? Stronger claws, feathers, better at being on the ground rather than flying in the air. A pressure that allows an animal to change to you is evolution, part of evolution, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent and kind of have you engage that a little bit, Dr. Dino, in terms of evolution and what it even means, the word evolution.
Well, yes, in my seminar, I frequently go through the 6 different meanings of evolution. I agree that things change. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs. They might have had a common ancestor called a dog, but that's all we see. We do see changes, Ken's right, but the changes are limited. This is where the evolutionist will never admit this. The changes are limited. You reach a limit. They might have reached the limit on the high jump, for instance, okay? How high can a man jump? Once in a great while, somebody will break the world's record, but generally, most of them have been pretty well established. There's probably a limit. I don't think anybody's going to high jump 50 feet tall, 50 feet in the air. I don't know what the record is now, but I don't think they're going to get 50 feet. So sure, there are limits. There are limits to the dogs. You can get dogs that are bigger, like a Great Dane or a Chihuahua, that are smaller, but there are limits, and they probably have reached the limit or come close to it. But that's not evolution. That's a variation of the same kind. This is where the definition of the word is so important. I often show kids this picture. Here we have a dog, a wolf, a coyote, and a banana. Which one's not like the others? Almost always they get it right. The banana. So the Bible says very clearly they will bring forth after their kind. So I think it's important. Let me get to slide number 347 here. 374, I'm sorry. 374, dyslexic atheist. There's a dyslexic atheist didn't believe in dogs. Okay, there are 6 different meanings that I use to the word evolution. Cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. Where did time come from? Where did matter come from? Where did space come from? Okay, cosmic evolution, we talk about that in my seminar. Secondly, we have chemical evolution, because if the Big Bang Theory is true, it's not, by the way, it's dumb, it would only produce hydrogen and maybe some helium or lithium. Well, how do you get 92 naturally occurring elements plus synthetic ones? Theory of life's origin is chemical evolution. This is taught in the textbooks. Chemical evolution, chemical evolution, chemical evolution. So they have to answer, how do we get all these elements? You can't fuse past iron. So how do we get uranium, platinum, lead, and gold, and silver? They don't talk about it, but it is an essential step in evolution. Because going from your Big Bang of nothing exploding, which is dumb, to producing all the chemicals, which is dumb and doesn't happen, that's not science. But these are essential steps for the evolution theory. They got to have them. Then we'd have to have the stars and planets form. Nobody's ever seen that. It's called planetary evolution or stellar evolution. Nobody sees that. You can Google it. What is stellar evolution? We don't know how a single star managed to form. Why do stars evolve? They don't. We see them burn up is all we see. Stars are burning out. So planetary or stellar evolution is never been observed, but it's an essential part of their story because we're standing on one of the planets called Earth. But they don't have a way to explain stellar evolution. Do stars evolve? No one understands. They try to skip over it because there's no answer. Well, then you don't have a coherent theory. Get a new theory. Or quit making it be taught to the kids in school, that's for sure. Stars, we can go all day about stars. Fourthly, we have to have organic evolution. How did life get started? Life has to start somewhere. And the evolutionist thinks it started from the dust of the universe, which gradually cooled into an earth. And then it was a hot ball of rock. And it got rained on for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Organic evolution is an essential part of their theory. Organic evolution. You can Google it. It's all over the internet. Organic evolution. Yes. It's not science. None of the first 4 are science. Nobody knows how lifeless chemicals evolve to a living cell from the primordial soup. This is what they teach the kids. I got a whole rack full of textbooks right here. I taught science 15 years. I'm sick of it. There's no such thing as primordial soup coming alive. It's imagination. They should keep their religion at home and not put it in the public schools. Then there's macroevolution. That's where an animal changes to another kind of animal. Nobody's ever seen that one. Nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog or a cow produce a non-cow. Never. So it's imagination. Macroevolution. So all we've ever seen is variations within the same kind. That's all. Now that sometimes called microevolution. That one, I believe that happens, but I think it's limited. It's going to be the same kind, and you're not going to get anything other than a dog out of the dogs. Okay, I'm sorry, I took too long. Go ahead.
No, that's fine, Dr. Dino. I appreciate that response. Ken, let's hand it over to you in case there was anything there that you would like to respond to. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, there was at least 3 things that I would like to respond to real fast. One of the biggest things is you said that microevolution is limited. Why is it limited? What is it limited to? At what point do you define kind? What is a kind? Are all fish the same kind? Is a starfish the same as a goldfish? They're both fish. So I think that's something that needs to be dealt with. You also start talking about the other forms of evolution. Star evolution, cosmologic evolution. And that's all interesting, but again, I'm here to talk about biological and argue.
Ken, let me just stop you right there, just because I want to make sure that your points are being heard loud and clear. Your audio was good earlier, but I'm not sure what you did. It might be because you're holding it too close to your mouth now. It's just coming in.
I was actually further away. Can you hear me better?
We could definitely hear you, but there's just a bit of staticky coming in as you're talking.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's not a case of hearing you better. It's just getting rid of that static. Because if you speak too close to the mic, you might get that.
Hold on. If I go to, okay, I see the problem. Okay, does that help with the static?
It looks like now you're using your. It looks like now you're using your laptop mic. So I think you just turned off your external mic.
Earbuds, that's what I was trying to fix.
Yeah, maybe put it back to your other mic. And it was sounding like it improved, Ken, as you moved closer to the computer. So maybe put it back to the way it was, because now you're just hearing a little bit of
mic.
Maybe give us a sound.
How's that? Sorry, I don't know why. It worked the other day when we did this just perfectly.
Okay, that sounds good, Ken. That sounds good. Okay, continue. No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. So did you get everything that I said beforehand, or should I restart?
No, you can. We got that static back, but we'll deal with it. According to evolution, as Kent likes to point out, things get better on their own. So maybe it'll improve over time.
Well, so to be fair, if we were to go through that, my computer would have to have a baby, and I'd be terrified of that. I'd have to find somebody to pay for child support, but
it's sounding good now. It's sounding good now. So there must be something you do that brings on the static. But we're good. We're good. We can hear you. So Ken, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Another point you brought up. There was stellar, starlar, cosmic, and all other forms of evolution. I'm here to talk about biological evolutions. Now, if you want to get into the origin of how the universe and all that came into place, we can get into that. But that's not really the topic here. Not to be mean to you. You also talked about science, and I know you're a big believer in sciences and stuff that we assert. However, that's only one of the sciences, and it was something I was thinking about the other day. There's actually multiple forms of scientists. Some of them not even stuff that you can actually see. Some that you can't even really test. That's what theoretical science is. That's what quantum physics is and stuff like that. They're all different forms of science. So I think those are 3 things that should really be tackled here. Why couldn't some, even if it's not physically able to be seen, why wouldn't it count as science? What are we defining as kind? So I said just something that it looks similar, can give birth to others. How do we define that? And just stick to the evolution topic as far as biological, not cosmological.
Okay. Ken, appreciate it. I know earlier you talked a little bit about fish, whether fish were all the same kind. Is a starfish the same kind as other fish, for example? Let's hand it over to Kent. If there's anything you'd like to respond to there, brother, go ahead.
Okay, yes, he asked what are the limits to these changes. First of all, I would say observation. All of human history, we've observed dogs produce dogs, and you might get a big one or a little one, but there seems to be a limit. So observation tells us they're always dogs, and they seem to be within a certain range of, Chihuahua to Great Dane, let's say. Even most of those we've created in the, selective breeding, they wouldn't survive in nature. I mean, chihuahuas, turn them loose in the woods. Watch how long they last. The squirrels will eat them, okay? They won't make it. So they're limited, all of observation. There are genetic limits. But see, science is what we can observe and study and test. It comes from the Latin word "seer," knowledge. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We can see it. We do not know that dogs and pine trees are related. We don't know that. And he mentioned about sticking with biological evolution. I understand and I agree and I will. However, keep in mind, you have to have the first 5 to have a coherent theory. Where did matter come from? Where did life get started? We see changes within each life form. We'll call it a kind, like the Bible says. And as far as exactly what is a kind, you wanted to know about that. The males will tell you. Our male donkeys show no interest in the pine trees. None. They want to find a female donkey. Okay, so they know what the same kind is. All animals do. Our chickens up here in the barn show no interest in the pigs, none whatsoever. They're a different kind. So I think any farmer with above 2nd grade level can probably tell you that's the same kind. That's not the same kind. But see, it's not my duty to prove creation. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. Nobody's seen an example of that not happening. But the burden of proof is on the evolutionist, and I thank you, Donnie, for doing this series, because they want everybody to be forced to pay for their religion to be taught as if it's part of science. Teach science in science class and keep evolution in a religion class if kids want to come learn it. But it's not part of science. Microevolution, variation within the same group of organisms, that happens. What's an example of microevolution? Well, they did one on the size of the sparrow. In the dark blue area, they said the sparrows are bigger. Well, duh, because it's colder up there. The skinny ones will freeze in the wintertime. So, of course, the sparrow population has varied based upon temperature. I can agree with that. The divergence of population is probably at least partly a result of natural selection. I agree. Nature would select the skinny birds to freeze up there and the fat birds to live. Natural selection works just fine, but it selects. It doesn't create anything. These evolutionists want to give a selection process creative ability. If I said I want you to go through a bunch of coins and select out all the pennies, okay, how long would it take that process of selecting pennies to turn those coins into a pig? That's what they don't get it. They think natural selection can create something new, and it doesn't. Global warming. Mosquitoes are bigger, by the way, up in the south, and they wait 9 days longer to go dormant. Wow, mosquito populations. It's still a mosquito. All we've ever seen is cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, and they want to have me pay, and all of us pay, to teach the kids that an amoeba turned to a biology teacher. That's not science. That's my whole point. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that response there. Kent, Ken, I want to hand it over to you now. Evolution is on trial tonight. Okay, so now that we got definitions out of the way, and we understand each other's positions a little better now, take as much time as you need to provide, let's say, one line of evidence for us to engage. We'll take this one topic at a time. It sounds like you and Kent would both agree that microevolutionary changes occur. Yes. You'd both agree that dogs and wolves are related through common ancestry. But the question is, are dogs, wolves, and banana plants related through common ancestry? So, Ken, I want us to engage that specific topic. And again, take as much time as you need to present a line of evidence that we can now engage. Ken, over to you. Take your time.
Yeah, do me a favor. I am going to have to ask Kent a question directly, if you don't mind. Oh, there we go.
Sure, sure.
So you say that the male is what would determine what a kind is, correct?
I think that the males of every species, or even plants, they seem to know what the other kind is. The pine tree.
So do humans just not know what another human is? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, by the way.
I know what other humans are. What's the question?
Do you know what a furry is?
A what?
A furry?
Spell that. I'm not understanding you.
Furry. E-U-I-R-R. I spelled that wrong.
I still don't understand what you're asking me. BU.
Bless
are
your
you
heart.
asking?
Bless your heart.
Are you asking what a furry is? Like Furry?
Furry, like covered with fur.
No.
A furry?
That's why I said bless your heart.
I don't know what a furry is. Sorry, tell me what a furry is.
It's a person who is really into animals.
A person who's really into agriculture?
Animals.
Oh, animals. Okay. I like animals, but not for a mate. Like them for a pet.
Yeah, the furries kind of go that far, though.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term or what that means, but I don't think you'll find any human in the history of humanity who's ever been able to successfully produce offspring with anything other than a human.
Oh, no, you're right, but that's not the definition you had given. You said an animal, you can tell a kind by if an animal wants to mate with another, not if it was successful. We can add that on to the definition if you want, but I think that's something that you should keep in mind for the future.
I'm still a little lost on that. I'll re-listen to it, but do you know of an example where anything produced other than its kind?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you give an example where you've seen evidence of any two what anybody would consider different kinds, a squirrel and a possum, a squirrel and a rose bush? Can you think of any two different kinds that have produced successfully offspring?
Well, I mean, if we're going in with the definitions, then a dog kind would theoretically be different than a wolf kind, which would theoretically be different than a coyote kind, which is different than a fox kind, but they all go into the same family. Maybe not the fox. The fox might be more cat, but...
Yeah, man has decided to put them in different families. I don't think the animals care at all where we put them or how we classify them. They don't care one bit.
Was that not man's job?
Would it not be what?
Was that not man's job to do that?
Well, God gave man the job of naming the animals, and Adam named them. There are probably about 8,000 basic kinds of animals in the world. In addition to that, there's lots of fish and lots of plants, but probably about 8,000 basic kinds of animals. There's a website called Homology.com based on the Hebrew word baraman, where they get the word kind. So you can type it B-A-R-I-M, M-U-N, baraman, Homology.com, I think. Anyway, so yeah, I think that a third grader, a first grader, can usually tell you if it's the same kind. That's why I use the illustration of the dog, the wolf, the coyote, and the banana. A dog, wolf, and a coyote are very similar, and maybe can even interbreed, but not with the banana.
Actually, if I remember correctly, because I think I remember studying this at one point, the coyote actually cannot breed with the dog.
Okay, well, maybe the coyote is a different kind. I don't know. That's a whole field of science to try to determine where to classify things.
I'll wait for you, sorry.
They're still having trouble. Many times animals will put them in a new classification or a new species or rename it. It happens all the time. Scientists get famous if they can figure out an animal to change the name and give it a new Latin designation. So, but the animal doesn't care at all how we classify it. And if we decide to put rose bushes in the same classification as chihuahuas, the rose bush don't care, neither does the chihuahua. So this man-made games they're playing. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. Chihuahua and wolf. Go ahead.
Well, you see, that's my problem with this, is because there's no way to actively look at what a kind is. I mean, I have a definition of a kind, but it's the different definition what you are using, and all the ways that you're giving to me, which you would use to define a kind, they seem to be able to change. And all. Like earlier, you said coyotes, dogs, and wolves are all part of the same kind. But if coyotes and dogs can't breed, they're suddenly no longer a part of the same kind, and that just flipped on a whim, and it's just not stable.
True, but I'm not asking mine to be taught at taxpayer expense. But I think it's just common. They're demanding that evolution be taught at taxpayer expense.
I would honestly, I'm not a big fan of taxes, if I had to be honest.
Well,
I understand why they're there, but
would you be okay with taking all the evolution out of the textbooks and just teach science? Kids could learn the names of, let's say, anatomy, for instance. Okay, kid, here's your deltoid. It attaches to the humerus, attaches to the scapula and to the clavicle, and it raises your arm this way. But how do we get it, teacher? We're not allowed to talk about that, but this is just name it. Deltoid, humerus, rectus, femoris, rectus abdominis. Learn the muscles, learn the bones. It got nothing, and the organs and the functions. It's got nothing to do with evolution. The kids could learn a huge amount of science and never talk about evolution. Evolution is not part of science. It's a pollution in the science textbooks. Should be taken out. If you want to believe it, great. You want to teach it to somebody, go pay to start your own school. But don't put it in science class. That's my objection. That's why the purpose of this whole debate series that Donnie did, where's the evidence for evolution? I would suspect you believe pine trees and humans have a common ancestor. Where's the evidence of that? The textbooks certainly show humans and turtles and birds having a common ancestor. This is what they show. I object to this.
We're purple.
So help me get it out of the book. How about this one? Do you believe turtles and bobcats have a common ancestor?
Well, we call it a burble.
A verbal?
A burble. Sorry, it was a stupid joke. You threw that one. It was too easy. I had to go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, theoretically, they would have a common ancestor, but it would be very far back. And I know you're not a big fan of the time is the answer argument, but time can do ridiculous things.
Okay.
Time is a concept that's beyond what humans can even comprehend.
Well, see, this is where it's now no longer science because it has to live long ago and far away. It's an imagination world. This is SpongeBob stuff. Science is what we can observe. We observe turtles produce turtles. We don't observe anything else. So this chart shows turtles from a Holt biology textbook, turtles and bobcats having a common ancestor. Do you believe, Ken Rock, do you believe you are related to a turtle if you go back far enough in time?
I am related to something that would be related to a turtle.
Is there any scientific evidence for that? What's the evidence that makes you think you're related to some cousin of a turtle?
We look evidence for that. The best that I could give you right off the top of my head, and I have a whole list of arguments right now that I don't want to go through, but one of the ones that I like the most is the if you look through the fossil record, you can see the transitions between species that are generally there, and they're usually where you can find them. Okay, that would be my argument.
All right.
And you could also look genetically as well.
And genetics, okay. I would point out, if this was a court of law, Your Honor, there is no such thing as a fossil record. No such thing. There are bazillions of fossils. There's a lot of fossils in the ground. We got a huge collection of them here in our science center. But none of them talk, and none of them have a date on them. Here's a fossil clam. Doesn't talk. No date on it. I don't know that this thing had any children that lived. Might have. I don't know. There's no way to tell. So there's no such thing as a fossil record. It doesn't exist, except in your imagination. So to find a fossil in a rock layer, you're assuming then that the rock layers are different ages. I've asked atheists all over the world, simple question. You guys claim the layers are different ages. The top layer is younger. Where did it come from? Is it coming from outer space? How can the layers possibly be different ages? We flip this thing over here. It'll form 10 or 15 layers every time. They're all the same age. They're all in here at the same time. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There is no such thing as a geologic column. You have been lied to, Ken. You need to get a real science education and quit believing the dumb evolution theory.
Thank you for muting me, Donnie. I'm not always the best at knowing when to stop talking. So one of my biggest problems there was I'm not going to make this an actual thing that we have to debate on, but if this was on trial, theoretically, evolution would be considered innocent, and you would have to disprove it if we were on trial. So I don't know if that's an argument you really want to stick to, but
what else would you say within no, because science is what we can observe. If somebody makes a claim that they're related to a turtle, that's a claim. Where's the evidence for that? There's no scientific evidence. See, are you saying that because somebody's able to make a claim, I could claim we all came here on a speck of dust that came from the moon, okay, and everybody came here from the moon? I can make any claim I want, but science is what we can observe, study, test. We observe humans produce baby humans every time. Dogs produce baby dogs, no exceptions. But they put it in the textbooks to say the turtle and the bird have a common ancestor. I object. That's not science. That's all I'm saying. It's a religion, and you're welcome to it. I think it's dumb, but you're welcome to it. But it's not science.
Yeah, but again, I mean, there's a difference between just making a claim and it being on court, because they have two different standards of proving. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to point out that it's not the best way to go about trying to do that argument. You also keep saying that science is something that we assert. Again, there are other forms of science besides just observational. There's quantum science, there's theoretical science. So it's not just what we can see, like directly in the state that you're trying to make it up to say. That's why I think genetics, you can look at the fossil record, and you keep saying there's no fossil record. Would you mind explaining to me why there is no fossil record?
There are trillions, quadrillions of dead creatures found buried in rock layers all over the world. I live in a gravel pit in Lenox, Alabama, where there are 7 layers of gravel. It's gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. The gravel layers from Lenox, Alabama go all the way to North Carolina. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of gravel pits where they dig out this gravel. Many times, layers of rock contain dead things, fossils. No question. Why would we think they're different ages? Why would we put a date on them? They could have all formed in 1 year. These layers I just made in the last 4 or 5 minutes, probably about 20 of them in minutes. Shake up a jar of dirt and rock and water and sand and gravel. It'll make many layers in seconds in your hand. So you've been taught, and you believed it apparently, that the layers are different ages, which is simply not logical, and that the top layer is younger. Well, then my question is, where's it coming from? If you shuffle a deck of cards up, is the top card younger? No. They're all the same age, all of them. And all the layers of rock are the same age. And the fact that they contain dead fossils at all is an indication of rapid burial. Animals die all over the world by the millions. Millions of them died today. None of them turn to fossils. Fossilization is not occurring, as anybody can see. And yet we know how fossils form. Rapid burial. This one, a petrified clam that's closed, had to be buried alive, because when clams die, they open right away. The muscle relaxes and somebody eats it. We have, Damien, we got a couple hundred of these, don't we? Petrified clam. Ken, come on down, I'll give you one. Petrified closed clam. These are found on top of Mount Everest, tallest mountain in the world. There's a mountain in Peru, South America, where they found hundreds and hundreds of fossil oysters, all of them bigger than the world's record, closed, petrified. One of them was 11.5 feet. That's a big oyster. So there is no fossil record. There are lots of fossils. They formed rapidly. I think the flood of Noah is the only logical explanation for having fossils at all. And the flood of Noah would automatically sort them into layers just by the tidal change every 6 hours, 12.5 minutes. So I think it's wrong to teach the kids these layers are different ages. I think it's wrong to teach them that the fossils found in there are from millions of years ago. There's no way to know such a thing. Fossils aren't forming in any significant numbers anywhere today, but yet there's a bunch of fossils in the ground. It's much more logical to believe all happened in one big flood. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm not making everybody pay to teach that in school.
Yeah, so one of the ways, because if I'm correct on my studies, and if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me, they usually don't date the layers by how long they've existed, usually by when they formed and all that. And this could be from several ways. Volcanoes, when they erupt, they create help create layers. The Earth constantly moving, the Titanics and all that can be used to destroy layers, create new layers. So these things can happen. Why clams would end up on the top of Mount Everest? We know that Mount Everest used to be deeper into the water. So that could be it, because it had been in the water for a while.
Well, there are many different types of rock. You talk about volcanoes, that would be igneous rock from the word ignite. It's been ignited, it's been burned. That's not what they're using. They don't. There's sedimentary rock settles out, sedimentary. There's sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rock. If you take sedimentary rock and squeeze it under pressure, you can turn it to metamorphic rock. It's been changed, metamorphosis. So that would turn
Yes.
to like marble. Sandstone, which is obviously sand laid down, can be squeezed and turned to marble. It's still, it's sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic are the three basic kinds of rocks. So the layers are nearly all sedimentary, and that would be explained by a flood, just the tidal change every 6 hours. Go ahead.
Well, I think realistically, because the top layer would actually be a lot more muddy, but that's kind of not really the point with that. But yes, my point of that was literally just to point out that layers and all that can be formed depending on the environment in which they are in. Just because they all hit under the one type of rock doesn't really change a whole lot there. Well, one of my biggest problems with this argument, at least going the one way which you're going, is you're arguing probability. Do you know what the argument to possibility is?
I didn't understand all of that. The argument from probability?
Yeah.
That's where there's different levels of, any court of law will tell you this, there's different levels of evidence. If you have a video footage of somebody shooting the kids in the school, we got it on video, there's 20 witnesses, that's the highest level of evidence. If we find a bullet, the kids got shot in school, and we find, a bullet and we trace it back to a particular gun, that's pretty good evidence. But any detective will tell you some lines of evidence are real slim, and it takes a whole lot of them put together to make a case. There's no evidence of any animals today turning to fossils. Why do we have fossils in the ground at all? And why would we believe this was able to do something that no clam today can do? No clam today can produce anything but baby clams. That's all they ever do. But you guys want to believe clams are in the history somewhere and slowly over millions of years turn to a human. That's just not science, that's all. And I wish you'd keep that religion out of the schools. Help me get it out. Let's say a clam. But
I know that I don't know if you have these slides still, but I know if you on your slide, you actually point out that you have evidence of fossils that have formed recently from current animals.
Yeah, I just said it's very rare. It would take special conditions for a fossil to form at all. Very special conditions. 361.
Yeah, no, you're not 100% wrong on that, but you're also not 100% right on what I'm talking about. So the problem, what I'm talking about is the argument of possibility. It's a logical fallacy where you're saying because there's another possibility that something could happen, that automatically makes the other option false.
Well, no, I suppose it's possible, but there's no evidence for it. It is possible that everybody got seeded here from the moon men came down. We can make up ideas all we want. It becomes science fiction. But real science is what we have to observe, study, demonstrate, look it up in the dictionary. We don't observe any animal ever producing offspring that are other than what a 4-year-old would tell you is the same kind. You might get a big dog or a little dog, but you're going to get a dog every time. There isn't a dog on the planet that's ever had a baby and turned out to be anything other than a dog. No dogs had a...
But as
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I'm going to mute myself for you. No, I'm going to mute myself for you so you can talk. Sorry, but I don't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the whole point of this debate series is to try to get some evolutionist to show us why should we believe we're related to a pine tree? Where's the evidence of any animal ever producing something other than its kind? It just doesn't happen. Let's see, forfeit. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I brought up earlier with the coyote to the wolf to the dog. It's again, if a coyote and a dog aren't able to breed and they're not the same kind, but they did make the wolves, then we have that line right there. And again, the problem here is, because as you admitted, the point of this is to try and get you to believe in evolution. I'm just arguing that a lot of the arguments that you generally go with are from argument of possibility. So it's not really a counter to the argument. It's just saying, well, this could also be true. That doesn't necessarily cancel out the point without its own line of evidence.
Okay, is the fact that dogs and wolves and coyotes are different, and maybe even different kind, and maybe even can't interbreed, though I don't know. I think dogs and wolves can interbreed. I don't know how coyotes and wolves. Okay. Is that enough to make you believe that a fish and a butterfly have a common ancestor?
That within itself...
What now? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was going to say that within itself, not necessarily. But again, I'm not looking at it as just that one line of evidence. I'll mute myself for you so you can do your...
I'd like to see more evidence. Nobody's ever seen a fish or a butterfly produce anything other than a baby fish or baby butterfly. So where's the evidence? Why would they put a chart like this in a science book? Or this one, used in college textbooks? All animals, all plants, and all fungi have a common ancestor. You believe you're related to a mushroom?
Oh, sorry. Did you want an actual answer? Sorry, I had muted myself. Yeah, I think we have a relative who's both related to us and a mushroom who existed at a point in time. But I think that one was so far back that it doesn't really matter.
Well, you keep saying so far back and back in time. First, we can't go back in time, obviously. Many times I've wished I could just go back a few seconds to undo the dumb thing I just did. But we can't go back in time. So it's imagination. Secondly, the rock layers are not different ages. That's imagination to say these layers are different ages. Thirdly, to say if we go down to this layer and find a fossil, we can tell that it had babies. You can't tell it had any babies. All you know from any fossil is it died. It died. You cannot prove it had any children. You certainly couldn't prove it had children that lived. And I know you couldn't prove it had children that lived that were different. The fact that two animals are stacked on top of each other does not prove any progression. If I get buried on top of a hamster, does that prove he's my grandpa? No, he died and got buried before I did. That's all. So the order of progression doesn't mean anything. It's not evidence of relationship. How you get, what layer you're buried in means nothing for relationship. But this is that's the Bible. That the geologic column, which does not exist, is the Bible to the evolutionist. You have to believe the layers are different ages. That's not science. Sorry.
You're fine. Yeah. So my problem with that is it's more than just what's on top of what. It's also we're looking at the bone structures, all that from what we have, looking at if there's any similarities and all that. If there's similarities, we try to figure out if it's coincidental, if it's not. I'm sure you understand that. We used mathematical models to try and predict where we would find these things. Those are usually accurate, and they're usually where we would expect them to find. So it's not just my hamster just happened to die before me.
Okay, again, you're counting on this geologic column being in existence. It doesn't exist anywhere, and counting on it meaning something. And evidence from homology, the fact that we have similar structures, is what many evolutionists use as one of their best evidence for evolution. Look how similar your forearm is to the whale flipper. That doesn't prove a relationship. That proves a common design that works. We have to turn our hand once in a while. The whale has to turn his flipper once in a while. It works. It works great. I think the whale likes it, but that's not proof of relationship. I think that's proof of a common designer, but I'm not asking for that to be taught. I think that's common sense. The whale had a designer, the bird had a designer, and having two bones, radius and ulna, able to rotate around each other is an amazing design. Really cool. Almost all the cars in America steer by turning the front wheels. Yeah, that proves something. That's a good design. It works. Rather than
it's actually interesting. It's actually interesting because me and Donnie were actually talking about that the other day. I don't necessarily believe that homologous things, structures are good evidence for evolution. That's why I didn't say homologous. I was talking about finding creatures that were in the past that have similar structures to what it is, because then that could actually be built up. See, like what you said, just because it has a similar structure now doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could just be something that just has a similar function, if that makes sense to you.
The fact that we have similar structures and similar functions, could that possibly prove a common designer? Why isn't that even a possibility? Why do you have to have
I never said it was. I told Donnie the other day, I actually agree that it could be. That's why I wouldn't use it as an argument.
Right. Well, that's where I'd like to know. You said you believe you were related to a mushroom, I believe, or whatever the analogy was. Where's the evidence for that? Why would anybody think they're related to a turtle or a mushroom? You can't go back in time. You can't go back in the fossil record. There is no fossil record. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist except in the imagination. It's true the Earth has layers. I'll agree with that. It's true. I've taught earth science for years. But the layers are not different ages. And the fact that they contain fossils at all indicates rapid burial, just like Noah's flood would do. But I'm just pointing out there's no evidence anybody's ever seen for evolution. This was proven wrong in 1874. Professor Dave still using it, still thinks it's important. It's a lie. Evidence from vestigial structures? Hold it. Losing something is how we get everything? That's what a vestigial structure is, something you don't need anymore. That's not going to add new stuff. I'm just pointing out there's no evidence. God said in the beginning, God created it. I don't see a better answer than that one. Go ahead, Ken.
Let me jump in, Ken, before you talk. So, Ken, if you're saying that arguments like homology, nested hierarchies, interesting mosaics are agnostic to the debate, right? What would be then a differentiating line of evidence, Ken? I noticed you mentioned genetics earlier, and did you want to elaborate on that? Would you say then genetics is a way to differentiate the models, creation, evolution?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Well, if homology and nested hierarchies are agnostic, right? Non-discriminatory lines of evidence that you've agreed with and have just pointed out to Kent, what would then be a differentiating line of evidence for your position? Because you're saying that mushrooms and humans are related through common ancestry. So is it genetics? Like, what is a good way to determine that, okay, common descent is true?
Yeah, like I've been saying, genetics is a good way to look at it as well, because if you look genetically, a lot of things are, I wouldn't say everything's super close to each other as far as genetics, but they're closer than you would expect as if everything was not related at all. Like, I think, if I remember correctly, it's like 60% of the human DNA can be found in a banana. That's ridiculous for things that aren't supposed to be related at all, if that makes sense. And for me, like I've been hitting at, it's not necessarily just this line of evidence by itself or the other one or any of that. It's the fact that they're all together that's convincing.
Okay, so you're saying the genetic similarities between forms of life, bananas and humans, humans and chimpanzees, is good line of evidence for evolution. Is that your position?
I think it's good lines of evidence when paired with the other evidence that's usually given. Yes.
Okay. Kent, go ahead if you wanted to address, I guess, the genetic evidence.
Well, the fact that there's genetic evidence is indication of this common designer. Microsoft PowerPoint has how many hundreds of thousands of lines of code? I don't know, a bunch, okay? I'd be willing to bet $5 that Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word, those two totally separate programs, have thousands of identical lines of code. I mean, identical lines of code. I bet when you click spell check in either one, it'll take you to the same dictionary. So the fact that there are identical lines of code does not prove the code's writing itself. If we have genetic similarities with a tomato, okay, the same guy wrote the code. And maybe the genetic similarities are put in there so that the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk, and I eat it and get the blonde hair. Maybe we need these genetic similarities, otherwise we could only eat each other. Maybe there has to be some similarities in the DNA and similarities in the protein structures, because it's a web of life, all designed to be that way. The nuts are designed to fit on the bolt. It doesn't just happen by chance. You got to have the right diameter, the right thread pitch per inch. And it's just common sense that it would be common designer, not common ancestor. So I would rest my case with that and say the similarities do not prove common ancestry. They prove common designer.
Interesting. Real fast, before we go any further, are you approaching this from the idea that I don't believe in a God, or
am I assuming you don't believe in a God? I don't know. I not only believe in God, I believe God, who created it, wrote a book and left it for us, an owner's manual, to tell us what he wants. I mean, anybody that's ever built anything, it would be common sense for them to build it for a reason and tell you why. What's this for? So I think God gave us a book to tell us who he is, what he wants, and I've got the book right here. I've been reading it for 53 years. God designed the world and left a book, and he designed and told us we're going to stand before him and be judged. Judged for what? Well, here's the laws, the 10 Commandments. He said, don't lie. You ever lied? He said, don't steal. You ever stolen? If you broke his laws, like I have, now what? That's where God himself said, look, you're all sinners. Forget it. You're all sinners. Nobody's any good. I'll come down and do this for you. And if you'll accept that free gift, you get to go to heaven. So praise God.
Yeah.
I accepted it. I'm going.
Well, the only reason why I ask this is because I do believe in a God. And the way I view evolution is a way of, you're probably not a gamer, an update to a system, fixing code or changing in such a way that it can be used more efficiently. So when humans created sin ever long ago, it messed with our coding, and evolution's been a way to fix it.
I'm still not understanding all the English here, the microphone problem, but I think
Probably
God
because I'm talking so fast too.
Yeah.
Let me try one more time.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I'll just reiterate real quick. So Ken is just saying that maybe God used the evolutionary process, mutations, natural selection, to take a single celled like ancestor into a whale. Is that a possibility given the Bible, Dr. Hovind, and what it says about Genesis and origins?
Right. I would point out there's no evidence for that, so it's not science, and that would be a dumb God. Doesn't he know what he wants? I wouldn't worship a God like that. Just make it right first time. Make the whales, make the amoebas, make the chihuahuas. Or not, probably didn't make a chihuahua. God's probably laughing at the chihuahua too. Okay, make the
Chihuahua's a devil's thing.
And so, man has made the chihuahua, and I bet the chihuahua's even mad about that. But so, God created each animal and plant to bring forth after its kind. There's no evidence of anything other than that, so I think that must be true. But again, I'm not demanding everybody teach, the Bible in their schools. Just demanding science teach science. And evolution is not part of it.
Okay, let me jump in. Ken, we do have a ton of audience questions. So as we're moving towards the hour mark, that's where we want to at least wrap up the discussion. Is there any final lines of evidence that you want to put forth for Dr. Hovind to address and for you guys to engage pertaining to the topic of evolution in the sense that, dogs and mushrooms are related through common ancestry? Is there a final line of evidence you want to bring forth?
As of right now, I don't have any that I have a few which I would like to go into, but I myself am not as studied into those as I would like to be for me to be willing to bring them up at this moment. So, no.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Let's kind of wrap up our thoughts and points as we move into some audience questions. We got some good ones. Let's start with you, Ken. We're going to give you up to 5 minutes to kind of wrap up your thoughts, wrap up your points in the form of a concluding statement. We'll do the same for Kent, and then we'll do some audience questions. So, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah. And so I understand where Kent's trying to go from this, but my biggest problem with it is, and again, because I'm trying to learn more about this myself, is a lot of the arguments that have been brought up against what I've been saying has been arguments from probability. Just because something else is possible doesn't necessarily make what I'm saying wrong. You would still have to bring some form of evidence against it. And I know the thinking about that has been, evolution's been the thing on trial, and that's true, but both lines of evidence still need to at least bring something to the table for something to be said. Otherwise, you're not actually trying to prove your point. You're just trying to disprove a point, but you're not actually, again, bringing up any points to disprove anything. It's all just argument from probability. So realistically, that's something that I think needs to be there to be addressed from this point on. Not to be rude to you, Kent. No, you've gone through this enough, so you're probably just tired of going through your lines of points. But yeah, that's it, Donnie.
Okay, thank you, Ken. We're now going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have up to 5 minutes for concluding words.
Okay. In Matthew, it's recorded that Jesus said, have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? He's talking about marriage and divorce. So Jesus claimed the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. Said it again in Mark chapter 10, verse 6, from the beginning of the creation. The book of Romans tells us by one man, sin came into the world, and death by sin. And the Bible is very clear that Adam was the first man, and Eve is the mother of all living. So this is what the book says. Now, whether it's true or not, it's different. So Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. The Bible says nothing died until Adam sinned. God made a perfect world. Man messed it up. The Bible says we all came from Adam and Eve. And Adam is 130 when Seth was born, Genesis 5. Seth is 105 when his son is born. He's 90 when his boy is born. You can graph it out, make a chart like this. Get the chart on our website, drdino.com. I added up, I made a graph of all the dates from Genesis chapter 5, which is before the flood came, and then Genesis chapter 11 after the flood came. If you add up the dates plus secular history, it comes to about 4000 BC. That's what it says. So the Bible dates would add up to, it's been 2,000 years since Christ. So the Bible dates would give an age of the earth of about 6,000 years. I believe dinosaurs lived with man. Reptiles never stopped growing even today. And in the pre-flood world, when things could live to be 900, reptiles would get really big. Those were the dinosaurs. They did not live millions of years ago. They're part of the normal creation. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies. Just be sure to get a pink one and a blue one. And then after the flood, man killed most of them, which is where all the legends of dragons come from. So the biblical view, I think, is the only thing that makes common sense historically, biologically. There's just no biological evidence of any animal ever producing other than the same kind. So the evolution theory is clearly calling the Bible a lie, clearly calling Jesus a liar. It's putting death before sin. It's trusting conventional dating that the layers mean something, and they don't. So I believe man can take clay out of the ground and shape it into pottery. No question. I believe intelligent people can locate iron ore and take it out. We got iron ore on our property here. They can take the iron ore out, smelt it down, make steel, take the steel, roll it into sheets, and make all kinds of stuff out of steel and cars. I believe man can take iron ore out of the ground and make a car. I don't believe the car can make itself. I don't believe the pottery can make itself. I think God can take dirt and turn it into a human. That does not mean the dirt can make a human out of itself, by itself, which is what the evolutionists believe. We are very complicated. I don't have a problem giving God the glory. Thank you, God, for the amazing ear. God, the skin is 1 square inch of your skin is more complicated than everything man's ever built in the history of the world combined, including the internet. 1 square inch of skin, more complex than every building in the world combined. I don't have a problem giving God the glory for that. And I'm going to try to get Ken on our side, start giving God the glory instead of this dumb evolution religion. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the concluding statements. Before we get into some of these audience questions, I do want to thank the audience for being so engaged in this series and sending in so many great questions for us to discuss. A couple big evolution debate challenge debates for June. So the fun continues. This one here on the screen, Dr. Dino, of course, and Nick from the Planner Walk channel. That I believe is on June 14th, but just make sure you're subscribed and check the event section for the exact date. And then at the end of the month, I believe it's the 22nd, Atheist Junior and Dr. Dino. So here's the graphic for that. They will be debating, and in 2 days we've got a new interlocutor, Rune Norderhog. So this should be fun. Again, Kent, you're a busy man, brother. So let's get right into the questions. And I'm going to start right at the beginning. Here we go. I'll put it up on screen. Question comes in from Redefine Living, and question is for you there, Ken. How much chemical matter does it take to get something not made of matter, like a concept or morality?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question. Do you know a way to phrase that in a better way, or like, are you asking like how much chemicals would it take to come up with morality, or?
Well, I guess if our brains are thinking, if we're just the result of, chemical processes over millions and billions of years, how do you get morality out of that? How do you get concept? How do you get love? How do you get purpose? Things like that is how I interpret it, at least. I'm not sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was getting that correct. So the way that you would get morality is because we are beings of more complex thought, that the way that we put morality is what we do and don't accept as a society. A lot of animals actually have this as well. They will decide what is and isn't okay depending on what does and doesn't benefit them as a group. I've actually recently learned that lions actually think it's good and funny to war just to scare people. So yeah, that's how morality is just what society would say is okay.
What society would say. Okay, thank you so much, Ken. Over to you, Ken, if you had a response there, brother.
Well, it's a great question, and I don't think chemicals have any morals. I don't think a bunch of hydrogen, helium, lithium, et cetera, getting together is going to have a moral code. Everybody's all up in arms because somebody shot a bunch of kids in school in Texas. And I agree, it's awful, it's evil, it's terrible. Well, if evolution's true, why is that terrible? Is anybody upset that the lion went in and killed all the baby zebras today out in the plains of Africa? Why don't they get upset about the lion killing all the baby zebras? Well, why is anything right or wrong? I've asked evolutionists all over the world, how do you tell right from wrong? Is it wrong for the lion to eat the baby zebra? The baby zebra probably don't like it. Mama zebra don't like it. Lion likes it. Is it wrong for that guy to shoot those kids in school? Yeah, but why is that wrong? In the evolution worldview, why would that be wrong? I don't think they have an answer to that.
Thank you, Kent. And Ken, question was for you if you wanted a quick final word.
Well, yeah, but again, we're not talking about the chemicals themselves. We're talking about how many chemicals would take to get those. We are not just one chemical. We're multiple chemicals. And I'm guessing you missed. I'm trying to remember. I'll send you the link when I find it again. But there's a story about a lion that was actually protecting a baby. I think it was a baby zebra, ironically enough. And it would stop other lions from hurting it. And it helped raise it.
Okay, here we go. Next question comes in here up on the screen. 10A Jameen. Cool. So question for Ken. You're in the hot seat. So the questioner asks, when you use strata as evidence for deep time, don't you already have to believe in the evolutionary model for it to be evidence? Fallacy of assuming the conclusion. Ken, go ahead.
Ooh, interesting. No. Why would you assume I would have to assume that evolution is true? Why can't I believe that evolution isn't true and that the layers themselves are still older than each other? Also, fallacy. Just because there's a fallacy that said doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. You would have to explain why the fallacy in itself would be wrong as well. Good use, though.
Okay, over to you, Ken, if you had a response.
Well, no, it's an excellent question, and the strata are not different ages, maybe by a few weeks or months, but not millions of years. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all these layers. Dead trees don't stand around more than 4 or 5 years, but we find fossils of petrified trees in the standing position. There's one in Yellowstone. They finally put a fence around it. People kept breaking pieces off to take home. A bunch of petrified trees standing up in Yellowstone National Park. The creationist has no problem explaining this. During the flood of Noah, the trees that got ripped out would be floating around, and generally they float root end down because that's the heavier end. And when they get buried in strata and sediment layers, they'd be running through multiple layers of sediment. So up in Alabama, North Alabama, there's hundreds of them, petrified trees coming through 2 seams of coal, 2 totally different seams of coal with layers in between. You got the Blue Creek Formation and the Mary Lee Formation of coal right there, and the petrified trees are connecting them. It's common sense 101 to say, look, these 2 coal seams had to form before the tree could rot. Well, that's going to be, 5-10 years, not millions of years. So petrified trees standing up indicate very clearly the geologic column all formed rapidly within 1 year. Bible answers that. 1 year flood made all the layers. So I think there is no such thing as a geologic column. There are layers to the earth, no question. It's evidence of a flood. Petrified trees in the standing position are clear evidence the layers are not different ages. Joggins, Nova Scotia has hundreds of them. Petrified trees standing up. Walk along the beach, you can see them all along the cliffside. Petrified trees running through all these layers. And of course, the signs up there say 300 million years ago. The Canadian government needs to get that changed. This is 4,400 years ago during Noah's flood. So, yeah, I rest my case. There's no such thing as a geologic column. The layers are not different ages, maybe by a few weeks or months, but not millions of years.
Appreciate it, Dr. Dino. Ken, quick final word.
To be fair, if we assume the flood the way that you would describe it, most trees probably wouldn't survive. They'd either be ripped out of the roots, so they wouldn't be able to go that deep, or they'd be completely crushed under the pressure of the water. Trees are very good at withstanding force in one direction but not the others, similar to like glass and steel.
Okay, here I'm just pulling up this one. This is not really a question for the debaters, more so, I guess, question for me. So, Roger, appreciate it. Have you reached out to Aaron Ra or Matt Dillahunty to debate Kent? So, yes, we've been doing this evolution debate challenge, right, Kent, for the last for 2022. We've put the challenge out to anybody who's willing to have a sophisticated civil discussion, one topic at a time. I think, Kent, we've done probably about 30 of these now in the last several months. So yes, that includes Aaron Ra, Matt Dillahunty. Get the word out. If they got evidence for evolution, bring it on. Go ahead, Kent.
I will be thrilled and honored to debate either one of those anytime on your channel, Donnie, because you keep it fair. If you just debate Aaron Ra, he calls himself Aaron Ra, the sun god, Larry Nelson or whatever his name is, Leo Nelson or something. He interrupts constantly, and he won't obey the debate rules, neither will Dillahunty. They constant interruptions. They want to make 30 points at a time. You don't have time to answer them. 1 point at a time, no interrupting, no cursing. Notice when Ken's turn to talk, I don't interrupt. When it's his turn to talk, he doesn't interrupt. This is a civil debate. You get Mr. Nelson, who calls himself the sun god, to do that, I'll take him on any day of the week, every day of the week. There is no evidence for evolution, none. Mr. Nelson has none, and Matt Dillahunty has no evidence for evolution. So bring them on your channel, keep calling them, and all you watchers, you people watching, call them. Say, Hovind just challenged, I'll take both on at the same time. I'll take 20 atheists on at the same time. I get half the time, no interrupting, one topic at a time. I want them to bring, I tell you what, Donnie, with those two particularly, they're only allowed to discuss one, what is the best evidence for evolution, best one. And then the next debate, we'll have the second best evidence. If they think it's vestigial structures, tell them, send in what they think is the single best evidence. We'll debate it for 2 hours. Go ahead.
Love it. Love it. Appreciate it. In the description box of these videos, guys, is we put out a trailer for the Evolution Debate Challenge, and those rules are listed there. We keep it respectful, one topic at a time, no cursing, okay, and we keep it professional. None of this talking over each other. So that's right, Kent. And one last thing we're also doing, guys, is we're reaching out to university professors and seeing if they're willing to debate Dr. Dino live in a formal, sophisticated debate. And those that refuse, we're going to make a list of. So if people are interested, yeah, go ahead again, Ken.
I'd like everybody to help on this. Ask every professor in the world, will you debate Kent Hovind on the Standing for Truth channel? When they say no, and they will say no, write their name down, say thank you very much, call Donnie, say, Donnie, Professor Smith at Boston University refused to debate Kent on this date, and you keep a list on your channel, Donnie. There will be thousands. They're willing to stand in front of their students where they have the obvious academic and psychological advantage and talk about how great evolution is. They can't fire me. They can't fool me. They can't fail me. I'll take them all on at the same time. So please, everybody help Donnie get his list of all the professors who refuse to debate, because they will refuse.
Amen. Amen. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Okay, let's get right to the next question, which is for...
Oh, wait a minute, Ken.
Go ahead, Ken. Oh, that's why, Ken. Okay, you're off mute. Go ahead.
I was going to say before... we'll make this interesting. If you can get Aaron and the other guy on, I'll join Kent's side and help equal it out from the rudeness perspective that I can. I've argued a lot of people on that.
Well, once we get you converted there, Ken, we'll let you and Kent do a 2-verse-2. But you got to give up that evolutionary theory. Okay, so let's go to this question here. Appreciate that input there, Ken. Lucas, question for Ken, short and sweet, I guess. What is a kind?
Well, the Bible says if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. So I guess that would be the way to test it. Can they bring forth? Try to mate your hamster with your parakeet. I'd be willing to bet they will not bring forth. So there would be a different kind. Now, sometimes the lines are blurred a little bit. Exactly where is the kind? I don't know, and it's not my duty to prove that. But if they can bring forth, they're the same kind. And even now, animals change species, and sometimes even not kingdoms, but they, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Sometimes scientists, there's a whole branch of science, that's all they do. Let's move this one over here. this fits over here better and over here. They change classification all the time. So it's the same problem with the kind. Can they bring forth? They're the same kind. If they can't bring forth viable offspring, they're not the same kind.
Appreciate it, Kent. Ken, anything you'd like to add to that? And just make sure you unmute. You're good.
Yeah. So my big problem with that was getting in earlier. You can't really define kind by what gives birth to what. Again, you openly admit that wolf, dogs, and coyotes would be in the same kind, but coyotes and dogs, from what I know, don't generally give birth. The definition of kind that I would go with are animals that are extremely similar to each other. And that doesn't actually break any of the rules that would generally be given.
Animals that are extremely similar to each other would be your definition of a kind, Ken?
Yeah, so if I guess to go into more detail, creatures with certain traits that are like each other. So hamsters and gerbils. They're of the same kind. Or horse and zebra are the same kind. Or cats and something else that's obnoxious.
Okay, appreciate it. I just wanted to, you're slightly cutting in and out, but you're good now. I just wanted to make sure that we got that clear. Kent, this was your question, and we're going to give you the final word on this.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Bring forth after their kind. I've got slides on all this. I can't find it right now. But it's a whole branch of science to try to, where do we classify this? Where do we put this at? If a new animal is discovered, go to Africa in the jungle and find a brand new animal. How would they classify it? Well, does it have a placenta? Does it bear live young, or does it lay eggs? There's already rules in place for modern man to decide where they're going to put it. And the animal doesn't care where you put it. Put me back home is what he wants to go. But so I think bringing forth seems to be the border between kind, and that's all anybody's ever observed. So science, what we can observe, study, test, demonstrate. They draw these charts, though, of a hamster connected to a tomato with a common ancestor. That's not science. That's religion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Next question comes in from Cool Jesus, and it is a similar question to the kinds question. So I got it up on screen here. Cool Jesus asks, for Kent, hyenas and cats are in the same suborder, Feliforma. Can their similarities be evidence of a common designer and therefore in the same kind? And Cool Jesus says his kids thought that a hyena was a cat.
Again, I don't think the animals care where we classify them. The hyena, all he's looking for is another hyena. Now, would a hyena mate with a cat? I don't know. I never thought about it. But they're not looking at a pine tree to mate with. I know that. So I think that the hyena kind, I'll do some study on that. How many kinds of hyenas are there? And who gets to decide? Who makes that call? Most of the breeds of dogs have been created by man to have a lap dog or a hunting dog or a racing dog or whatever. And now the horse and the zebra can interbreed. You get a zorse, a horse and a donkey, and a zebra can interbreed. They make zebras, zehaws, zorses, zonkies, zeonies. They crossbreed all kinds of ways. They're probably the same kind.
Thanks for the answer there, Ken. Ken, anything you quickly wanted to add?
Well, I've now learned that hyenas aren't in the cat family, I guess. I don't know. I've never studied hyenas. They're freaky. What was the question again? One more time. Put it back up real fast if you're able to.
It just had to do with hyenas, what kind they might be considered.
If I had to put them into class, I would say they're probably in the feline kind, but they might be dipping a little bit into the other kinds depending on how you want to look at it. I'll look into that myself. And again, as I keep saying, just because something's able to give birth to something, breed with something, doesn't necessarily mean they're the same kind. So again, that's kind of a problem here. You'd either have to explain that, or you'd either have to let it go and try and find another way to define kind.
Okay, before we start winding it down on the last couple questions, Kent, it was your question. If you want a final word, you can have it.
No, go ahead.
Okay, appreciate it. So here we go. FDS, I appreciate the support. Question for Kent Hovind. Lab-grown diamonds take 10 weeks to make. Algae in the lab can be turned into oil in an hour. Why do evolutionists continue to state millions of years is needed?
Very simple. They've never been to my seminar. Tell them, watch my videos, I'll straighten them out. The oil in the ground, I lived in East Texas for 5 years. Many of my students had parents in the oil field. I toured the oil field. A lot of my friends worked there. We got stuff here in our science center about the oil field. All the oil layers formed because of Noah's flood. There's a lot of oil down in the ground, a whole lot of coal in the ground too. Noah's flood. Only logical explanation.
Appreciate it, Ken. Ken, anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I can really add is you're assuming that humans can only do stuff in nature. When was the last time you saw a robot in nature? When was the last time you've seen fake sugar in nature? Just because it can be made in a lab doesn't necessarily mean that's how it will reflect in nature. In fact, that's one of the biggest arguments against, if a scientist were to make life in the lab, that's one of the biggest arguments against it, because you could argue that just because it can be done by man doesn't necessarily mean it will naturally happen. Just because you can make oil within an hour doesn't mean that oil forms within an hour. It just means that we're able to force that process to happen much faster. We can do the same as well.
Kent, final word?
Well, making oil in the laboratory is an indication it doesn't take millions of years. It's a clear scientific explanation that under the right conditions, oil can form quickly. Okay. Well, under the right conditions, like on Noah's flood, a whole bunch of oil can form quickly. The whole world was drowned. So there'd be a whole lot of stuff to turn to oil. We know oil is from organic material. I don't think anybody argues about that. So why is there so much oil? And why is it costing $4.50 a gallon now when they can produce it for about 80 cents? That's a different story. We'll argue about that another time. Okay.
That's great. Perfect response. Okay, question for you there, Ken. Short and sweet one for you. Comes in from Slam RN. Appreciate the question. Ken, what are giraffes evolved from?
I don't have an actual answer. If I had to guess, probably a horse, or the ancestor of a horse. That would make sense. It would have been in an environment where it needed a longer neck and legs in order to get to the trees. And I know that's something Ken argues, because it can get to water. Just because it needs to be able to get to water because of its legs as well doesn't necessarily mean the other can't be true. So obviously they just have evolved from that point to get both. So I would argue horse. I don't know 100%. I'll look into that, and I'll type into the description of the chat below when I figure out.
Thank you, Ken. Kent, anything you'd like to add?
Giraffes didn't evolve at all. They were designed. They're amazing. They have a long neck so they can reach the ground to get a drink, not so they can reach the trees. Their legs are pretty long too. And the baby, when it's born, drops 6 feet, knocks the wind into it. Otherwise, no giraffes wouldn't survive. And I'd be willing to bet if you crossbreed giraffes, you're going to get a baby giraffe every time. Ask any zoo in the world. And go to. You guys are from Africa or no, South America? Africa. Yeah, I bet giraffes always make baby giraffes, don't they? Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Ken. Ken, is this, we got a super chat from Logical, Plausible, Probable. John Maddox is having an after show. And this might be pertaining to something discussed, or maybe a comment you made, Ken. He says, so just Googled it. Coyotes can breed with dogs. Is anything you wanted to respond to there, Ken?
That's news to me. No, I've said multiple times, I have no idea. Last I checked, they couldn't. But if that's true, then fine. But I know for a fact that there are kinds of animals that are related to others that can't give birth to other animals that would be within that kind. That was just the example which I could come up with. Again, if you want, I can do the research a little bit better. I'll type in the comments down below if anyone's interested. Or again, you still have my Discord, right? You still have my Discord, right? It's still...
No.
Really? I'll send that to you again, or I'll put that in the chat below. And anyone who wants to see it, I can also put that in my Discord, and we can talk, because there are evidence of other kinds that don't necessarily give birth to what would be called the same kind. So that would be my response to that.
Okay, you can send me that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Kent, I see you got some slides up. Did you want to respond to, brother?
Well, yeah, the Bible says they bring forth after their kind, and a 5-year-old would look at a coyote, a 3-year-old, put a coyote in front of a 3 or 4-year-old and say, is a coyote and a dog and a wolf and a banana all the same kind? They say, oh no, the banana doesn't belong. A 3-year-old will tell you that. So it's the same kind. The fact that they can interbreed is another indication they're the same kind. Because the Bible says if they can bring forth, they bring forth after their kind. Now Darwin tried to muddy the water by calling it the origin of species. Hold it. Coyote and wolf might be different species because we put them in a name category there. Doesn't mean they're not the same kind. So that's what muddied the water. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, appreciate it. And okay, final question for the night. We're going to try and wrap this up right at the 1.5 hour mark. Oh, Ken, was there something you wanted to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, I looked into it, and yeah, they are able to breathe. However, they don't try to breathe with each other, so it still goes against the definition that was used a bit. I had to throw that out real fast.
Are you saying that they can breed, but they don't normally?
They never try to.
Okay, but they could.
They could, but they never tried to, which was on one of the criteria that was given for kind. It's wrong on my part, so I will correct it while I have a chance. But yeah, that is something to point out.
Okay, appreciate it. Here we go. Final question, and we are going to wrap it up. Redeemed Energy question for The Rock. How many mutations does it take to convert the respiratory system of a cow to a whale?
If I had to guess, more than 2. I don't really know anything about the respiration of the cow or the whale. I know the whale generally can hold its breath for longer, but it has to come up I think it's like every 2 hours. And I'm not even going to bother right now. I know they can hold their breath a lot longer than most people. So if you wanted a number, I'd say good 20 or more. But I don't have an exact answer for that one. That's a least specific question.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And Kent, anything you'd like to add?
It would never happen with trillions of mutations. Every mutation observed has been harmful or fatal or neutral. It's no good. Nobody's seen one beneficial mutation, but they imagine there would be trillions of them. The whale's nose is on the back of his head. To go from the front to the back, it's got to go through the optic nerves. How did he see while his nasal passages is migrating back to the back of his head? The whale was designed to be a whale. The dog was designed to be a dog. The cows were designed to be cows. Man has created a bunch of different varieties of cows. Some give more milk, more beef, stand the heat better. But turn them loose in the wild, most wouldn't survive. The natural, original cow, whatever that was, that man decided to capitalize on something, some aspect of it. But no, it wouldn't take. No mutation is going to do it. It'll never happen. Didn't happen. It's SpongeBob imagination stuff.
Thank you, Kent. Ken, final word before we wrap it up. Your question.
Yeah, I just realized that question kind of has the assumption that whales came from cows directly. That's not necessarily how that would have worked. They both would have came from an animal that would have been similar to each other. So for all we know, it's not that the cow became more whale-like. It could be that it's not that the cow became more whale-like. It could be that the other way around, where the necessary things to breathe were somewhere in between, and one just happened to go up towards the back, and one just happened to go more towards the nose. We know that if you look at a whale, the opening of it is double duct, if I remember correctly. So I don't know. There is an assumption in that question.
All right, thank you, Ken Rock, and that wraps up the debate. So that's 1.5 hours. Ken and Kent, thank you for doing this. Thank you for giving us your time for this important debate. Let's get some quick final thoughts before we close her down. Ken, over to you. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. And some final thoughts.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be on, and I'm sorry about the background noise. The last, I think it's been 40 minutes. I promise next time that I'm on to try and do it at a time where it's quieter and all that, and I plan on buying a microphone soon, so hopefully that issue gets taken care of as well. I would like to thank Kent real fast for having this debate with me. I know you're busy and you're in a lot of debates, and sorry for the few hundred times I did interrupt you. I never mean to, so I'd like to thank everyone's time, and that's pretty much all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Ken. No worries. No worries. Thanks for doing this. Dr. Hovind, over to you, brother. Final words, final thoughts.
And thank you, Ken, for being a gentleman and for not interrupting. I try to do the same. And we invite everybody to come down visit Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. Let's see, we are in 70 miles north of Pensacola. Everything's free, 20 cabins, 20 motorhome hookups. We'll feed you and work you like a slave if you come down. Everybody gets to work around here, right, Chris? Yeah. So, except for Rich, everybody else works. Okay, see you. That's all I needed. Thank you. Our website, drdino.com. My phone number, you can call me personally, 855-BIG-DINO. I'm extension 3. Take calls all day long. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Dr. Dino, thank you. And Ken, thank you as well. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and I want to thank you all for joining us for the next chapter in our 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. What is the best evidence for evolution? I have Noah and Dr. Dino here with me tonight to debate this important question. Noah, Kent, thank you so much for being here. And as we typically like to do before we jump right into the fun and the debate itself is kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters for the night a little bit. And Noah, since it is your first time here debating on this platform, why don't we start with you? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So I am currently an undergraduate at Oklahoma State University. I am studying natural resource ecology and management with a concentration in wildlife ecology. And then my second major is entomology with a concentration in insect biology and ecology. And I am currently taking my summer break. I am 23 years old, and some of you guys know me as Fox on YouTube. I make atheist content, and I make content just for fun. I actually do music and all kinds of other hobbies, so make sure to go check it out.
Noah, I appreciate the introduction there. I'm looking forward to this debate. So we'll hand it over to Kent Hovind. How you doing, brother? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about Dal.
Well, thank you, sir. Yes, good to be with you and good to be with you, Noah. My name's Kent Hovind. I'm born and raised in East Peoria, Illinois. Lived in Pensacola for 30 years. Now I'm in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. We're building a Christian camp, a science center, a museum. We have visitors from all over the world coming here to see Dinosaur Adventureland. Everybody's invited down. It's all free. I believe the Bible is true, cover to cover, scientifically accurate. God made everything in 6 days. Said so in the 10 Commandments. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. We believe dinosaurs lived with Adam and Eve. They did not live millions of years ago. And God should get the glory for his creatures, all of them, including the insects. So Noah, you keep studying. You can be an independent, temperamental, fundamental Baptist too, okay?
All right, Kent, appreciate the introduction there. And the relevant links to Fox Official and Dr. Kent Hovind are in the description box for people to check out. Okay, let's get right into it. And for the audience sake, though, what we are going to be doing is a format very similar to our last few debates in this series. We are going to have Noah present an argument using some slides. And Noah, you can take as long as you need, and then we're going to have Kent address it, and the discussion begins. So whenever you're ready, Noah, the floor is all yours.
All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. All right.
Oh, and I should mention, as you're doing that, no rush. Right when it's ready to go, I'll put it up on screen. For the audience sake, we are having an audience Q&A. So do your best to tag me with your questions at Standing for Truth. That way I won't miss them. and we'll have some fun as usual with the audience Q&A. So that being said, Noah, your slides are now showing up on the screen, although currently it's just okay. There we go. Looks good.
There we go. All right. So first of all, I kind of want to start off with, if it'll load. Hold on. Okay. My computer can be a bit slow sometimes. Okay.
No worries.
What is a species and what is speciation? So first we're going to go into what a species is. So a species is a group of similar living things that ranks below the genus in scientific classification and is made up of individuals able to produce offspring with one another. The one-humped camel is a different species from the two-humped camel, a class of things of the same kind with the same name. So kind or sort would be a synonym. Speciation is the formation of new and distinct species in the course of evolution. Okay, the next part I want to go over is how old the Earth is in the universe. Let me see if I can view the slideshow so it'll be easier for you guys. There should be a way to do that easy. Okay.
Are you looking to just make it full screen like a
yeah, I'm trying to make it full. There we go. I think I fixed it. Okay, waiting for it. There we go. Perfect. I'm not used to presenting stuff as much. I mean, I had to do it for some of my classes, but okay. Let's see. Okay, so the Earth is approximately 4.5 to 4.6 billion years old. They haven't really found the exact time period, but they say it's about 4.53 billion years old right now. The Milky Way galaxy is approximately 61 billion years old, and the universe is approximately 13.7 billion years old. And then the sun is approximately 4.603 billion years. So here's some examples of what speciation would look like. Okay, so you have allopatric speciation, parapatric, and then parapatric. They're spelled differently, but they're totally different things. And then sympatric. And it shows the original population, and then it shows the initial step of speciation. And then it shows the evolution of reproductive isolation, and then the new distinct species after equilibration of new ranges. So here's the definition of evolution. I personally don't like the evolution definition I found online, but it says the change in the characteristics of a species over several generations and relies on the process of natural selection. You can also say it's like the change in allele frequencies over a long period of time. And then I want to go over some specific parts of evolution. So the first one would be genetic drift, which is a mechanism of evolution in which allele frequencies of a population change over generations due to chance. The founder's effect is the reduction in genomic variability that occurs when a small group of individuals becomes separated from a larger population. And then a bottleneck is a sharp reduction in the size of a population due to environmental factors such as famines, earthquakes, floods, fire, disease, droughts, or human activities such as pesticide, widespread violence, or intentional culling. Natural selection, obviously, is one of the biggest parts of evolution. It's the process through which populations of living organisms adapt and change. And then you have ecology, which is what I'm studying right now, the branch of biology that deals with the relations of organisms to one another and to their physical surroundings. So basic genetic biology, you got your genotype, which is the genotype of an organism, is its complete set of genetic material. And then you have your phenotype, which is the physical characteristics. So it's the set of observable characteristics of the traits of an organism. And then you have more about genetic biology. Now, granted, I'm not going to go super deep into this, but I listed the basic understandings of genetic biology. So you have your homozygous, which is having two identical alleles. of a particular gene, and then you have your heterozygous having two different alleles. So you have your big A, big A's, and then your big A, little A's. And then you have chromosomes, which are thread-like structures located inside the nucleus of animal and plant cells, which I will get to later. Chromatids are each of the two thread-like strands in which a chromosome divides longitudinally during cell division. Now, I'm trying to dumb this down for you guys as much as possible because I realize that this can be very overwhelming and very complicated. Alleles are one of the two or more alternative forms of a gene that arise by mutation and are found at the same place on a chromosome. Allele frequency, or gene frequency, is the relative frequency of an allele at a particular locus in a population expressed as a fraction or percentage. DNA, now this is what everybody talks about. Deoxyribonucleic acid is an organic chemical that contains genetic information and instructions for protein synthesis. I'm not going to touch on ribonucleic acid as much. It's a nucleic acid present in all living cells that has structural similarities to DNA. So it's similar, but it's also different because RNA is mostly single-stranded. I'm not going to get into it too much. Okay, so I don't like this picture because it's a little blurry, but your taxonomy usually can be from domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Linnaeus was the person who founded taxonomy. And of course, taxonomy changes all the time with how people name species. But you will always have the same order, which is kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I like to remember it like this. King Philip came over for good sex or good spaghetti, whatever. Taxonomy and phylogeny. Taxonomy in biology is the scientific study of naming, defining, classifying groups of biological organisms based on shared characteristics. Nomenclature is very similar. It's the devising or choosing of names for things, especially in a science or other discipline. So if I found a beetle that was not discovered yet, then I could, discover it and put my own name on it. I could call it the fox beetle or whatever because I'm Fox. Phylogenetics is the study of evolutionary relationships among biological entities, often species, individuals, or genes. Phylogeny is the branch of biology that deals with phylogenesis. We're not going to get too much into that. A phylogenetic tree is a diagram that depicts the lines of evolutionary descent of different species, organisms, or genes from a common ancestor. Now, I want to get into this really quick for you guys. The walk of progress that you see with the apes all the time, that is very inaccurate. I hate when people bring that up for representation of evolution because it's highly inaccurate and that's not how evolution works. A common ancestor in biology and genetic genealogy is the most recent common ancestor, also known as the last common ancestor or concestor of a set of organisms, and it is the most recent individual form from which all these organisms of the set are descended. Now, I'm probably not going to talk too much about synapsids and diapsids because you guys probably would be super confused by that. I'm going to get a little bit more into the taxonomy. So systematics is the branch of biology that deals with classification and nomenclature. Cladograms. Cladogram is an evolutionary tree that diagrams the ancestral relationships among organisms. And then synapomorphies is really important. It's a characteristic present in an ancestral species and shared exclusively by its evolutionary descendants. Okay, so here's an example of your phylogenetic tree. So you have different organisms here. I actually learned this in animal biology. And you have your different groups, and they all share different traits with each other, and they all have common ancestors going back further. Here is an example of a cladogram. So you have your synapomorphies, which are these dots. They also call them... I forgot what they also call them. I'm sorry. I don't remember the other term, but yeah, these are usually your synapomorphies, which are the shared traits of each organism. So I'm going to go over briefly cladograms versus phylogenetic trees because people can get these mixed up pretty often. So,
actually, Noah, if we wanted to stop there, because I've got a list of things and some great topics. Speciation, the definition of evolution, including many of the aspects of evolution, genetic drift, natural selection. And I appreciate how you, gave us an introduction into other important terms pertaining to the genetics and biology of this topic, taxonomy and phylogeny. So why don't we stop it there, give Kent equal time to give his thoughts, and then we'll kind of go from there. And I appreciate the visuals. Kent, let's hand it over to you for equal time as we begin to engage the evidence. Go ahead, Kent.
Well, thank you, sir. Yes, he did cover about 10 different topics there. I'll get as many as I can here. I believe the earth is only about 6,000 years old, the whole universe. Jesus said the creation of Adam and Eve was the beginning. Matthew 19:4, Mark 10:6, same thing. That was the beginning of the creation. The Bible says man brought sin into the world and death by sin. Nothing died until man sinned. So nothing died before Adam and Eve disobeyed God. And Adam was the first man, and Eve's the mother of all living. So Jesus said that the beginning of the creation was when God made Adam and Eve. Nothing died till Adam sinned, and we all came from Adam and Eve. Adam was 130 when Seth was born. That boy was 105 when his son was born, and he was 90. You can easily graph it out, make a chart like this, and I'll send you one, Noah, if you'd like. The dates in the Bible clearly add up to about 6,000 years ago, or 4,000 BC. I don't put an exact date on it, but certainly not 4.543 billion years old. Like you say, I think the earth is about 6,000 years old. Dinosaurs lived with man. Reptiles never stopped growing. Even today, reptiles never stop growing. So before the flood came, when people were living to be 900, like the Bible says, reptiles would be huge. That's the age of dinosaurs, not millions of years ago. They lived in the pre-flood era. The vertical white line there is, I can't going to point to it here on the chart. Let's see, right here, right there. Oh, right there. The flood, right there. Okay. Anyway, on my chart. So you can watch my video series. Noah then probably took dinosaurs on the ark, probably babies. And then after the flood, people killed most of them. And so I think, let's see, they called them dragons. And there's lots of that. As far as the meaning of the word evolution, first of all, I'd point out that if you can prove the earth is not billions of years old, all the arguments for evolution are gone, meaningless. It doesn't matter. There isn't enough time. So I think we can look at all kinds of factors from science, which I do on my video number 1 of my series. You can get for $50 at drdino.com. It's called The Age of the Earth. There are many ways, scientific ways, to show the earth cannot be billions of years old. Can't be. The moon is getting farther away as it goes around. Every rotation, every orbit, the moon gets further away about 2 or 3 inches a year, or 2 inches a year. Well, that means it used to be closer. If you bring the moon in closer, the tides get higher. And at some point, because of the inverse square law, the gravity becomes so strong they snap together. People that have studied this, and I put the slides up on my seminar part 1, say about 1.4 billion years is max for the moon. The oceans are getting saltier every day as mineral salts wash in and evaporation takes out pure water. The earth is spinning, but it slows down in its spin due to tidal friction, internal friction, Coriolis effect, etc. There are probably about 50 different scientific indicators. The earth cannot be billions of years old. It can't be. If I told you this ink pen was 4,000 years old, you'd say, come on, it's made out of plastic, which wasn't made till World War II. Oh, okay. Just that one fact limits the age of this ink pen down to less than World War II. Oh, Bic wasn't even a corporation until 1946. Oh, well, you limited it down to 1946 now. I couldn't tell you when it was made, and I don't care. But that's an illustration of how there are many ways to prove scientifically this earth just simply cannot be billions of years old. It can't be. You don't have the time for evolution to happen. I don't think evolution happens anyway. If it did, you don't have time for it. I think this word evolution is slippery, has 6 different levels or stages or meanings, whatever you want to call it. Cosmic evolution, you'd have to have the origin of time, space, matter. Where did time come from? Where did space come from? Where did all this matter come from? They talk about the Big Bang. I say, guys, there's a whole lot of matter in the universe. You couldn't squeeze a gallon of milk into a dot smaller than a period on a page. They want to put the whole universe in there, all the stars, all the mountains, all the aardvarks, everything. It's just not common sense. So cosmic evolution, I think, is stupid, but that's part of the evolution theory. Everything in all of space, from Big Bang to humankind. Okay, cosmic evolution. And the textbooks talk about that. Then you'd have to have all the chemicals evolve. Because if the Big Bang theory is true, it only made hydrogen and helium, maybe some lithium. Well, how do we get these 92 elements? How do you get silver, gold, and platinum out of hydrogen, lithium, and helium? So it's called chemical evolution. You can read up on that if you'd like, from Harvard University. Chemical evolution, the formation of complex organic molecules. It's never been observed. They believe in it. That's why I keep saying evolution is a religion. Nothing scientific about it. Nobody's ever seen chemical evolution. How do you get all these elements? You can't fuse past iron, so it can't be from fusion. How do you get the higher elements? It's not even a good theory. Evolution isn't. Then you'd have to have the stars and planets evolve. Planetary evolution. Nobody's ever seen that. Nobody's ever seen a star form. Process by which a star changes over the course of time. Stellar evolution. Stellar evolution. We don't know how a single star managed to form. And I cover this in my video series in more detail. I'll slap through it quickly here. But the origin of stars is an unsolved problem. Nobody's ever seen a star form. We see stars blow up once in a while, a nova or a supernova. Never seen one form. No one understands how star formation proceeds. It's remarkable because it doesn't happen. No, it's not scientific anyway, because it's never been observed, studied, or demonstrated. So we see them just blow up all the time. And there's a lot of stars out there. Everybody on Earth can own 11 trillion of them to yourself. That's a lot of stars. And you think that all fit in a dot? Bible says God made the stars. I just have to believe that. Now, I'm not asking that to be taught at taxpayer expense in the school, so the burden of proof is not on me. But you guys believe all the stars fit in a dot smaller than a period. I find that very hard to believe. There's a lot of stars. 76 trillion was the last estimate. Everybody on Earth could own 11 trillion of them to yourself, each individual. So that would be stellar evolution. It's not part of science. Organic evolution, where life gets started. How did life get started? Life is the simplest life form is more complex than the space shuttle. Organic evolution. The world has evolved and had not created what the branches. Organic evolution. How did life get started? They branch over this. Glaze over it. Nobody knows how a mixture of lifeless chemicals first organized into the first living cell. Well, that was back in 03. 20 years later, they still are no closer. We don't know. It's saying it came from the primordial soup. This is pure theoretical. It's not scientific. It's never been observed. They can't even do it in the laboratory. And if a bunch of scientists could make life in the lab, which they have not come close, but if they could, that would prove it takes intelligence to make life. It would prove creation, not evolution. Let's see, atmosphere. He got into one other thing I wanted to cover here. Macroevolution. This is where changes between major kinds of animals. Large-scale evolution. Now, he showed some charts, some family trees with lines on paper connecting different things. That's not science. That's imagination. Drawing a line on between the bird and the dinosaur and putting a dot on it. That's pure imagination. That's SpongeBob stuff. Time to get a drink from SpongeBob here. I would agree that probably all the breeds of dogs had a common ancestor. I wouldn't argue about that. Still a dog. Could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor, but that doesn't make it matched up with the banana. Bible says they bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. Charlie Darwin called it the origin of species. Well, you mentioned in your speech a minute ago, Noah, about if they're able to have offspring and something like that bring forth. I agree. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. A dog and a wolf can mate and bring forth an offspring. A dog and a pine tree cannot. A dog and a fish cannot. They're different kind, okay? Microevolution is variations within the same kind. Within a species or a small group of organisms. The word species has never been thoroughly defined. People argue about what it means. The word kind has never been thoroughly defined, okay? It just can they bring forth. They're the same kind. Examples of microevolution. Let's see. Microevolution, the sparrows in Minnesota are bigger than the sparrows in Alabama. Okay, it gets cold in Minnesota. The bigger ones, bigger body, can stand the cold better. Small, thin body would freeze. So yeah, nature has selected the heavier-bodied sparrows to live in Minnesota. If we took a bunch of our sparrows from Alabama up there and let them loose, they probably wouldn't survive. And if you brought the big ones from Minnesota down here, they're probably too heavy and the heat would get to them. So natural selection works great, but it only selected. It's still a sparrow. It didn't change anything. Farmers have been breeding for bigger cows or more milk cows or whatever. They've got 250 breeds of cows now, but there's a limit how far it'll go. It's always a cow. So the sparrow experiment clearly showed evolution doesn't work. There's variations within the kind, still a sparrow, and there's limits. They're never going to get a sparrow as big as a Boeing 747. Never. Okay, they did the same with mosquito population. In certain latitudes, the mosquitoes wait longer to reproduce because it's weather related. But then they used that data and try to draw lines on paper saying that a protozoa evolved to a human. Here, animals, fungi, and plants. Oh, mushrooms, pine trees, and elephants, all related. This is simply drawing lines on paper. This is not science. Outside the circle is science. There are, 250 kinds of cows, 1,100 kinds of bats. It doesn't mean cows and bats are related. Inside that circle is imagination. It's not science. Okay, there are no, a primitive unicellular organism. There's no such thing as a primitive unicellular organism. There are single-celled organisms, trillions of them, but they're not primitive. One single amoeba is more complex than the space shuttle. One amoeba. So outside that circle, they say humans and birds and crocodiles have a common ancestor. That is pure propaganda. That's simply drawing lines on paper. This is religious speculation down in here. Similar charts are used all the time, showing turtles and lizards and mammals and birds and dinosaurs. Everything had a common ancestor. This is not science. Noah, you were brainwashed. I'll come take on the whole science faculty at Oklahoma State University and say, guys, there is no family tree. There is no fossil record. There is no geologic column. No such thing. There's a bunch of layers to the earth. I agree with that. We got a gravel pit I live in right here. I show the people the layers all the time. But the layers are all the same age, all of them. We flip this thing over and make 20 or 30 layers in minutes. They're all the same age, all of them. You guys think the top layer is younger. Where's it coming from? Outer space? All the layers are the same age. We have polystrated trees all over the world, standing up, running through all these layers. Let me show you some pictures here and I'll quit, okay? Oh, let's see. 375, I'm sorry, 375, enter. Petrified trees that are standing up, connecting all the layers. Guys, how long does a dead tree stand around? 4 or 5 years? Not millions. Petrified trees in the vertical position are clear indication. There's one at Yellowstone. They had to put a fence around it because people kept breaking pieces off of it. Petrified standing trees. They're very common. Hundreds of them in Tennessee. Nova Scotia has probably hundreds of them. Petrified trees in the vertical position, running through all these layers that you claim are different ages. Now, Central Alabama's got a whole bunch of them up there. Petrified trees running through 2 seams of coal. One seam of coal, bunch of rock, another seam of coal. They mine through them all the time, called polystrata fossils. Watch my video number 6 for more on that. In Tennessee, there's an area where there's several miles of dozens and dozens of petrified trees standing up, running through these layers that they claim are different ages. I'm sorry, Common Sense 101 would say, if tree H goes through the Mary Lee Formation of coal, and tree A goes through the Blue Creek Formation, but they also go through a layer right here, I think the Blue Creek and the Mary Lee formed within a couple of years of each other. They're not different ages. This geologic column is a joke. It doesn't exist anywhere. And you've been taught that, and you probably swallowed it, Noah, and I'm sorry, you need to spit it back out. It's not true. There is no geologic column. There you go, Nova Scotia, Canada. We can't travel to Canada. Donna, you can go over there. They still let you go leave your house up there, or they got you locked in the house yet? Anyway, we'll get to that.
That they at least allow us to do.
Okay. Polystrata fossils, Joggins, Nova Scotia. There's hundreds of them along the cliff there. I don't understand how anybody with a brain and an eye can look at this and say, wow, the layers are different ages. No, they're not. They had to all form quickly. Your whole geologic column, that's the Bible to the evolutionist, but it's a joke. It didn't happen. It's not true. The only way to explain something like that would be a rapid burial of the tree before it rots, and rapid formation of layers happens in moving water. Noah's flood is the only logical explanation for all the layers that we see. And we covered that on video number 6. But petrified trees in the vertical position, I think, are absolute death knell to your geologic column. And your whole theory is based on the geologic column and those family trees they draw with lines on paper. Nobody ever sees a cow produce a non-cow, a dog produce a non-dog, a frog produce a non-frog. Nobody's ever observed it. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Show me any animal producing something different than its kind. Doesn't happen. I want to see it. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, appreciate the response to Noah and Kent. I appreciate the visuals and the opening presentations there. So Noah, what we'll do is give you a chance, take as much time as you need to address anything you would like to from Kent's response here. And then what we could maybe do is pick one of your lines of evidence for evolution that you presented in your slides, or you are going to present, phylogeny, for example, something like that. And then we'll just kind of go back and forth from there. So Noah, we'll hand it over to you. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Yeah, would you mind if I'll respond to Kent first, and then I will go ahead and do the rest of my slide presentation. Okay. So
Absolutely.
I wrote some things down as I was watching what Kent was saying. I saw that he was saying that there's cosmic evolution and that there's organic evolution, and those simply are totally different topics. Like organic chemistry is really what that is. And then you have cosmology and astronomy. Shout out to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Love his work. The cosmos is amazing. So those are different fields of study for sure. So they do tie into evolution in some ways, but they're mostly separate. I mean, there's a field of science for literally every single study pretty much. So just by putting, evolution in front of something doesn't make it, a type of evolution necessarily. Also, I would like to say that the Hubble telescope has actually found stars forming and stars that are exploding. So there is actually evidence of that. If you want, Kent, I can send you some stuff about that. It's pretty interesting. NASA has excellent stuff on their website. Once again, I'm not an astronomist, but I do love astronomy. I already touched on organic chemistry, cosmology. So I actually have some direct questions for Kent that I wrote before we started this. Let me see. I don't see Kent on this screen. Let me see if I.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to go into dialogue and ask questions, we can certainly.
I want to ask Kent some questions because I want to see what he thinks about them. Okay, so Kent, what do you define kinds as? Now, I realize that I personally think that they can be used interchangeably, species and kinds. If you want to say kinds, that's totally fine. I have no problem with kinds. They're pretty much synonymous with each other. So what do you think a kind is, according to what the Bible says?
Well, the Bible says they can bring forth, i.e. produce children. If they can bring forth, they're the same kind. I think you'll find a sparrow and a banana cannot bring forth. They're a different kind. So while you guys have no problem with it. Okay, but you guys have them all connected with lines on paper.
Well, yeah, because they each have a common ancestor.
But at what point at some point, then the sparrow, if it had an ancestor which was an amoeba, how did the amoeba turn to something else? Your charts show that the amoeba.
Over billions of years, billions and millions of years, of course, over different stages of time, different mutations are created for their environment. Some are advantageous, some are disadvantageous, but over time, different organisms start to develop. You have your unicellular organisms, and then slowly they merge into multicellular. And then over time, a very long period of time, you start to see the first, somewhat complex organisms. You start to see your, sponges, and, which is under the phylum Porifera. And then you have other, very basic animals still. But, over time, you have, different organisms that pop up, and they all come from common ancestors like prokaryotes and early eukaryotes. But yeah, over time, you can actually see how Porifera sponges share the cnidocytes with the different prokaryotes that have them. I've actually seen the different things that they share. I've also done lots of dissections in my lab where you can see the different species have many similarities in reproductive structures and in the way their bodies are built. Some have different adaptations for different environments that they live in.
Okay, well, you got four things on the table again. You say because of time. Science is what we can observe. Has anybody observed an amoeba produce a non-amoeba? Where are the two-celled creatures in the world? Nobody's ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. But yet you guys want to have the birds and the pine trees and the humans and the dinosaurs and the worms coming from an amoeba. Well, then at some point, they didn't bring forth after their species either, or kind, because an amoeba is not a bird. So you have to add, you said you see similarities between them. Well, hold it. That's not proof one turned to another. I see similarities between a Ford truck and a Chevy truck. That doesn't mean they're any relation. It's a common design. It works well. So seeing similarities in an amoeba and something else, that doesn't prove any relationship. Real science is what we can observe, study, test in the laboratory, turn an amoeba into anything non-amoeba.
Which is what I was doing. I was testing in the laboratory by dissecting and seeing the similarities and showing how they came from common ancestors and how these species have diverged over time to be separate from each other.
No, you didn't see that in the laboratory. If you dissected creatures and saw similarities, you did not see one turn into the other. Has anybody ever
said that they're turning into another?
I'm sorry, what?
No organism is just going to turn magically into another organism. Over time, they'll develop different traits which make them indistinguishable from each other, hence why they would become a new species, which is speciation. So like when you had Charles Darwin and all those different finches that were discovered, each species of finch had a different adaptation for what they would eat. Some had larger beaks for larger seeds. Some had smaller beaks for smaller seeds. And that's because they all had different adaptations in their environment to use their beaks as tools for different types of food.
Well, it's still a bird. It still has a beak. If you turned all the finches loose on one island and the only food to eat was hard nuts to crack, only the birds with a fat beak and a heavy-duty beak would survive. The rest would die off. Nature would select which ones live based upon the food supply. That's what Darwin observed. It didn't create anything. It didn't turn it into a bird. The bird didn't get a jackhammer or a nutcracker. It's still a bird. It's still a beak. As I said with the sparrows, cold weather will select the bigger-bodied sparrows to survive. It didn't create the bigger body. It didn't create the sparrow. It selected. I could go through a population and select all the short-legged dogs to survive. And eventually, after a period of several generations, all the dogs have short legs. Okay, I didn't create anything. I selected. Natural selection works fine. It selects. It doesn't create. So how can natural selection, over trillions of years, turn an amoeba into an elephant? It's not science, Noah. It's imagination. And then you said that, and you'll say it again, I'm sure, in a minute. Well, over millions of years. You just right there took it out of the field of science.
Actually, I was going to say the finches are an example of microevolution, which is what we can observe since it's within our short lives. Since humans only live about 70 to 100 years, usually we can't observe the longer time periods for macroevolution because it's such a long period of time. Nobody would ever be able to observe it themselves with their own eyeballs, but you can see the effects of evolution with genetics and with other studies that are done. You don't have to see everything with your eyes to see the evidence. Now, microevolution is a great example of how you can see small changes, within our lifespans, like with the study I was going to bring up about the mosquitoes, how they become more resistant to pesticides over each generation. Since mosquitoes don't live very long, they're able to start, forming resistances towards those pesticides. So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask the next question.
Let's see if maybe what we'll do is let's see if Kent wants to
Okay.
respond to
Yeah,
anything there, and then Noah will let you go to the next question or topic. And again, if you need to share slides as well for visual, just let me know. We can do that. Kent, go ahead.
Okay. He keeps thinking time is going to solve the problem. I don't think there's enough time. I think I could prove that scientifically, but time won't help. There are lots of creatures like bacteria that have a 20-minute generation time. They're born, grow up, get married, have kids, 20 minutes. Scientists have been watching them in the laboratory for tens of thousands of generations. They're still producing bacteria. That's it. They don't produce anything else, nothing else but bacteria. But you guys have lines on paper thinking a bacteria turned into an elephant and a whale and a sponge. It's just not science. I wish you could see it. It's a religion. If you want to believe that, that's fine. Believe whatever you want, but stop calling it science. Nobody's ever seen this happen. Do it again in the laboratory. Turn an amoeba into anything non-amoeba. They've got a short generation time. But your answer in your mind, you've been taught, and you probably think this way, well, yeah, it took millions of years. You don't have millions of years, and that would take it outside the realm of science. And the fact that amoeba have similarities to lots of other creatures would not prove common ancestor. It could prove common designer. You can get all the paintings by, what's the guy's name, Picasso or whatever, you know. I bet there's a lot of similarities. Yeah, the same guy's painting them. Or a lot of inventions by Henry Ford. I bet they have some similarities. Same guy invented them. I think the same God designed the sparrow and the finch, and he put a beak on the front, and they seem to like it. He put tail feathers on the back. They seem to like it. They do fine. But nobody's ever seen a finch produce a non-finch. All Darwin saw was the food supply on the Galapagos Islands selected certain body types to survive. And even then, if you put all 14 body types of sparrows in a row and asked 500 people, what's this one, A, B, C, they'd say all of them. Bird, 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 bird. They're all a bird. All of them. It didn't change to anything. It's still a bird. That's not science. It's not evolution.
Once again, because of the issue of time, you can't see it in our limited perspective of if you're going to, say, the Galapagos, right? And you're actually going there to look at the different species. If you're looking at the different species of finches, you can see differences in microevolution, but you're not going to see macroevolution because we can't observe that in real time. The only way you can really observe macroevolution is actually by doing, genetic tests, by looking at common ancestry, looking at phylogenetics, and other different things. You can look at chemistry. You can look at different chromosomes, allele frequencies. There's many different things that actually show the signs of, the age of organisms. You can look at, carbon dating, which I know Kent is not a fan of. But yeah, there's many different things you can look at to see the evidence for macroevolution. It's not believing on faith. It's not a religion, because you can actually see the evidence for it. There's many, many studies that have been done on this. It's common knowledge these days that evolution is pretty much a fact.
Are we going to tackle that one anymore? You can say it's common knowledge that it's a fact. I bet in Muslim countries, it's common knowledge that Allah is God and, Muhammad was a prophet. It's common knowledge. Well, yeah, you have to believe that or you get killed. Okay? Doesn't mean it's true. It might be true that a lot of people believe what you are teaching. It might be true, but that's not science. Science is not majority opinion, and most of the branches of science are started by somebody who thought outside the box. I bet the candle makers couldn't even think outside the box and think up electricity, electric light. No, that'll put me out of business. Oh, no. So I think what we've observed is dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows, no exceptions, none. Everything else is a religious belief. And you still, again, referred to time. Here we go, 1136, Alt-DV, 1136, enter. All Darwin observed was 14 varieties of finches. They might have had a common ancestor called a bird. I would agree. But you want to say, see, that's evidence they had a common ancestor called an amoeba. No, stop. It's not evidence for them coming from an amoeba. Darwin titled it The Origin of Species. Okay? I agree, nature can select different body types to do better in some climates. But then Darwin said, it's a truly wonderful fact that all animals, including elephants and dinosaurs, and all plants, pine trees, oak trees, throughout all time and space, should be related to each other. This is propaganda. This is not science. God said they bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody's ever seen. You can believe anything you want, but you just stepped outside of science and went into religion. Go ahead.
So, Ken, do you believe that birds, avian reptiles, avian birds, came from non-avian dinosaurs? Do you accept that?
I think all we've ever seen all through history is birds produce birds. Nobody's ever seen anything other than that. You can believe anything you like outside that box, but as far as science, what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate, birds produce birds without exception.
Because you can look at the structures of their wings and their feathers, and you can see the similarities, the homologous similarities of how the dinosaurs over time actually did evolve into birds slowly. They have many different similarities. In fact, you could go back and they're actually working right now on reverse, pretty much de-evolving chicken embryos to make it to where they would become like a mini dinosaur chicken, which is it's like Chickenosaurus is what they're calling it, which is really interesting. I don't want to get off on a tangent too much. I'm going to try to get back to my presentation because I was not able to finish it yet. So we could go in circles all day about stuff, but I want to provide some more of the evidence that I am wanting to share with you guys.
Okay, let's do that now. So let's share your screen, go over another couple slides, present a new line of evidence, or even, just take a current line of evidence. Let's say it's phylogeny in a different direction, and then we'll kind of engage that one for a bit. So here we go. I see your screen being shared. And whenever you're ready, go ahead and we'll go from here. No worries. And as you're waiting for it to load, I'll just let the audience know I am now all caught up on questions. We got a ton of great on-topic questions, so we will definitely be having some fun with that. So, Noah, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. And I will try to get to as many questions as I can at the end. I saw there's some pretty good ones, so I'll try to clear the air for any, misconceptions. All right, just waiting for my computer to load.
I do see the slide up on screen. It could also be a bandwidth issue. Go ahead if it's working.
Could be my my dorm Wi-Fi. Okay, I was going to go into shortly get into the cladograms versus phylogenetic trees, and then we'll just move on. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. There we go. So the main difference is both cladograms and phylogenetic trees are two types of evolutionary trees that show the relationship between a group of organisms called taxa. An evolutionary tree is also called a phylogeny. Each branch of the evolutionary trees presents descending taxa from a common ancestor. Oh, that's what I was trying to remember. It's called the nodes. Okay. So the nodes on the tree are the little dots. They represent the common ancestors of the descendants. The descendants which are separated from the same node are called sister groups. These sister groups are close relatives of each other. A taxon which is separated from a common ancestor is called an outgroup. The main difference between cladogram and phylogenetic trees is that the cladogram is an evolutionary tree with branches with equal distance, showing the relationship between a group of clades. Whereas phylogenetic trees are the evolutionary tree showing an estimate of phylogeny, where the distance from each branch is proportional to the amount of the inferred evolutionary change. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the structure of how we can see different biomes, pretty much. So you have the individual, then you have the population, then the community, the ecosystem, the biome, and then the biosphere. Here's another picture that's a little bit better. So the biosphere is where all the global processes occur. You got your ecosystem, which is for energy flux and cycling of nutrients. Your community is interactions among populations, and your populations have population dynamics, and then an organism is an individual. Okay, so here is a little bit of the geological timeline. It's pretty complicated, but you essentially start from the Hadean period going on to the Archean, Proterozoic, onto the Cambrian, Ordovician. Sorry, some of these are really hard to say. Silurian, Devonian, Mississippian, Pennsylvanian, Permian. So the Paleozoic, you got your Mesozoic, which is the most popular probably because you have the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous period. And then you have your Cenozoic, which is the Tertiary and Quaternary. I don't know why I don't have the Pleistocene on this diagram, but oh wait, no, never mind, they do. It's really small, so it's kind of hard to see. They have the Holocene, Pleistocene, Pliocene, Miocene, which is a lot during those periods. During the Cenozoic and the Mesozoic, there was a lot of mostly in the Cenozoic eras, there was a lot of ice ages and a lot of extinction. A lot happened also during the Mesozoic because of the asteroid that hit the Yucatan Peninsula. There's a huge crater mark because of the asteroid that hit. So here's another diagram just to more easily understand it for you guys. It has up to 10,000 years ago, and then it has 4.6 billion years ago. It kind of reminds me of like those newspaper cartoons you would see in the newspaper. So going on to geology and dating. Geological timescale, like I just described, is the geological representation of time based on the rock record of Earth. It is a system of chronological dating that uses chronostratigraphy. It's hard to say. Chronostratigraphy and geochronology. It is used primarily by Earth scientists to describe the timing and relationships of events in geologic history. And we have our radiometric dating, which calculates an age in years for geologic materials by measuring the presence of a short life radioactive element. I'm not going to get into all those half-lives and decays. You got radiocarbon dating, which is the most popular, also known as carbon-14 dating. It's a method for determining the age of an object containing organic material by using the properties of radiocarbon. And fossil fuels, you guys already know that's one of the proponents of climate change. You know, carbon goes into the atmosphere, it's affecting and raising the temperatures. That's why you have the carbon cycle. I'm not going to get into the carbon cycle, but it is part of my natural resources degree. Same with the nitrogen cycle, but I'm not going to get into that. That's too specific.
Okay, why don't we, and I think, Noah, that might be a good place to stop. Okay. And then, your last batch of slides here on eukaryotes and prokaryotes, we can discuss next. So it looks like we got some good topics there. I think you kind of wrapped up phylogeny, went into the geologic column, and then kind of wrapped it up there with dating methods and fossil fuels. So let's give
be great too, because this will go into the flood of the Bible and what Kent believes happened, and then I can go into what I believe happened. So it sounds good.
Okay, let's hand it over to Dr. Dino. Take as much time as you need to respond to whatever you'd like to, and then let's try and pick one of the few there and just engage it. So go ahead, Kent.
Well, thank you, sir. As you could see from his presentation, it's all based on the idea that the layers are different ages. Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archeozoic, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian, etc. It's all baloney. The geologic column does not exist. It doesn't exist anywhere except your imagination. The petrified tree standing up, connecting all the layers, nullifies that. The fact that you can form dozens of layers in a few minutes. The top layer is not younger. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? You guys are stuck in your head thinking the layers are different ages. There is no such thing, Noah, as a geologic column. There is no such thing as a Jurassic age. No such thing. If the top layer is younger, where's it coming from? Outer space? If you take layers and move them from here to here and shuffle them around, they're still the same age. Every speck of dirt on the planet's the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. There are many varieties of the human nose and the human ear, but there's still ear and there's still nose or still eye. It doesn't change to anything else. There are different foot shapes, different hand shapes, different lip shapes. There are 339 recognized breeds of dogs in America. They probably had a common ancestor called a dog. That would be science. Looks like 95% of all the dogs came from 3 founding females, this article said. Wow. In the last 15,000 years. Hold it. They got all the dogs in the last 15,000 years? Yeah. I'd say in the last 4,500 years, getting off of Noah's Ark. 2 dogs get off the ark through selective breeding or climate selecting which ones survive. Those that have thicker fur are more comfortable in a cold climate. They'd go there. The ones that have thin fur, long legs, like the hot climate, like the dingo or the greyhound, they'd go to hot climate. Or the hot climate would select those to survive, but it's still a dog. They call it divergent evolution in this Irish textbook. Don't give it a fancy name. It's still a dog, whether it's a poodle, which is barely a dog, but they're still a dog. There are Kaibab squirrels and Abert squirrels on opposite sides of Grand Canyon. We got mounted ones in our museum here. There are, 8 different varieties of squirrels. They might have had a common ancestor called a squirrel. That's as far as it goes. That's science. But you guys want to connect the squirrels and the hummingbird and an amoeba and a fungus to a common ancestor. This is propaganda. This is not science. This is artwork, drawing lines on paper. Artwork, it's all it is. God said they bring forth after their kind. I would say a horse and a zebra are close. They're probably the same kind of animal. They got hooves and tail on the back and nose on the front. They're 4-wheel drive. They're horse. You might get a little bitty horse, or you might get a bigger horse. But there are limits. I bet they'll never get a horse as small as a hamster. But there are animals as small as a hamster, like a hamster. They've been trying to get smaller and smaller horses. They get more and more problems with the horse. Eyeballs barely fit in his head. He's still a horse, barely. But that's as far as it goes. The horse, the zebra, they can crossbreed them. The Bible says they can bring forth. They get zorses, zonkies, zeonies, zedonks, zebras, and shebras. They crossbreed them all kinds of ways. Here's a zebra forgot to put his PJs on. So, yes, I think horses and zebras and quaggas and others may have had a common ancestor, but it was a horse. There's zebroids. There's one only half got his PJs on. I think you'll find there are limits, Noah, to how far horses can be bred. There are limits to how fast they can go. They've been spending billions of dollars trying to get faster horses for the Kentucky Derby. I think they're down to 121 is the record. Maybe somebody got under 120 seconds. So they ran the Kentucky Derby in just barely under 2 minutes. Do you think they'll ever get a horse that'll run the Kentucky Derby in 10 seconds? Why not put wings on your horse and fly around the track? Sure, they've about reached the limit for horse evolution. There are limits in size. There are limits in speed. You can get cows that jump higher. You'll never get a cow jump over the moon. You guys do not recognize the variations happen, but they are limited. Leopards and lions might be the same kind, a cat kind, okay? They can crossbreed them, get tigons and ligers. Maybe they're the same kind. I don't know exactly where the kind border is in every case, but I'm not asking everybody to pay for my theory to be taught. Let's see, 250 breeds of cows. They can crossbreed the buffalo and the bison and get a beefalo, okay? You can add a cow in there, American buffalo. There's somebody crossbred a sheep with a goat and got a geep. Okay, it's still a 4-legged, 2-hoof animal. It still looks the same, and a 5-year-old's going to tell you it's the same kind. They bred a whale to a dolphin, got a whelpin. Now, it was the offspring was sterile, so apparently that's not the same kind. You might get a 1 generation, but it won't keep bringing forth. You mentioned about a camel, I think, in yours. 1-hump camel, 2-hump camel. Yeah. Jaguar with a lion, got a jag lion. Okay. Bible says they bring forth after their kind. There are 500 varieties of chickens. Might have had a common ancestor called a chicken. That's all we've seen. Let's see. Owls, 225 species of owls, 8 varieties of bears. Okay. How many varieties of oak trees are there? 60 varieties of oak trees, I believe. So all we've ever seen is we get variations of the same kind, and you bump into a stone wall, there are limited. They're limited. They tried to get more sugar out of the sugar beets. They got up to 17% for World War II. Couldn't get any higher. There's probably a limit in there. So that's the point that you evolutionists refuse to admit or see. Yes, there are variations, but they're limited. They bring forth after their kind. Moose, elk, reindeer, caribou have a common ancestor? Maybe. It's a good field of research. But it's still the same kind of animal. They can crossbreed hickory nuts and pecans. A friend of mine, a dentist in Evergreen, does that. He raises pecan nuts, half hickory, half pecan. Okay, it's still a tree. That doesn't prove they came from an amoeba. This is what you guys just don't get. The variations happen. 50 varieties of watermelons now have been bred. They're still a watermelon. You get little bitty ones the size of a grape and great big ones, but they're still bringing forth after their kind. Between 1,000 different kinds of mangoes, wow. 7,500 varieties of apples, still an apple. Wasps, 17,000 varieties of wasps, 3,000 varieties of tomatoes. Okay, they're still bringing forth after their kind. 1,000 types of bananas have now been bred. Correct. But you guys want to take these, draw lines on paper and say, see, we got 1,000 kinds of bananas. Therefore, bananas are related to whales. Does this show animals and plants having a common ancestor? They put a node on the line? Yeah, that's propaganda, Noah. You're getting brainwashed at your university. You're not getting educated. You're getting completely brainwashed. I'll help. Call me anytime. Go ahead.
Okay, Noah, take as much time as you need to respond to any of that, and then pick one question or topic, and we'll engage that for a bit. Go ahead.
So yeah, I definitely was listening to what Kent was saying. I think most of what he was talking about is selective breeding, which involves choosing parents with particular characteristics to breed together and produce offspring with more desirable characteristics. So I agree with a lot of what he was saying. Like, there's only a point where you can have dogs and, horses get so big or so small. There's a limit to, that due to, the surface to volume ratio. So the problem is you just, there's only so small you can get, because then the animals start having health problems. If you see a lot of different species of dogs, like pugs or bulldogs, they have respiratory issues. They have sometimes other issues, not just respiratory, but circulatory issues. And that's just because their noses are so flattened because of how they were bred. And I agree. I mean, I think all dogs came from common ancestors that were wolves. And those wolves came from other, mammals that, existed before. But yeah, I definitely believe that, through selective breeding, that's how we got so many, dogs, cat species, cow species, horse species. If we would not have selectively bred all these animals together, then we would still have just the regular wolves and just the regular, horses, like wild Mustangs and stallions. We wouldn't have all of those today if it wasn't for us, interfering and using selective breeding. So I actually agree with a lot of what Kent said, but it's just selective breeding.
No, I appreciate the response. Was there a question or like a really specific topic that you wanted to bring forth to engage, or for Kent to
let me
address?
ask Kent. So what evidence do you believe proves the biblical flood? I'm going to give Kent quite a bit of time to answer this one. I'm interested in what he has to say.
Well, the Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3 that at the end of time, which I take to be now, the scoffers would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. Well, the creation says they're going to bring forth after their kind. It's all we've ever seen. Potatoes produce potatoes, pumpkins produce pumpkins. Like you said, and you agreed with me, there are limits. But yet you have a chart showing everything coming from an amoeba. So there apparently aren't limits. Amoebas are pretty tiny. But you believe in make it real simple. Noah, do you believe an amoeba turned into a whale over billions of years?
No, because they share a common ancestor, but things don't just magically turn into other things. They over time slowly develop and branch off. That's why we have these ancestral trees. For example, I'm going to use an analogy, right? We all come from our parents, right? And the further you go back in your ancestral tree, the larger your family tree gets, and you can see how many different, ancestors that you have. Like, I've gone through my ancestry on ancestry.com, and most of my ancestors are from Europe, Sweden, Norway, Ireland, stuff like that, the UK. And you can literally go and trace back where my DNA comes from, right? You can go back and see where all my DNA goes to and how far my ancestral tree goes to. And I managed to trace it back to like the 1700s, just by my DNA alone, by swabbing, using my DNA and doing that. Well, it's very similar to a phylogenetic tree, but we're just looking at animals. So if you apply what you're taking with your ancestors, like saying your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents, all that, if you look back, it's going to get larger and larger and larger with your, family tree. Well, it's pretty similar when you go back and look at how many common ancestors that we have with other animals. It's pretty large, and it gets pretty complicated. I'm not going to lie.
In the family tree that you got from DNA, Ancestry, etc., were they all people?
Yeah, they were all.
Did you have any evidence that you came from an amoeba? A quite simpler question. Do you believe you are related to a pumpkin?
In the grand scheme of things, yes.
Okay. So Professor Dave is related to a strawberry and you're related to a pumpkin. Okay.
That's because everything on Earth shares very similar things. You can literally go and see how closely related through genetics we are to different things. Like, say we're related to a pumpkin, like you said. We're not going to share very much DNA with a pumpkin. But if you go to, say, a chimpanzee, we share 99.9% DNA with a chimpanzee. I think it's actually 98%, but we share a lot of the same chromosomal structures. And you can literally trace back our ancestry to when we actually diverged from Neanderthals, and look at the differences. And actually, some people have like 20% Neanderthal DNA still in them. And you can go back further and further and just see each common ancestor that we came from. It's basic evolution.
Kent, if you want to go ahead.
Yes. Seeing similarities in the DNA, again, does not prove common ancestry. It proves a common designer. It certainly doesn't actually prove either one. It can be interpreted either way. The lug nuts from a Pontiac will fit on a Chevy. Does that prove the Pontiac evolved into a Chevy, or that the same people are building them and they use the same lug nuts to hold the wheels on? So I think if you have similarity, I bet you have two eyes on the front, and chimpanzees have two eyes on the front, okay? Does that prove you're related? In your mind, I think it does, but in reality, no. It's a good design.
The DNA proves that it is.
Even if the DNA is similar. I bet I could pick, I got what, 2,000, 5,000 books in my library here. I bet I could pick any two books off the shelf, any two books off the thousands of shelf, thousands of books, and find similarities. I bet they all use the same 26 letters of the alphabet. Does that prove they're related? No, that's the code with which you write English, 26 letters. So that doesn't prove a relationship. And the DNA is the code with which you make life. It's a great code.
And it's way more. DNA is a lot like a code, and from that code, you can compare the different genomes of each animal and see where they intersect and where they don't. And with humans and chimpanzees, we share a lot of the same structures and alleles. So you can actually literally go in and look at where we share the same, sequences and where we don't share the same sequences. And you can literally go back and see, how far our lineage goes from. So it's all traceable. It's all done through genetics.
You keep saying you can go back and see. You're not going back and seeing anything.
Not with your eyes, but what I mean is you can trace what happened in the past by looking at the DNA and testing
With your
through
imagination.
carbon
Yeah.
dating.
SpongeBob, you can imagine that it happened, right? You asked about the flood.
Mhm.
The Bible says the scoffers are going to be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. 2 Peter chapter 3, they're ignorant by the heavens and the earth, which are now by the same word are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition. There's a judgment coming. So let's talk about this flood. The layers of the earth, the geologic column that you referred to many times, does not exist anywhere except in the textbook. It is pure imagination. Slide number 247, Alt-DV, 247. It helps if you ask the questions in the same order that I've got the answers, because I got a bunch of them here. 247, okay. So this geologic column picture you showed with the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic does not exist. If the top layer is younger, where is it coming from? Is it coming from outer space? There is no such thing as a geologic column. The whole thing is fiction. Shake up a jar with dirt, sand, rocks, water, gravel, shake it up. It'll always separate into layers, and all the layers are the same age. How can the top layer be younger?
So, Kent,
It's not younger.
Do you believe in erosion, and do you believe in continental drift as well as plate tectonics? So if you look at how the plates have changed and how the continents have moved over time, different mountain ranges have been created. You can literally trace back how old different mountain ranges are, and you can see the different layers when you're digging, like paleontologists and archaeologists literally dig, and they can find the different layers of where each organism is based on how deep they are in the, columns.
Well, there you go again. Just because it's lower does not mean it's older. Just because it's higher does not mean it's younger. Yes, I taught earth science for 15 years. I'm very familiar with plate tectonics and the mountain building and all those kind of things. We could talk about that if you'd like. I think the earth is cracked up like an eggshell, and some of the plates of the earth are still shifting and moving, and that's where they're called fault lines. San Andreas Fault, Hayward Fault, New Madrid Fault, none of them are my fault. But the earth has lots of cracks, and some of them are moving, and they cause volcanoes, earthquakes, etc. Some of the plates of the earth are lifting. There's strike faults, slip faults. I'm very familiar with all of that. But all that happened because of Noah's flood, not over millions of years. And if the plates are shifting around and moving, and you move it from here to here, does that therefore make it younger? If I shuffle these cards and shuffle them up, let's take the one from the bottom, 6 of hearts, put it on top. Oh, well, now it's younger? This is how you guys just don't get it. Shuffling and moving them around does not change the age. There's no such thing as a geologic column. It's a fact the earth has layers of rock. In your mind, the layers form slowly over millions of years. The creationist says, no, they're all from the flood of Noah. But you guys keep trying to erase that line between the fact and the interpretation column. It's a fact the earth has layers. That's a fact. Come visit my gravel pit. We got a bunch of them here. It's a fact. The earth has layers. It's a fact. This thing has, 30 layers now. I bet if I flip it over, I can make a bunch more in minutes. The layers are all the same age. They're all in the thing at the same age. Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age. But your whole religion of evolution is based on that geologic column, and it doesn't exist. It can only be found one place in the world. The only place you're ever going to find your geologic column is in the textbooks. This author admitted it. Earth science textbook right here on my shelf. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column. If there was, it'd be 100 miles thick. There's no such thing. This is one of the lies I cover in my video number 4, lies in the textbooks. And I'm sorry they taught you that, and I'm real sorry you believed it. The article about examination of the young earth creationist claim it does not exist. They said, we found it in North Dakota. You got 12 layers that you've given fancy names to. Let's see, right here. Okay. If you keep shuffling these cards enough times, it's possible you may get 3 or 4 hearts together, okay? If you look at all the different layers all around the world, you might find a spot like North Dakota where, look at this, they're in the order we want. Well, that's just random shuffling. It should be that way all over the world. And they look at the fossils they find, like clams, and say, well, if it's got clams in it, that we're going to call that the Ordovician or Cambrian or Devonian, whatever it is, Mississippian. The reason clams are at the bottom, generally, is because they already live at the bottom when the flood comes. They're the first ones buried. That's where they live, at the bottom of the ocean. Birds are in the top, not because they evolved last. Birds are the last ones to die in a flood. And they got hollow feathers, hollow bones, lighter body. Of course, the birds are not going to be in the same layer as the clams. It's hydrologic sorting. So I think the animals are sorted a little bit in the layers based upon habitat, where they live, who gets buried first, the clams. I think they're based upon intelligence. Clams aren't too smart. I think they're based upon mobility. Clams can't run very fast. So I think there are other hydrologic sorting methods that would quickly sort the animals by body density. It has nothing to do with age. So I'll stick by it. There is no such thing as a geologic column. It doesn't exist. And that's your Bible. So I think you ought to get a new one. Let's see. All right. There's one more point I wanted to make here. Line number 4.
See if I can find my card.
Okay, go ahead.
Noah, let's make this the last topic because I do want to get to some of these awesome questions that came in. So Noah, go ahead and feel free to respond.
Yeah, I'm just going to rebuttal real quick. I actually got some playing cards. So I'm just going to give an example. Like if you're seeing 2 plates, right, coming against each other, the other one's going to go down and the other one's going to go up. And over the long period of time that they are rubbing against each other, they're going to cause earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, like Kent said, but it's going to be over a very slow period of time. If you look at, the super volcano in Yellowstone, it's like the largest in the world. It's erupted, I think, like 3 times at least in its period over millions of years. We're actually due pretty soon for it to erupt, but there's no signs right now that it will erupt. But it has like one of the largest magma chambers in the whole planet. And if it was to erupt, the layer of ash just across the United States would wipe out the majority of people in the United States, and it would cause a global cooling for years, for like a decade probably. So the erosion and weather can happen very quickly, but the movement of tectonic plates and the movement of different mountain ranges and different things rubbing against each other takes a very long time. And if it was going much faster and like in a matter of hours or days, we would see many different results. Then things wouldn't work the way they do. Say if what the Bible said about the flood was true and there was a global flood, there would actually be evidence of a global flood in the strata, in the different layers of rock across the earth. But we don't see that. We see evidence that there probably was a local flood in Mesopotamia, but there's no evidence of a global flood. But I'm not going to get too much into that now. I'm going to
hold it. One topic at a time.
Yeah.
You say there's no evidence of a flood. Here's a picture of Grand Canyon. All the layers are horizontal, laid out like a deck of cards. And magma chamber under Yellowstone, if rock on the earth is melted and ejects out in a volcano and then forms a new layer, it's still the same age. It just got moved from the bottom to the top. It didn't change the age of it. The magma chamber and the top layer, it doesn't change the age by me taking the bottom card and putting it on top. And if you have strike faults or slip faults or a continental drift and moving it here on top, it's still the same age. There is no geologic column, Noah. Doesn't exist. All these, you can look at Grand Canyon. There's your evidence for the flood, not just one layer, the whole thing. All of it formed.
That
All
would
these
be
layers form.
evidence of water erosion over time, but it doesn't mean that there was a global flood that occurred. It's just different floods that occurred over time. Also, I would say that,
wait a
yeah.
minute, no. If each of these layers indeed is a different flood, wouldn't there be erosion marks between the layers?
Yes,
they're all stacked like
there
playing
are.
cards on top of each other. There's
If
no
you-
soil buildup. Rock decays and turns to soil over time. So on top of the rock, you get a layer of soil and then another layer. All these layers are rock, and no soil, no erosion marks. They all formed in all of the layers of the earth are from one flood, all of them.
If you go to Yellowstone and other volcanoes around the Ring of Fire, you can literally see where it had erupted in the past. You can see the layer of ash in the geological time scale. So you can literally see where each time where there's different darker rock, and you can actually test the material to see whether it's ash or not. And you can see when it actually did erupt. Also, eruptions, they are fast. They happen in a very fast time scale. If you watch what happened at Mount St. Helens, I'm not saying that, eruptions take a long time, because they don't. We literally observe eruptions all the time. But I'm saying that when continents move, that takes a very long period of time, because over each year they move just a little tiny amount.
Okay, let's give Kent the
Yeah.
Well, what I was going to say, Kent, let's give you the final word here on the discussion. So take your time.
Okay.
And then your next response, Noah, will be your closing statement. Go ahead, Kent.
Okay, I think the Earth is broken up like an eggshell. I agree. There are huge plates of the Earth. The places where it's broken up are called fault lines. Some are locked in. They haven't been observed to move in human history. Some are moving constantly. Some move sideways. Some move up and down. Strike fault, slip fault. I agree. Usually along those cracks around the Earth is where the volcanoes are. The Ring of Fire you talked about. I agree. I taught Earth Science 15 years. I've been to many volcanoes. I agree. I went to Mount St. Helens after it erupted. So I was in Central America and saw several of the volcanoes there. I've climbed on them. I agree. The volcanoes produce layers of ash or magma, depending on what type of volcano it is. So this happens. But every speck of dirt coming out of the volcano is still the same age. Moving it from here to here doesn't change the age of it. The tide of the Earth, with just the moon pulling the water up, like my picture here, the Earth is spinning around under the moon. And so the tide goes up for 12 and a half minutes. Well, if the tide's coming up, where's the water coming from to fill the bump? Sideways. The water on the Earth is constantly being moved sideways by the moon's gravity. This is going to cause multiple layers to form. Just the tide forms layers. So I think that here in Lenox, Alabama, 31 degrees above the equator, we're turning around. You can do the trig on it if you'd like. I did it for my science experiment here. We're turning around at this latitude, let's see, 886 miles an hour. Right here, right now, Dinosaur Adventureland is moving 886 miles an hour. At the North Pole, moves 0 at the equator, 1,037.5, depending upon your altitude, okay? That's sea level. So the moving of the Earth, the tides, moving water back and forth, as well as up and down, is going to cause layers rapidly. But all the layers are the same age. They're all the same dirt molecules being moved around. It's not going to be different age. You can take a rock tumbler, tumble rocks around, and they come out smooth. Our whole gravel pit has trillions and trillions of rounded rocks. They were rounded off by Noah's flood. So where's the evidence for the flood was your question. It's all around you. But the scoffers are willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. I think that the layers of the Earth, the rounded rocks all over our gravel pit is trillions of rounded off rocks. There's layers of gravel right here from my house that go all the way to North Carolina, 500 miles away. They're mining layers of gravel. Here they are right here. These layers of gravel, they mine them from here to North Carolina. All those layers, 500 miles, 7 layers, gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay, all of them formed in one flood. Come take the tour of Dinosaur Adventureland, Noah. We'll show you all that. I'm very curious. Well, Donnie, I got to ask a question. After your name, Fox Official, it says she, her. What on earth does that mean?
Oh, those are my pronouns. I'm actually trans, so that's what I go by.
You go by she, her?
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't understand. What does that mean? A pronoun?
That's what I'm called by. It doesn't really. I don't matter. I don't care if you call me he, him. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I think your parents could probably discover 10 seconds after you're born whether you're a he or a her. That's pretty simple to determine. I delivered one of my kids at home. I knew right away. That's a boy. It's not complicated.
Well, let me jump in.
Well, we're not going to talk about gender and sex today. Maybe a separate time.
Okay.
We're not going to get into that today. I want to
rebuttal. Two genders, no more. Go ahead.
We'll save that for a separate debate. So I got to say, lots of great topics discussed, and we got a lot of great audience questions. So I understand.
So, Donnie, do you mind if I just real quick?
Oh yeah. Well, I was just going to say that there's probably a few things you want to respond to based on Kent's last response. But what we do is we make sure to have a 5-minute concluding statement. So that's where we can address, final points and have some kind of final comments. So Noah, let's give you 5 minutes, and then we'll give Kent 5 minutes. Then we'll do some audience questions. So Noah, go ahead.
So I'm going to just rebuttal real quick. With sediment, I do agree that there are lunar tides, and sediment can be moved around with the tides that go up and down. And I also wanted to say that with the different positions that the continents have had over time, you can literally go and dig and see where the ocean was before, and then you can see where the ocean is now, and you can see where, different organisms lived. Like at one point during, I think it was the Cretaceous, where I live now in Oklahoma, was completely underwater, and you could literally go out and dig up and see organisms that lived during this time period. But I'm going to go ahead and finish. I'm going to go ahead and share the rest of my presentation with you guys and close it out. Yeah, I think in the future we could do a gender discussion topic. I'm totally down to do that. I'm also totally down to talk about atheism versus Christianity as well, which I would love Kent to convince me that a God exists, because I'm totally open to it. That's why I'm having my call-in show where a theist will come on and try to convince me that a God exists. So I'm totally down. So let's go ahead and finish this up for you guys.
Looks like it is up on screen for. Oh, you're saying it's slow too. Okay.
There we go. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I'm just going to go through these pictures. I know Kent actually already brought some of them up. So I'm just going to briefly go through eukaryotes and cells. So eukaryotes are an organism consisting of a cell or cells in which the genetic material is DNA in the form of chromosomes contained within a distinct nucleus. Prokaryotes are a microscopic single-celled organism that has neither a distinct nucleus with membrane nor other specialized organelles. Multicell consists more than one cell, and then obviously you know what single-celled organisms are, only one cell. You can literally go look in biology. The smallest unit of life that can live on its own is made up of living organisms in the tissues of the body. Tissues are a group of cells that have similar structure and function together as a unit. Organs are, the body's recognizable structures that perform specific functions. An organ system is a biological system consisting of a group of organs. An organism is an individual animal. A molecule is two or more atoms connected by chemical bonds, which form the smallest unit of a substance that retains the composition and properties of that substance. And you guys should know what an atom is. It's the smallest unit of ordinary matter that forms a chemical element. And then you have, from atom to community, atom, molecule, organelle, cell. I'm not going to do the whole thing. You guys see that. Here it is again in a different diagram. Here's prokaryotic cells versus eukaryotic cells. You can see the differences. Some prokaryotes have flagella in prokaryotic cells, and you can see the differences in the structures. Same with the Here's eukaryotic cells. You have your animal cells and then your plant cells, and you can see the differences in those cells. And then here's the same phylogenetic tree that Ken was talking about. Kent was referring to the eukaryotes that in the different bacteria and the archaea, which there's so many species of bacteria. I'm not even going to go into that. Here's the different groups of different organisms that make up the majority of life. Insects is the largest group, which is what I study. Other than, of course, bacteria. Bacteria is much more abundant than insects, but you can see how everything fits in that pie chart, which I like. Here's what is it called? A cladogram that shows the different synapomorphies with these nodes right here that shows their shared characteristics. I want to just very briefly get into sexual reproduction. So monoecious is having both the male and female reproductive organs. Dioecious is having male reproductive organs in one individual and female in another. Sexual dimorphism is the systematic difference in form between individuals of different sex in the same species. Asexual is when you have a type of reproduction that does not involve the fusion of gametes or change in the number of chromosomes. Sexual reproduction, you guys already know what that is. Parthenogenesis is an example in some reptiles and other species that is asexual reproduction from an ovum without fertilization. Polygamy is a pattern of mating in which an animal has more than one mate. Monogamy is obviously having one mate, and then polyandry is the opposite of polygamy, where a female has more than one male mate. You can see all these things in nature. Oviparous means producing young by the means of eggs, and then vivipary is producing live young. So those are some examples of polygamy and polyandry right there. Birth rate versus death rate. The birth rate is the number of live births per thousand of population per year. Death rate is the ratio of deaths to the population, and the carrying capacity is the maximum population size that an ecosystem can support. Food webs and food chains. I'm not going to get too much into that.
If you want to just start wrapping it up, apologies.
Yeah. Food webs and food chains are a little bit different, but they show the autotrophs and heterotrophs. Autotrophs produce their own food. Heterotrophs don't. They consume other organisms. So there's some examples of a food chain versus a food web. You have different animal feeding types like carnivores that feed on flesh, omnivores that eat both plant and animals. Herbivores are just only plants. Insectivores are insects. You have homodont, meaning that they have teeth that are similar. And then heterodont means that they have different tooth shape differences with their incisors and their canines. Predator versus prey. This is pretty self-explanatory. Not going to go into that too much. Adaptations is the act or process of changing to better suit a situation, a body part, or a feature or behavior that helps a living thing survive and function better in an environment. A mutation is the changing of structure of a gene, resulting in a variant form that may be transmitted to subsequent generations. And then survival, I'm not going to get into that. Here's just some examples of animal adaptations.
No, I don't want to be. I just want to make sure we do have time to get to audience questions.
No problem.
So if you want to just really, really wrap up your thoughts here, because it is concluding statements. So unfortunately, we're not going to have time to discuss all these different things. So I'll give you, 10 to 15 seconds here to wrap it up. Go ahead.
So yeah, we got, monocular vision, binocular vision, ultraviolet, infrared, just some different things. You have endotherms and ectotherms. So it's like warm-blooded versus cold-blooded. And there's just some more terms that we can talk about at a later date. But yeah, that's pretty much mostly everything in here. Here's just some more pictures of what I was talking about. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, thank you for the concluding statement there, Noah. To be fair, I would say that, I kind of lost track with the moment of where your computer was freezing up. So let's say we'll give Kent as much time as he needs, no worries, and then we'll get into some audience questions. Go ahead, Kent. 5-6 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, what he showed were all classic examples of how amazing the creation is. It's amazing that there can be sexual and asexual reproduction. Some animals are viviparous, ovoviviparous. I know about all that. I taught that for years. But that's got nothing to do with evolution. That's an amazing design. Everything is designed to bring forth. Why did all of the plants and all of the animals learn, evolve the ability to make babies? All that does is increase competition for the food supply. Why didn't any of them evolve the ability to simply live forever? Why would any animal in the world want to make more babies that's going to take away their food supply? That the whole idea is dumb. Evolution didn't happen, didn't do that. God designed all the animals to reproduce, to bring forth after their kind. And the way that they bring forth can be very interesting. Some have sexual, asexual, I understand all that. And that's not proof for evolution, though. Why would any animal want to reproduce? That only increases competition for the food supply. Why would every animal learn how to reproduce, and every plant? You guys just don't get it. I'm sorry. It had to be designed that way. Just the reproduction process is fascinating. Last week, we talked about the evolution of the duck on my channel, Kent Hovind Official. At the end of mating season, the duck's penis falls off. He has to grow a new one next year. What happened to the first generation? How did it evolve that ability to grow a new one? How many millions of years did that take? And how did they survive in the meantime? You can go on and on about the impossibility of these things he just listed, of them evolving. For a bird to produce an egg that has the baby inside and hatches out later, that's a phenomenal process. I don't have problem giving God the glory for his creation. We raise all kinds of animals here. They all are amazing. Some reproduce a live young. I saw the baby sheep 2 minutes after it was born. Within 2 minutes, the sheep was standing up, looking around for the dinner table, and knew where to look. How did the baby sheep know to go to the mother's back legs and look back down there for the udder? I mean, went right to it in 2 minutes. How do all the babies, when they're born, know how to breathe? How did they learn that inside the uterus? Why can't people just give God the glory for his amazing creation? I don't understand it. Anyway, I'd like to take audience questions. We've been here 2 hours, Donnie. Let's get some questions and go to bed. I'm an old man. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Very thorough debate, lots of topics discussed. So let's try and do this for the audience questions. We'll do it a little differently. Let's kind of do like a power session. So we'll still give you both the opportunity to answer, but let's keep the responses to, max between 1 minute and 2 minutes. And that way we will be able to wrap it up at the 2 hour mark.
I just want to thank Kent for being a great person and just, being on the show today with me. And I just want to thank the audience for being here. I've enjoyed it. And I definitely want a part 2. So
appreciate it. Very enjoyable debate. We have a great audience, over 300 people, and looks like there's going to be an after show on Logical, Plausible, Probables channel. So let's get through as many of these as we can. And again, Noah, Kent, I appreciate your time for this debate. So here we go. Super chat comes in from FDS, and this one is for you, Fox. So the questioner asks, Fox, why do you think Haeckel's faked his embryo drawings, and why do you think high school textbooks still show them?
That's a good question. I haven't done a ton of research into Haeckel, to be honest. I don't know quite what they're referring to be honest. I'm going to look it up real quick because I don't think I've heard of that. So you learn new things every day. I don't think I've heard of that.
There you go. No worries. Like you said, we learn new things every day.
Yep.
Kent,
I've never heard of that.
Kent, did you want anything to add to that, brother?
Ernst Haeckel believed strongly in evolution. He was trying to promote Darwin's theory, and he took drawings of different embryos of different animals at different stages. Here they are right here. Slide number 1066. Okay, Alt-DV 1066.
I see it on my phone right now. I wouldn't be able to tell you guys if that was inaccurate or not, or whether he faked it or not, because how am I supposed to know whether
Okay,
someone's
well,
intentions are true or
I'll
not?
show you. This has been thoroughly studied. You can watch my video number 4. Everything's referenced on the bottom of my screen. Haeckel took a dog embryo drawing and a human embryo drawing. There they are. And he faked them and changed them and made them look alike. Those are the original drawings of what they look like, and there's the fake ones. Haeckel made charts, as I'm sure you've seen in your school. These are the charts that he made. All the animals, the bird, the pig, the human, the fish, all have embryos with little wrinkles under the skin. Those are Haeckel's drawings on top. In 1992 or 98, somebody said, well, let's get a photograph now. We can photograph the embryos. Underneath are the actual photographs of what he claimed he's drawing a picture of. His own university held a trial, and he was convicted of fraud. He confessed, I faked my drawings, okay, in 1875. He should feel utterly condemned, he said, but everybody else lies, so why can't I? This biogenetic law showing the fake drawings is still used in textbooks today. Haeckel's same chart, proven wrong in 1875, is still in the textbooks. Haeckel faked his drawings in 1869. His own university convicted him of fraud, but they're still using it in biology textbooks all over the world. I'd be willing to bet you $20, Noah, these fake drawings are in the textbooks in your university in Oklahoma. Open up any biology textbook, look up embryology, and photograph the pictures for me. Here's one from Science Plus magazine, or Science Plus. They show common ancestry. They call them gill slits. This whole thing is fake. It's a lie. It's not true. But this is one of the main evidences for evolution. This is the reason this is how they justify abortion. They say it's not a human yet. It's still a fish. It's a lie. Those drawings are fake. Get them out of the textbook. If you don't have any other evidence for your theory, I'm sorry, get a new theory. But they're fake. Go ahead.
So what I think that I've seen different comparisons of embryonic stages of animals. I'm not sure if they were from Hegel or not. I have no idea. So I'm going to have to do some more homework on that, to be honest, because I have not heard of that before. So it's interesting.
All right. Well, it was your question, Noah. So we will give you the last word there. Let's move on to the next one. Comes in from SWE. Appreciate the support and the question. And I will do my best to pronounce this specific organism here. So question is, what does Kent think of Carcinella rudi, a sequenced genome that is on the path between obligate, symbiont, and organelle? It's what happened when a bacteria was engulfed and gave us mitochondria.
I'd have to do some research on that, but the bacteria are still bacteria. If they get eaten by something else, are they trying to say somebody's doing research and trying to get a two-celled creature? Nobody's seen a two-celled creature. And if one can eat another one and absorb the DNA into that nucleus or the chromosome, the DNA structure, is that proof that's how we evolved? No. This would be a SpongeBob imagination. So I don't understand Carcinella rudi. I'd have to look that up. They always use Latin terms for this kind of stuff, but I don't know. But where is the evidence okay, there you go. Where's the evidence of any bacteria becoming a non-bacteria? Is that proof that a bacteria turned to a whale? Is that enough evidence to convince a jury that these charts that you have with the whale and the banana being connected because of this? I don't believe it at all. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Noah, if you had anything you wanted to add.
I don't know much about Carcinella rudi because I have not had microbiology yet. But it sounds interesting. I'm going to have to definitely study that in my free time for fun. It sounds interesting, though. I like the person who brought it up. But yeah, I admit when I don't know things, and I don't know.
All right. Much appreciated. Short and sweet on these questions. So great. We'll get through a bunch of them. So next one comes in from Boomer21. Appreciate the support and question. This one's for Fox Official. Questioner asks, do you really believe a bone buried under the ground can even surpass a solid steel L beam to retain its properties over 60 million years?
That's kind of a complicated question because it would. That's a weird question. Let me think about it, because you would have to bury it like right on top of a steel beam for it to actually sink down over millions of years. I don't think it would be able to sink past a steel beam unless the steel beam was severely eroded over time. But usually if steel or metals, they don't really erode very well underneath the ground unless they're getting like water on them, which is, oxidation. I mean, obviously metal does tear down over time, but it takes a very long time. But I don't think a bone buried in the ground would. It would take a very long time to even get to where the steel beam would be. It's kind of a weird question, to be honest, but I appreciate the question. I've never heard a question like that.
Appreciate it. And I butchered steel one beam. So thank you for the correction. Kent, over to you, brother, if you had a response.
I think you're talking about a steel I-beam, and I don't think that's the question at all. They're asking, how does a bone buried under the ground become solid? Fossils form. I don't think anybody argues with that. Nobody's seeing fossils forming today. How many animals died today in the world? Millions. How many are going to turn to fossils? None that we know of. Nobody observes fossilization happening anywhere, and yet we find fossils in the ground. This clam in the closed position indicates it had to be buried while it was alive, because as soon as clams die, they open, and something eats the inside, the fish or the seagulls or the crabs. Petrified closed clams are found on top Mount Everest by the thousands. Petrified closed clams are found in Tennessee. There's a seam of them 10 feet thick that goes for miles. Closed petrified clam. So petrification takes place under special conditions, have to be buried. There are trillions of fossils in the ground. Soft tissue has been fossilized. Dinosaur skin. It had to be buried quickly. So I think the steel I-beam is not saying can it surpass it as it go past it, but a steel I-beam will rust and rot underground, and an animal, if under the right conditions, like Noah's flood, would turn to fossils. So fossilization is evidence of the flood. Probably all the fossils in the world, I'd say 99% of them, formed in Noah's flood. We don't see any more forming anywhere today.
Yeah, I do agree that it would fossilize over that period of time for sure. I was just confused about the solid steel I-beam question. Is a little bit the context was a little confusing.
Okay, thanks for the responses there, Noah and Kent. Another one comes in from SWE. Again, appreciate the support. Question is for you, Dr. Dino. Compare Mesohippus with the modern horse, and we have descriptions of modern horses from 1,000 years after the flood. So didn't there have to be a lot of evolution, and it had to happen super fast?
Well, as I showed earlier, all of the horses probably had a common ancestor called a horse. Man has developed the horse for his own use, stronger horses to pull the plow, faster horses, etc. But there's still a horse. Man has selected certain traits they want. Bigger horse, smaller horse, faster horse, whatever. Depends on what man is using it for. That's what farmers do. But they've never been able to get it to be a non-horse. It's always been a horse. Recognizable as a horse. One hoof on each foot, tail on the back, nose on the front, horse. Hair on the outside, so four-wheel drive. I think the Mesohippus and the Eohippus, still a horse. That's not evolution. That's certainly not evidence that that the horse came from an amoeba. Not at all. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot to comment on this one, but I definitely want to say that. So he's saying we have, I think, is this like a hypothetical question, or is he saying that we have descriptions of modern horses from 1,000 years after the flood occurred? Okay, so he's saying that there would have to be a lot of evolution that would happen super quickly in that 6,000 year time frame. I would kind of, I mean, if we're saying that evolution, I mean, that doesn't really make sense, right? If you're saying that the Earth was created in a 6,000 year period, then evolution would be irrelevant, right? So it's either evolution occurred or it didn't, right? So that doesn't really make sense to me.
I think she's saying from the creation position, we would say there were a pair of a horse archetype on the ark.
Oh, I think I know what they're talking about. So they're saying that they would have to develop super quickly after the two horses on the ark came, since there were only two left, right, after the flood. So they would have to develop super quickly, but that would be impossible because there would be so much inbreeding. There would be a lack of genetic diversity.
And Kent, we'll give you the final word since the question was for you.
You think the horses inbreeding is a problem coming off of Noah's Ark, and yet you turn around and believe the horses came from an amoeba. I'm baffled at that one. Next question.
All right, next question comes in from Stephen Tibet. Stand For Truth from Stephen Tibb. It's for Noah. If dinosaurs turned into birds like you believe, why was it the lizard hip instead of the bird hip dinosaurs that became birds?
So actually, I know what they're talking about. I think they're talking about the stele of Cernum, which we talked about in my animal biology class. Now, obviously, not all birds not all dinosaurs evolved into birds. The majority of the dinosaurs that were alive during the Cretaceous period were wiped out by the asteroid in the climate crisis that happened afterwards. The majority of them were killed off. The surviving species that were left were probably really small, bird-like dinosaurs, and eventually over time they grew apart and speciation occurred, and then you started to get new species, and their teeth eventually went away, and you started having birds that were developing wings for flight. So yeah, some of them did eventually turn into birds, but obviously the big theropod dinosaurs, the majority of those just went off into extinction. So most of them did not get to develop into birds.
Thank you, Noah. Kat, if you wanted to respond.
Well, what he just gave is an example of imagination and fairy tale. That's not observable science. Noah, I listened to part of a program you did on your channel today just to get to know who you are and learn a little bit about you and to pray for you, as I'm sure your mother still is. And I'd like to give a few suggestions for you if you'd like, on or off air, from what I watched. I made 5 slides on that. I can show you later, but I think how you could improve. The Bible says the birds bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. And they were made on day 5. The animals were made on day 6. Dinosaurs alive as birds, scientists said. This is typical propaganda that dinosaurs turn to birds, which is absolute stupidity. It doesn't happen. First place, it goes back to the geologic column. They find the birds in one layer and their dinosaurs in a different layer, and they think because they're lower, therefore they're older. This is the same thing. All the layers are the same age. Layers form quickly, hydrologic sorting. Of course, the reptiles are in a different layer than the birds. The birds have hollow feathers, hollow bones. They're going to float differently than the reptiles are in the drowning in the flood. So I cover on my video number 4 in great detail the impossibility of the dinosaur turning into a bird. Nobody's ever seen any animal turn into anything else. We've never seen a reptile produce a non-reptile baby. Never. Reptiles are still here. Reptiles are still having babies. They're always the same kind, whether it's a lizard or an alligator or a crocodile or a chameleon or whatever. Birds are descendants of dinosaurs? Yeah, put some feathers on him, make him fly. So I cover this in great detail. They've tried to turn Archaeopteryx into a feathered dinosaur. It's not, it's a bird. It's a simple bird, okay? Archaeopteryx has claws on the wings. That's unusual. Some birds today have claws on the wings. The Hoatzin does. The swans do. They have teeth in their beak. Well, some birds today have teeth in their beak, like the hummingbird does. Teeth in the beak, okay? Some have teeth, some don't, okay? Same with people, okay? So if you watch my video 4, it's been 2¼ hours here, brother. I'm getting tired. But no, there's no evidence that any reptile turned into anything other than a reptile. None. Didn't happen. It's imagination.
Okay, appreciate it, Kent. And yes, usually we like to wrap these up at the 90-minute mark, and we are coming up at the 2-hour mark. So what we're going to do is get this one final question in, because it is a super chat. And because we get so many fantastic questions during these debates, I'm going to save all these in a separate document. And maybe one day in the future, we can just do like, an hour or hour and a half, just Q&A, where we can catch up on all of these questions. So time really does fly by. So super chat just came in, and I guess we'll read it together. FDS, $10. You talked a lot about DNA tracing ancestry of animals. When examining DNA of past animals, do the X and Y chromosomes hold any value in DNA? Oh, I'm sorry, no, you're on mute. Go ahead, you're good.
Yes, that's how you tell the different sexes apart from one another. That's how you use the 23X, or the 23 chromosomes that every human has. Every human has a different set of pairs. There are, different people that are born intersex. There's people that have different numbers of X and Y's. It does vary. There is variation, but most of the time, it's a male has X and Y, and then females have X and X. It's pretty simple, and it's the same when you look at other primates and other animals. They have different numbers of X and Y chromosomes. Chimpanzees, I think they might have like 24, but they usually have very similar structures to humans. And yeah, once again, they share, the majority of our DNA together. I also wanted to touch on Archaeopteryx. Was a bird-like dinosaur that shared a lot of the same features. They had feathered wings. They had feathers over most of their bodies. And I did want to share with you guys the picture of the pigeon that has the keel right there, and then the keel of sternum. So that's what I was talking about earlier. So that kind of concludes those last two questions.
Thank you, Noah. Kent, we'll hand it over to you for your response. Since this is the final question, you can also make this your final words too. So go ahead, Kent.
Well, the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, is mind-boggling in its complexity. The DNA code in one cell of your body, and you probably have 100 trillion cells. Each person does. The DNA code in one cell is more complex than the whole computer system of the United States. And you think it happened by chance. I'm baffled. You have to go to college for years to be that indoctrinated. Sad.
Okay, well, Noah and Kent, thank you for the lengthy debate. So a little longer than we usually do. I appreciate both of your time. And any quick final words, final thoughts? Noah, let's start with you. Thanks for being a good sport. Yeah. And any final words, final thoughts?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I want to thank Kent for being a good sport. Maybe sometime I could go visit Dinosaur Adventureland. You can kind of show me around. And yeah, thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Donnie, for letting me be on here. And I just wanted to thank everybody for watching. And if you guys want to watch my YouTube videos, go ahead. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Kent. Over to you, brother. Final words, final thoughts, and thank you for doing a little overtime tonight. I know how busy you've been. So go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, we give tours here all the time. It's unbelievably busy here. We love it down here at Dinosaur Adventureland. Yeah, I watched your part of this show, Noah, Why I'm an Atheist. Mm-hmm. And I think I could offer some suggestions on or off air, whichever you prefer, to help you. I'd like to see you get converted. But the Bible says we've all sinned and come short of the glory of God. If there's a God, there might be some rules, because he would own the place. If God made the world, he owns it. He can make the rules that he wants. And there might be a judgment someday. 2 Peter said the scoffers are ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment. I believe the world was created. That's the only way to explain the unbelievable complexity. I believe there was a flood. That's the only way to explain all the layers. The flood did all that in 1 year. I believe there's going to be a judgment one day, and I'd like to see you come to heaven, Noah, not go to hell. So I'll be glad to talk with you. 855 Big Dino, extension 3. I take calls all day long. So you let me know about if you want my suggestions or not about an atheist, and take about 3 minutes, but it's up to you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Kent, Noah, thank you so much. I'm going to let you guys get out of here. And as usual, I stick around for a few minutes, just going over some reminders. So again, thank you for doing this, and blessings. We'll see you.
Hey,
See you later.
Donnie, you could send Kent my number and we can talk in the future. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you guys for watching. You can send me to that.
All right, it's just me, and there's another debate in the books, another one in the books for the Evolution Debate Challenge series. For anybody who's new to this channel, but you are addicted to debates on all sorts of topics, please make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this summer is going to be our busiest few months yet in terms of debates. We pretty much got what it looks like to be debates every single night. We are going to be doing double headers, as a matter of fact. So this debate was a ton of fun, longer than we usually do in terms of the Evolution Debate Challenge, and we've been changing it up. So these are very comprehensive debates, as we start the back and forth between the debaters almost right away. So I'm looking forward to rewatching this one, because Noah and Kent discussed a huge number of topics, and it was very entertaining, engaging debate. So logical, plausible, probable, the man himself, the man with the plan, he could not resist. So he has an after show. Dumpster fire starts right after debate ends. Debate is over, and I'm just going to be spending a few minutes here going over some reminders. Okay, so let's see here. Yes. So what we like to do here, when it comes to the debate, especially in the live chat, let's make sure we're attacking arguments and not the debaters themselves, because I do appreciate the time that each and every single debater gives us for these important debates. It's not always easy getting into the octagon. If you're somebody who does debate regularly, you do know that, it takes guts, takes a lot of work. And so I do appreciate the time the debaters give us for these important debates. So again, I'm not always up on what's going on in the live chat. I'm usually just kind of wrestling through, trying to find the 100 questions that we typically get. So again, yes, attack the arguments and not the debaters. So what I want to do is go over a few reminders for everybody. Actually, before I forget, I'll put this in the live chat. This is the limited editions. I've put it close here. Limited edition Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. Mine just came in. We are going to be having this variant limited edition cover for probably about 2 weeks. And I see a ton of people are already picking this up. If you haven't yet picked up the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook, what are you waiting for? I promise you it's worth the money. For about a week there, we had it at cost, and it was a blessing to see so many people buying the book in bulk. And that's what I've done as well. Is I've got a ton of these that I pass around to friends, family, church members, so on and so forth, because the topic of endogenous retroviruses is important. And the reason why it's important especially is because we host a lot of debates here, and we engage the critics. We think that's important. I'm going to grab the link to this too for people as I'm explaining. And, endogenous retroviruses more or less is viewed as the number one argument for common descent. So you will find this is the most comprehensive response to endogenous retroviruses from the creationist perspective. So again, this is the limited edition version. It is now available, and I'm not just saying because it's my book. I'm saying the cover looks awesome. Our designer did a fantastic job. So just looking through the chat here. Thank you to the mods. Thank you for everybody's always engaged in the live chat. And that's a ton of fun. Yes, I'm sure the after show is going to be awesome as usual. So anyways, before I forget, what's on my mind is just a couple reminders, debates to come. You're not going to want to miss out on this one. This one's all confirmed. The format is a ton of fun for this one. So it's going to be fast paced. We're going to be doing just 5-minute opening statements, and then we're going to have just a ton of cross exam. Which is awesome. Two powerhouses in the debate world when it comes to soteriology, Wilkin and Sungenis. They've both written extensively on this topic. They've debated this topic, and this is going to be one of the biggest debates on soteriology out there. So this is on Thursday, and I'm pumped. It's going to be at 6 o'clock EST. And anybody interested in this topic, start thinking up questions now, because again, we have a very interactive format, short opening statements, a ton of cross exam, but right in the middle, we're going to have a little break where we're engaging audience questions. So you have questions, certain verses that you'd like to see Wilkin and Sungenis engage. Think of them now, send them to me over email. Because as usual, the live chat gets pretty wild, and I'll save them, and we'll make sure we have a good audience Q&A for this debate as well. And anybody who's subscribed knows that we've got a ton of debates for the summer, including the Evolution Debate Challenge series. So coming up, we got Atheist Junior and Dr. Dino, Evolution on Trial, Planner Walk, Nick from the Planner Walk channel versus Dr. Dino. From my understanding, Nick collabs or knows Simon Dan. They have a similar style, and I think they're going to make for a good debate. Dr. Dino and Wade the Wizard, Endgame. So this is going to be at the end of the month, I believe June 30th. So I don't have them all memorized, so just make sure you're checking out the events section and make sure you're staying up to date on all of the different debates, because we do have, I don't have the promotional images here, but we've got Trinity debates that we've scheduled, Kelly Powers and Taylor Stewart, a Trinity versus Oneness debate between John Barton and Matt Slick. We've also got several debates on soteriology, just mentioned that one. And on the 11th, we have Josh Gibbs and Francis Turretin debating a topic pertaining to soteriology. Transitional fossils debate, Snake was right, and Dr. Dino, closer to the end of June as well. Also, if you have not yet seen our series, Inspiring Philosophies, Uninspiring Theology, and I should say Uninspiring Science, IP, I mean, he's great at dodging, put it that way. So courtesy of CJ Cox, we've done 2 episodes so far. We did the second one last night, and we are debunking, just decimating, really inspiring compromisers video there titled 10 Biblical Problems, I believe it is, for Young Earth Creationism. So episode 1, episode 2 are available, so please check that out. Dr. Jerry Bergman's going to be back here next month, as well as Jay Seegert. Both of these gentlemen are warriors for the faith, and Dr. Bergman's going to be giving a presentation on his book, C.S. Lewis, Anti-Darwinist, which I actually have here. Very interesting book, because I got to say, I didn't know. I love C.S. Lewis. I have all his books, but I was not under the impression that he was also anti-evolutionism, anti-Darwinism. So this is going to be a very interesting examination of C.S. Lewis and his views as they pertain to evolutionism. So that's next month, July. So we got a solid mix of interviews, lectures, discussions, as I'm doing a podcast as well, and formal debates. So that being said, let me look over the chat real quick. Thank you, everybody, for being here. SWE, I think, is teasing John, asking if there's going to be an after show. John, you're a great advertiser and marketer. So after show dumpster fire starts right now because I am wrapping it up. That is all that comes to mind. Actually, no, one more thing. So best way to start your morning. Okay, nice, fresh, hot cup of Evolutionist tears. And I assume the Evolutionists in the chat are good sports and have a sense of humor. Here's the other one, Evolutionist tears. So yeah, you can pick up these in the Creationist clothing store, the Team SFT gear. You can access that website, the store, through the main website, standfortruthministries.com. So Michael, who I hear you, brother. I hear you. If you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, I'm telling you, a nice fresh cup of Evolutionist tears, you're good to go. You're good to go. So, okay, that's about it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Again, that's another one. Michael, who says unlimited refills. That's another one in the books. Kent, Noah, tons of fun, tons of great topics discussed. And we will see you on Thursday, 6 o'clock, for Sunjanus and Wilkin epic debate on soteriology. God bless. We are live on Standing for Truth tonight, and we are debating creation versus evolution. I'm really excited here. The more specific topic, though, is common design versus universal common ancestry, guys. Before we get started, if everybody is enjoying these debates and discussions and just the content on this channel, please like and subscribe. That'd be awesome. So let's get to the fun. Let's get the party started. I'd like to thank both the debaters, Adam here and Dr. Ken Hovind, for giving us their time for today's debate. We know the one thing we all could use more of is time, that's for sure. So I'm going to hand it over to Nephilim Free here. He's going to be tracking the time, and he's going to go over the format real quick and give us the rundown. Thanks, guys, and go ahead there, Neph.
Okay, so the format for this debate is 5-minute opening statements. Then each opponent will give a 4-minute rebuttal. Then there'll be a 30-minute discussion session, and then 3-minute closings and 6 to 10-minute question and answer session. So who is starting the debate? Did anybody decide, or should I flip a mental coin?
Adam.
Adam is going first. Okay,
Yes.
Adam, when if you're ready, whenever you're ready, you begin speaking, and I'll start the timer. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Right, it's going to put my slideshow on full screen. Hello, everybody. Can you all see my screen, my PowerPoint? Yeah?
Yes,
Everyone
I see it.
That's fine. Okay. So, can you see it, Kent? Can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Ah, lovely. Right, so my name is Adam. I own a gaming channel here on YouTube. This is not the sort of thing I usually do, but Standing for Truth sent me a message and dragged me along to this. Not kicking and screaming, thankfully. I came along willingly. I am joined here by Dwayne Johnson, Donald Trump, and Delboy, and I'm going to run through this argument with you: common design versus common designer. Kent is arguing for common designer. I'm arguing for, well, not entirely common design. We're going to get into that. So, evolution. It requires common design. It also requires uncommon design, and I'll explain that fully. So let's look at some common designs first. What do we have here? We have a human hand. So you've got your thumb, you've got your 4 fingers. That equals 5 digits on the human hand. We've got a dog's paw. We again have 5 digits. You've got the 4 toes. You also have the dew claw, which is that one slightly behind, just above the I forget the name of the bit below. My apologies. So 5 digits there again. This is a lizard, one of the reptiles, and it too has 5 digits.
I hate to interrupt, but Adam, if you think your screens are changing, they're not. I just thought I'd point that out. There might be a technical issue. Now they are, it seems like. Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm going to give you about 15 more seconds. Just wanted to let you know the screen was not changing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so that's your dog paw there. This is your lizard. So 5 digits there. Now, next one. Now, that is a chameleon's foot. What do we notice about the chameleon's foot? It has 2 toes, and yet it has 5 claws. Now, how do we explain this looking at it from an evolutionary point of view? Well, let's look at the skeletal structure of the chameleon. You see there on each foot, it has 5 toes. 2 toes. Now, how do we explain this? The ancestors of the chameleon were, well, your more common lizards, really. It had the 5 digits like it does here. But it adapted to live as an arboreal creature. So it grabs onto twigs, onto branches. And it adapted to develop these almost pincer-like toes that don't act like your normal digits do. And yet it retains these 5, you just see there at the bottom of the pencil, it's got 2 toes on one side and 3 in the other, but they're all melded together. Not the bones, but the skin around it. And they can't really move them independently. Skinks. These are all skinks that you see on the picture here. So you've got the blue-tongued skink at the top, which has the 4 legs. And then at the bottom right-hand corner, you've got another type of skink, which is entirely legless. In the midst of these 2, you've got 3 more skinks with varying levels of legness, if you want to use that as a word. So the one in the middle has got extremely reduced limbs to the point where they almost don't exist. They hardly use them. They've got long bodies that they move like a snake, and they have these tiny little limbs that don't really do much, to be honest. And these are all skinks. They all have a very similar lifestyle. They're burrowing animals, which is why they've eventually lost these legs, because legs are more of a hindrance than anything when you're trying to dig underground. So there you have a common design. So you've got the skinks, but you've got an uncommon design. And we're going to explain that evolutionarily, if that's a word again. Right, so snakes. Boas and pythons are rather special among the snakes because they have what are called pelvic spurs. These claws that you see up here. Looks like a Burmese python on the top. It looks like another python below. And on the right-hand side, you can see the bone structure. You can see the actual pelvic bones down there. Now, the claws, they have a purpose in mating, but the bones within there don't do anything. They float freely in the muscle mass. They're just there as remnants. And this is uncommon among the snakes. It's only common between 2 of them. Why is it not in all of the snakes? Why is it in none of the snakes? Well, evolution can explain that. Here are some common and uncommon designs again.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Common and common at the same time. You've got very common leg structures in terms of bones, but they fulfill different functions and they are in entirely different skins, as it were. So you've got fins on the left, feet on the right-hand side. I'm going to rush through these last bits. Is that my time? I heard a bell ringing.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
I'll finish it there. I can go over the rest of this stuff later if you wish. I'll pass my time over.
All right, Dr. Hovind will go next. Dr. Hovind, when you begin speaking, 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, well, thank you. Good to be here. My name's Kent Hovind. I was a high school science and math teacher 15 years, moved to Pensacola, Florida in 1989 and began the ministry of creation science evangelism. I take the position that the Bible is true and scientifically accurate. The Bible 20 times in the first 7 chapters says the animals will bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. And everything Adam showed today is the same kind of animal. Might be variations within that kind, but still, he hasn't shown the evidence for evolution that I could see. So we're building a Christian camp in Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventure Land. Come on down and see us. Our website is drdino.com. Get the commercial in there. I think the evidence is overwhelming. There's a common designer. Did you know the lug nuts from a Honda Accord will fit on a Honda Prelude? You can go try it. Unscrew the lug nuts. They'll fit right on. That proves they both evolved from a skateboard 14.729 million years ago. That's the kind of fuzzy logic Adam is using. Because there are similarities between creatures, therefore they must have a common ancestor. Well, that's ludicrous. I think the reason the lug nuts on a Honda Accord will fit on a Honda Prelude is because they're both made by the same people, Honda. I think you'll find thousands of similarities between all the different types of cars. Nearly all the cars in America, the steering wheel is on the left side. And in Britain, they're on the right side. But what does that prove? Well, that's the way they drive over there. That's the way they design the car. So if there are similarities between the Chevy and the Ford and the Honda over here, that might prove that because they're designed to drive on the roads over here in America. So to use evidence that he's showing, pointing out similarities, 5 toes on all these creatures, well, yeah, that's the same designer designed them all. I don't think he has a clue about the chameleon and how he flexes his muscles and uses his 5 toes to feel the branch. And what if he hurts one of them? What if he only had 2 and stubbed his toe or broke it or something? Well, he could still function just fine. Redundancy. Why do most of the cars carry a spare tire? Well, in case you get a flat. This is common sense 101. So to say that because they look similar in somebody's mind, therefore they must be related is ludicrous. That wouldn't hold up 2 seconds in an honest court of law. We do see 5 claws, 5 fingers on many creatures. I'm surprised that he mentioned about the python and the pelvic leg bones. First place, Adam, going from having legs to not having legs would be losing, not gaining. All the evidence I've ever seen evolutionists give are things like this, where they think something is losing something. Why don't you see it gaining? Same thing with the Sphinx. You said burrowing in the ground, legs would be a hindrance. Okay, well, they all burrow in the ground and some have legs. Apparently they need them for something we don't know about, or maybe somebody does know about it and I just don't happen to know. So the fact that I think there's an amazing design. And to look at, 1 year Porsche built a car, accidentally built it, if my understanding is right, that you could not change the spark plugs without removing the motor from the frame. You had to take the motor out of the car to change the spark plugs. Well, that was a poor design, but it doesn't mean it wasn't designed. Okay, I don't think there's any poor design in God's nature any place, but if we don't understand why he designed something the way he did, that doesn't prove he didn't design it. I think that's a silly argument for evolution, to say this is poor design, therefore it happened by chance. I could look at the Porsche and say, look at that poor design, therefore nobody made the Porsche, which would be silly. Of course somebody made it. They made a goof. I happen to believe, and I'll tell you, I do not believe God made any goofs. I think we need to study. Back in 1905, I think was the date, they listed in the encyclopedia 180 vestigial organs that the human body has. They said, you don't need your appendix, you don't need your tonsils, you don't need your adenoids, and they went on and on and on listing these vestigial structures. Well, the problem was not that they're vestigial. The problem was they didn't understand the function of them yet. There are none, zero, nada, no vestigial structures anywhere. And the snake does not have vestigial legs, and those bones are not floating freely in the snake's body. Those bones and those claws are used in the python for mating. Snakes can't talk. They can't say, scoot over, honey. They don't have any arms. That's how the snake, you can watch them when they mate. They'll use those claws and the bones internally to maneuver the female into position so they can mate with them. Has nothing whatsoever to do with walking on land. But again, I'd point out clearly, this, even if it was true, this is losing, not gaining. Where are the examples of any animal or plant gaining a new feature, a new structure, not a new use of an existing structure? I have used a crescent wrench a couple of times for a hammer. Okay. That's all I had available. And so sometimes animals or plants may have to use some of their existing structures for a heretofore unused job that they have to do. But that's not evolution. That's silly to call that evidence for evolution. Go ahead.
Okay, so now it's Adam's turn for a 4-minute rebuttal. Adam, when you begin speaking, 4 minutes, sir.
Oh, Adam, I think you're on mute. You got to unmute yourself, brother.
My apologies. Saying thank you, Ken. It's good to speak to you. Obviously, our first time speaking. It's a pleasure, mate. And I hope we're going to have some more fun as we go along in this.
Sure.
I'm going to skip this bit for now because you mentioned Hondas, didn't you? And funnily enough, here is one now. This is the devil car, the Honda Jazz. I can't stand the things. And this was obviously designed by a person. So was this Honda Jazz. Now, you'd say it was designed by the same person. It's got the same logo. It's got all the same bits. Really, we should be calling this the Honda debate, if we could please, Standing for Truth. We've got another Honda here. This again is a Honda Jazz. You could say, yeah, it's got all the the hallmarks of a Honda, and you'd expect it to be made by the same person. But then what about that? Now, looking at that and looking at those 3 Honda Jazzes there, are you going to turn around to me and say, well, they must have had the same designer because they've all got wheels? Well, clearly they weren't made by the same designer. That tank is not a Honda, especially not a Honda Jazz. I imagine it moves at more than 10 miles an hour. Let's look at nature. There's a fish. There's another fish. And there's a fish. You could say, oh, they've all got commonality, so why weren't they made by a common designer? Okay. There's your octopus. We're one of the most alien-looking things on the planet. So if you're not going to say the tank was made by the same people that made the Honda, then why would you say that all animals and plant life had a common designer when there are such different designs? Right, what else did I put? You mentioned that there are goofs in these animals. Now let me ask you this. I imagine you're talking from the point of view of God creating all these animals and such. Well, if that were the case, why would there be goofs? Why would there be animals at all? Because all throughout history, all throughout the fossil record, what do we see? We see trial and error in much the same way that cars went through trial and error. Do you think that if they made the perfect car to start with, they would need more than one? No, cars started with, I believe it was maybe the Ford. Those were one of the first types of car. But over time, we found errors with it. We found problems. And each time we've done trial and error to make the better car design. And cars have forever been adapting, getting better, because the previous ones weren't up to scratch. Some of them are, and they last a long time, like the Mini over here in Britain. It was around in the 60s. Most cars from the 60s aren't here anymore, but the Mini is still here with us because it has adapted to the British lifestyle. You mentioned snakes using the claws in mating. Well, why don't all snakes use them in mating then? Why is it not a common design? Why is it only certain snakes have it? Why is it not all of them have it, or none of them have it? Because they all mate in the same way, essentially. New features. What about spitting in cobras? Where you've got basal cobras don't have the ability to spit. This is a study that was done, and you look at ones like pseudo-Goldii, which is near the bottom there, which is one of the more basal cobras. It doesn't have the ability to spit. And neither do the ones below that, so your Walterenesia aegyptia, your false cobra, they can't spit. And yet 3 groups have evolved this ability independently, these unique features, this ability to spit. And they don't spit the same either, they spit differently. If it was something commonly made, why wouldn't they all have the same spit? Why is it as well that, unlike vipers, cobras can't move their fangs? Both have fangs. The vipers have fangs and the cobras have fangs, but they both use them differently. One of them moves and one of them doesn't. Why are we not seeing a common design? Why are we not seeing snakes all looking like Honda Jazzes, having the same features, the same functions, the same inability to go over 20 miles an hour? Why are we not seeing that? You mentioned after kind. Well, let's go to how much time have I got left, Neff?
All right, that's time.
Yeah, leave it
so there. Now we're going to have a 4-minute rebuttal from Dr. Hovind. When you begin speaking, sir, 4 minutes.
Well, thank you. Very interesting bit of argument. If you think that is evidence that we all came from an amoeba, I think you're really seriously needing some help. Let me answer a few of these. You showed 3 cars and a tank. I think you will see that all of them are have the same. They're meeting a basic need of moving somebody to a new location. So they probably have a driver's seat or passenger seats, maybe even. They probably have some method of moving, like wheels. They probably have a reason for wanting to move, like to be in a different location, like the car or the tank. So it's a design feature that works. Honda could probably start building tanks if they wanted. Honda could build airplanes if they wanted. I have built cars, I have built dune buggies, I have built decks, I've built houses, I have written books. I'm only one person. I think if God can design a fish and an octopus and a whale and a cell and a plant and 1,000 varieties of apples, I think that's proof of a really intelligent God, not proof of a common ancestor, proof of a common designer. I think you've made my case for me. Thank you very much. He said, why did the designer make such incredible variety? To me, that's to prove he can do it. Why did he make some snakes to spit and some not to spit? I don't know. I haven't studied that. That'd be a question for a herpetologist. Is there a reason? But to say that some can spit and some can't, therefore, all snakes came from a rock 4.6 billion years ago is ludicrous at many levels. I'd be willing to bet $1,000 or euros or whatever you use over there that snakes, when they have babies, the babies turn out to be snakes every time. And you mentioned about the cars. It's interesting to use that as an example, because when I do, the evolutionists jump on it right away and say, well, cars don't reproduce. Somebody produces them. Bingo. Somebody produced the cars, and they produced with a wide range. I understand you can get a Honda with 2 doors, or a Honda with 4 doors, or a Honda with 5 doors. Honda probably makes a truck, too. I'm not sure what all they make. But it's coming from a mind of a person who wants to move somebody from one location to another and accomplish a function. If it's a truck, they might want to have the ability to carry some stuff in the back of the truck. So I think you'll find everything about the Honda is designed. Now, it's made of natural materials, most of it, iron mostly, but that doesn't mean it made itself. And plants and humans and animals are made of naturally occurring materials, the 92 elements found in the earth, but that doesn't mean they made themselves. Cars don't make themselves. Somebody makes them from the naturally occurring elements. So they dig the iron out of the ground and melt it down and make iron or steel and mix carbon with it, and then they make cars. Yeah, that takes intelligence to do that. It took intelligence for the 92 elements found in the earth to be created and shaped into the plants and the animals, and finally to humans, were the last thing God created. So you said the Mini has adapted to British lifestyle. Adam, stop and think about that for 5 minutes. You mean the Mini did this on its own? Or did you have some intelligent or semi-intelligent Brits over there try to manufacture a better Mini every time? My uncle had one back in the early 60s, one of the early ones. I'd be willing to bet there are hundreds of improvements on the Mini in the last 50 years. Get a 1960 and compare it to the 2020, 2019, a Mini. Sure, there's improvements. That's because some intelligent people are driving it around saying, you know, it really ought to have this. So they change it. The Mini does not change itself. This is silly that somebody's changing it. And all the changes within the animals adapting to their environment are within very strict limits. You can get dogs that adapt to cold weather and dogs that adapt to warm weather, but you're never going to get a dog that can jump to the moon or fly. There are animals that can fly, but you're never going to get a dog to do that. It's not in the gene code. So sure, animals adapt to their environment, but that's because they're selecting a slice of an already existing gene code. That's not evolution. I suspect my time is up.
That's 4 minutes. Okay, so now we'll have a 30-minute discussion period whereby these two gentlemen will go back and forth with each other discussing the subject of common design or common evolutionary process. So I'll try to stay out of it as much as possible. You guys go ahead. 30 minutes.
Adam, tell me about the Mini. Did it do it to itself?
Tell you about, sorry, I didn't hear that.
The Mini, did the Mini make these adaptations by itself?
Oh, I think you misunderstood my point with the Minis. When I said it had adapted to the British lifestyle, it's probably the wrong use of words. What I meant is it's maintained, because you hear a lot of creationists say that various animals have been around for a long time, whereas some seem quite recent. My point with that is the Mini from the 50s and 60s is still around in its current form. My best friend has one in its current form. That was the point I was getting across.
I'm so sorry to jump in here. Adam, did you want to, I think you were still sharing screen from your slides. Did you want to put just your main logo on? And
I was going to use I was going to go over a couple of things in the slides, if that's all right.
Just for the discussion period. Yeah, if you want to go through a few things, but we're just trying to keep it a free-flowing kind of organic dialogue. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. But that was my point in that one, Ken. Sorry if I didn't make that clear enough.
No, I think it was what's called a Freudian slip. It was perfectly clear. The Mini was designed, and I agree. I think, and the fact that they didn't have to improve it much proves that the first guy did it pretty good. And I think the fact that the original dogs are still producing dogs 6,000 is evidence of a really good initial design. Do you have any examples of any animal ever producing something other than its kind?
Kind. Forgive me, I don't really understand what you mean by kind.
Well, if the Bible says if they're able to reproduce, at least initially, they were the same kind. They might have diversified now to where they can no longer reproduce like the Alaska rabbits and Florida rabbits. But I think most 5-year-olds could tell you that a rabbit is not the same kind as a watermelon.
So your definition of kind is something that can reproduce, but they might not be able to reproduce down the line.
Well, they initially could reproduce, and there may be diversities that have happened over the years. They may have adapted to an environment that has caused them to no longer be able to reproduce, like the ring species. They take the salamanders and go around, the central part of California, and the extremes can no longer mate. But they're obviously still a salamander. A 5-year-old will tell you that. It's a salamander. Do you have any examples of any animal ever producing something that any honest person would consider a different kind? What is your best example of any plant or animal producing offspring that are fundamentally different kinds of creatures?
Well, if you look at ancient snakes, I've got a picture of I believe it's Najash, or that might be Problematicus. But there's a picture of an ancient snake, and you've got fossils where you see that it's got leg bones. It's also got the skull of a snake. Snakes are very distinctive skulls. Now, you don't get snakes with legs like that today, not at all. How would you explain that in your point of view?
Well, I think in an honest court of law, somebody could point out, Your Honor, he doesn't know that this fossil he's showing had any children at all. You certainly don't know it had children that were different. And why are you thinking an animal long ago and far away that you found in the dirt can do something no animal today can do? No animal today can produce anything other than its kind. So this might be an example of extinction. There may have been a snake that had some type of limbs like that, and it's now extinct. You don't know that this is intermediate between anything. You don't know it had any kids at all. You don't know it had any kids that lived, and you don't know it had any kids that reproduced, that reproduced. And if this one is indeed an intermediary, who did it marry? Don't you have to have two at the same time in the same place of the opposite sex? You got a whole long list of problems, Adam. You're assuming, you're believing, SpongeBob style, that this is somehow an intermediate because it has little legs, appears to be legs. I don't know what it is. Is it a forgery? Certainly many fossils have been forgeries to try to prove the evolution theory. Study the history of that. Is it an extinct species? You don't know that this is the ancestor of anybody. You couldn't prove that in an honest court of law, at least.
I'm a little confused. You said you don't know if it had kids. Is that what you said about the Problematicus of the picture I just showed?
Well, if you find any fossil anywhere, really all you could prove is it died. How could you prove that one had any children that lived? Tell me how you would prove such a thing.
Well, you wouldn't need to prove that specific one. You'd accept that if there's a fossil of a certain animal, that there was a population of that animal?
Well, would you agree that in a court of law, they would say, objection, Your Honor, he doesn't know that. If there's a population of animals and one evolves a special trait, do they all evolve this special trait at the same time? There are billions of cows or millions of cows in the world. If they were going to try to evolve a trait, do all of them have to get it at the same time?
So you're saying, sorry, carry on.
Does one of them get this new special trait and the rest have to die off? This is Adolf Hitler 101. Let's get the superior race and kill off the rest to speed up the process. Evolution, whether you realize it or not, is based upon death being the hero. If this is indeed a superior snake, why are there still snakes today with no legs?
Well, it wasn't a superior snake. As I mentioned with the skinks, the whole reason they're losing their legs is because they're burrowing. What I don't understand, going back, is you said that it wouldn't stand up in a court of law to say that there must have been more than one of these animals alive at one time. Because this animal is there, it's obvious that there's a population of animals like this. That's without exception at all throughout the animal kingdom. I don't understand how that wouldn't stand up in a court of law to say that there were more than just one of a certain animal.
You couldn't prove any such thing. If your evolution theory is true, your whole theory relies on one of them getting a special trait, either by mutations or something, and that trait getting passed on to the next generation.
So you're saying that
over the population of snakes or for whatever it is, or skinks or whatever. So your whole theory relies on there being one of them getting this trait and then passing that on to others. Evolution doesn't happen in the present. Science is things we can observe, study, and test and demonstrate. We can observe snakes having baby snakes and skink having baby skinks. We cannot observe any animal having a trait that is new, adds a new feature that is passed on. Nobody's ever seen this. It only happens long ago and far away in fairy tale land. Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. That's all it is.
How about the spitting cobras example that I showed you then, which is numerous times in the cobra lineage, the spitting ability evolving separately because they're not the same spitting ability, that they operate slightly differently.
Why do you say the spitting ability evolved? Why can't you say they were designed to have different design? There are different types of creatures that fly. There are insects that fly. There are birds that fly. There are mammals that fly. There are fish that fly. Why can't we say the same designer decided, hey, I'm going to give each one of these ability to fly? There are no cows that fly, no giraffes that fly, no people that fly. If we're the highest evolved creature with the highest IQ on the planet, why don't we? I'd like to be able to fly, save a lot of time to get places quicker. I think it'd be pretty cool. So if there are snakes, you say, you use the word, I'm sure deliberately, they evolved the ability. You don't know that. They might have been created with that ability. And for the creator to make 5 different types of animals that can fly, and for him to make 3 different types of snakes that can spit, I don't see a problem with that. I think you'll find some of the, I bet Honda makes cars with the steering wheel on the right side to drive in Europe, in England. And they make some with the steering wheel on the left side to drive in America. You guys do it wrong, by the way. But
well, we could disagree about that in a different debate if you'd like. Why?
That's design, not common ancestor.
Why? Let's look at spitting specifically then. Say you make your Honda Jazzes and somebody invents the sat nav. Everyone loves the sat nav. It's a great little invention and it's really helpful. Why would God give 3 types of Honda Jazz the sat nav and not give it to any of the other Honda Jazzes, even though he's got infinite resources, infinite whatever? Why doesn't he give it to all of them? This advantageous ability. And why does he make it these specific ones?
I guess I don't know what a satna is. What are you talking about?
Oh, sat nav, satellite navigation. You little.
Satellite navigation, sat nav. Okay. Why did Honda give it to some and not to others? Well, probably it would cost something to put that in the vehicle. Well, even if the cost is minimal, if it costs $50 to add that to a car, they may. I said without
cost because God wouldn't have those limitations.
Sure. If you're arguing again from poor design as evidence for no design, which is ludicrous. Take the Porsche that had a poor design. Okay, it doesn't mean it has no design. I don't know why some of them put that in them, some don't. That's maybe you don't need it in some countries. There probably is no place to navigate with by satellite in some parts of the world. Not available there. But again, that would be an argument from ignorance rather than argument for evidence for no designer at all. I think the fact that Honda puts navigation systems in some of their cars, that's pretty. The navigation system itself is phenomenally complex. Could not possibly happen by an explosion in an electronics factory. And the Honda's not adding this to itself. God can design anything he wants any way he wants. And we are looking at people today and animals today that are a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy off a copy of the original. It's amazing we can still sit and think and talk. So I think the fact that we're able to move at all is evidence of an incredible first generation copy of Adam. And we have degraded since then. Average person now has 3,500 defective genes, just like my old van out here with 316,000 miles. Well, it ain't what it used to be when it was brand new, but hey, it still works. It's not too bad. And so for the designer to make an original creation with a gene code that can be passed on hundreds, if not thousands of generations and still be working at all. Tell you what, get a computer code, any code, get Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, make a copy of it onto a disk. Then make a copy of the copy. Then make a copy of the copy of the copy. Do that for 500 generations and tell me if it'll still run. It won't. It'll corrupt. The fact that we're having this conversation at all, even if we have a few genetic flaws inherited over the years, is evidence of a common designer, not a common ancestor.
So if we can take a closer look at this, where would you, I mean, obviously you're saying that various different types of cobra were created, as it were. Where would those created ones be on this this table here, this diagram? Because you've got the spitting groups up here, with the most basal group being Naya Atra. Would it be around there where it says 95? Those are essentially, well, for want of a better word, probabilities of the relationship. This was a phylogenetic study which showed the relatedness between these cobras. Do you doubt that, by the way? Do you doubt this study that all these cobras were related?
I'm curious why you have lines on your paper at all. You don't know, no animal today, no cobra today produces anything but a cobra. You don't know that they're connected in any way with these lines. See, all these lines is back in what's called fairy tale land, long ago and far away. No cobra today produces anything other than a cobra. None. Zero. Just because somebody drew lines on paper, that's not science. Even if they have genetic similarities, that's not proof of a common ancestor. The Honda Prelude and the my Chevy van have 5 lug nuts. Okay, maybe the Honda's got 4. I don't know. But it doesn't prove they both came from a skateboard. It proves that's a design that works. It's a common theme. When Ford first started making cars, people said, wow, this is pretty cool. Let's put an engine in here that'll run off gasoline or diesel fuel. Those are the 2 basic types of cars. It's a theme people have run with and tweaked and improved over the last 150 years and 130 years and have made some great improvements. I'm glad I don't drive a Model T that you got to crank up in the morning and have hard tires that are going to break when they get cold and hit the bumps. I'm glad you do.
The difference between cars and cobras is you can't do a phylogenetic tree for cars like this. This was done in a laboratory under pretty strict conditions using 5 different genes, and they got this tree out of it. It's pretty in depth. It's pretty solid. A couple of species might be interchangeable here or there, but this shows the relatedness. It shows that these animals are all related and by what degree they're related. At the very bottom, you've got some vipers, the very 4 bottom ones, and you can see that they're very distantly related. They're an outgroup, whereas all these cobras are pretty clearly related. And we use these same techniques by using these genes to test animals all across the animal kingdom, and we get very similar results. I mean, look at the seals. They're a type of canid. How do we know that? Well, we've tested them genetically. We've also looked at morphological features. Why is it that morphology and genetics both produce almost exactly the same result each time? And why do we get it to such accuracy as well? If they were created, then why is this picture here not 4? You say that these cobras were made separately. I don't know. You haven't told me which ones were made separate to the others. I'd like to know that, by the way. But it's quite obvious from this graph that if they are all related, then spitting has evolved independently 3 times. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, you are assuming spitting evolved at all. And to say it evolved,
it did.
No, it did not. They were created to do what they do. Just the spitting ability is very complex. It involves some type of salivary gland. Mm-hmm. It involves some type of muscles to eject the spittle out. It's a very complex mechanism. Just spitting is a complex mechanism. And you said this shows relationship. Adam, I don't know who taught you that, but get your money back. It doesn't show any such thing. It shows somebody can draw lines on paper and connect them. That's all it shows.
Are you saying that somebody just drew those lines on the paper?
I'm saying you don't know any of those animals are related to any other animals. You don't know because today, none of them produce anything other than their kind. Why is it going backwards? They could. Like if we are really related to the whale through a common ancestor like an amoeba, at some point, somewhere way back long ago, the amoeba was able to produce something that was non-amoeba. And you've got all these snakes drawn back to a common ancestor. This is nothing but lines on paper.
I'm very confused that you say that these are lines on paper. I wonder why you say that.
Because I can see them where I'm sitting. They're lines, well, maybe lines on a computer. You don't know that any of those snakes are related to any of those other snakes.
I do.
In an honest court of law, all you could prove is spitting cobras have babies that turn out to be spitting cobras. Now, some may lose the ability to spit. Oh, okay. Well, again, that's a losing, not gaining. But you don't know that any of those cobra varieties are related to any others. It could be. Is the Honda Prelude related to the Honda Accord? Or are they both coming from the designer? The argument here,
can you tell me how you think that these are just lines on paper?
Today, pick any one of those snakes on that chart. Any one of them. When they have babies, what will they be? Will they be straight line to the right? Or will they jump to a new category?
It might divulge into 2. Or diverge into 2, sorry.
Well, you have, what, I don't know, I want to count them. Say you've got 30 different snakes there. Could there sometime in the future be 40 different snakes because they've diversified?
Yeah.
Possibly. That's creating a new category that somebody decided to put it in a new category. Maybe this snake has, different features, different color scales on his eyes or something. But you don't know going backwards in the past that these were related. See, science deals with things we can observe, study, and test. This is not science at all. This is lines on paper. This is imagination. This is SpongeBob. This is fairy tale.
Do you know the process of how these are made?
None of them can be proven in a court of law. You don't know that they're related because they have similar chromosome. Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint share thousands of identical lines of code. Identical.
So do you know the process by how these phylogenetic trees are created?
Yes, I know the process by which they put the lines on paper and what they try to look for.
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
Similarities between any number of things and draw lines on paper.
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
What's that?
Are you saying this is fraudulent?
No, I'm saying it's imagination. They don't know. Even if it's true, it's not science. You can't prove it. That's just lines on paper. You don't know that.
This is probably the worst time to tell you. This is my paper. I made this phylogenetic tree. I did this study. I can tell you for a fact that this is not simply lines of paper. This took a year of research, study, and analysis of DNA. This isn't me just drawing lines on paper. I'm actually quite offended that you've just... That sounds like you're accusing me of fraud.
Well, do you have a delete key? I would delete all those lines. If it's interesting that you've discovered a lot of different varieties of cobras, that's good research. But it doesn't prove they're related to anything. You can't prove any of those lines belong there. Show me
I can show you all the PCR amplification pictures. I can show you all the work that I've done.
Well, the red category, I can't read it from here, but the ones that have the red line in front of them, you think they're ultimately related to the ones that have the yellow lines in front of them.
Yeah.
Do any of the snakes that have the yellow lines, and I can't read the names from here, do any of them ever produce anything other than the same kind of snake?
Well, would you consider a species a different kind?
I think you started with the assumption evolution has happened. Now let's look for the evidence. Why don't you start with the assumption these animals were created? Let's see which ideas the same creator used in all these different animals. Maybe he used a similar idea. Maybe the Porsche now finally puts a cup holder in their cars. I don't know.
But okay, so say we take that example, and we make these phylogenetic trees of all these animals. They all join like this. At what point do we cut it off and say, right, actually, no, those ones aren't related phylogenetically. We have to get rid of those lines because we think that that's where it starts. Where do we put that line?
I would go to the left of each one of the names and draw a line straight down and say everything to the left of this line is imagination, unprovable. Everything to the right of the line is probably science, observable. The cobra is going to produce baby cobras. We don't know that this is related to anything else. And I'm sorry you spent a year on this. A lot of people have done these kind of charts. I mean, you're not the first. Thousands of people have made charts like this. But it is indeed, Adam, nothing but lines on paper. This is not science. This is
I went through the arduous process of all these species that you see on here. I had scale and blood samples for. And I went through the process of extracting or cutting little tiny bits of these scales or using tiny bits of these blood samples and mixing them with buffer chemicals, these chemicals that are used in amplification, putting them through a PCR analysis, which uses electromagnetics to move them up. I could show you the pictures. I could show you the pictures of the unsuccessful ones that they didn't amplify. And I got them analyzed. I cut... You get these big, massive maps on Mega 5 where you have all these DNA sequences, all the A, C, T, G, and they line up. And you see where they line up, and you can start to see, right, that one looks like it's a little less similar. And then you make these phylogenetic trees out of that, which is parsimonious. And this tree was made out of 5 different genes, and they all came to this phylogenetic tree. And you can see how likely the majority of these relationships are. I don't see how you can see that that's just lines on paper that I apparently have just made up. I think that's you accusing me of fraud.
Well, I don't know if you did fraudulent or not. Maybe it's just misinformed. Maybe it's just you're.
I took these from scales. I went all the way from the process of having just scales and blood samples, and I made this tree with them.
Did you take the scales from these snakes and analyze the DNA? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Did you break a scale off the snake and analyze the chromosomes or the DNA? Is that how you made this chart? I think I lost him. Adam, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Okay. So if I think I could analyze Microsoft PowerPoint and Microsoft Word and find they have 98% lines that are similar. Okay. That doesn't prove they both came from Morse code. It proves somebody wrote those codes. The same designer wrote the code, and he probably reused some of the same information for snake eyes that are used in monkey eyes or human eyes, because we have two eyes, binocular vision, and eyes are complicated. So the same designer used the same pattern over and over because it works. It works great to live in this world. Just like most of the Hondas have 4 tires on them that are round and they're soft and they bounce over bumps. They probably all have a suspension system. That's not proof of a common ancestor. It's proof of a common designer. The purpose of this debate was to demonstrate, does the evidence show common design or common designer or common ancestry? This is lines on paper, Adam. I'm sorry you wasted your time and probably a lot of trees somebody cut down to make the paper you printed it on. But they are just simply lines on paper. You don't know that those are related to anything because they have similar DNA or similar gene code.
In that case, you're free to contact my university where I did this project and say that I'd simply just drawn lines on paper and see if you can get my degree revoked. You mentioned earlier dogs produce only dogs. So what species of dogs do you include in that?
Well, I don't know. I would guess that dog, wolf, coyote are probably related to a common ancestor, and maybe even wolf might have come from the same kind. I would just be taking a guess, but I would guess there were 8,000 original created kinds of animals. Today there are 339 recognized breeds of dogs by the American Kennel Association. And counting all the other varieties in the world, there may be as many as 500 varieties that anybody 5 and over would put in the dog category. That does not prove, the fact that we have these 500 varieties of dogs does not prove dogs are related to watermelons, which is what your religion teaches.
You mentioned when we were looking at my phylogenetic tree that you cut the lines off before the species. So you don't think that species, you included wolves, coyotes, your domestic dogs in what you just said. Was there ever a point where a coyote was not a coyote?
I don't think there's ever a point where a coyote would not be in the dog family. And I don't know that our current classifications, is lineage, kingdom, phylum, family, King Philip came over for Girl Scouts, class, order, family, genus, species. I'm not sure that our classification system matches God's original design in any features. But if I had to guess, I would put it somewhere around the family level.
But was a coyote ever a non-coyote?
Probably the dog kind diversified, where the coyote is more specialized and recognizable as a coyote, but anybody would still put it in the dog category.
So it wasn't always a coyote?
Well, is a Mini in the car category or the motorcycle category? Car. Okay. Now, is the fact that some creationists cannot always tell you exactly where the kind border is does not prove it didn't happen, and it sure doesn't prove watermelons and dogs are related. Do you believe watermelons and coyotes are related? Adam, if you were to draw lines on paper like you did for this one, with all the animals and all the plants in the world, would they all go back to one common ancestor? Would you have a line on paper connecting a watermelon and a dog?
Well, if you look at phylogenetic studies, everything is related to some degree, and it always seems to match up with morphology. Eventually, very long ago, you'd have the common ancestor of your dogs and your watermelon plants. Yes. So,
okay, just so the audience understands, you believe dogs are related to watermelons if you go back far enough in time. I would like to point out for the court, Your Honor, first of all, we cannot go back in time. Secondly, watermelons always produce watermelons, always produce dogs. There are no examples, none, that can be used as evidence to say anything other than that. So what you've just demonstrated is your religion. You believe very strongly. You believe dogs are related, but that is not science. It's not even common sense. But you would draw lines on paper connecting a dog and a watermelon. I don't trust your lines on paper connecting the snakes either. Yes, you need to get your money back for your degree.
You said dogs only produce dogs. I'd like to compare that to, say, if we, hypothetically, we went back to the times of when you've got your Sarcopterygians. I'm sure you're familiar with Sarcopterygians. And you said to me, okay, there's a Sarcopterygian. A Sarcopterygian only ever produces a Sarcopterygian. And I'd say, yeah, you're right. Pretty fair. Zoom back to modern times, and we've got Sarcopterygians that are humans, giraffes, monkeys, and yet they're still Sarcopterygians. Let's zoom forward a few million years or so, and you've said dogs only produce dogs, and then you've got this subset of dogs that are vastly different. You've got this set of dogs that are vastly different. It's the same thing. It's like saying Sarcopterygians will only ever produce Sarcopterygians. Yes, that's true, and they have, but they've got human Sarcopterygians. You got giraffes, monkeys, all your vertebrates. It's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree. What you just said is nonsense. We can't zoom back or zoom forward, and we don't ever observe this, and you don't know that any animal has produced something other than its kind. I would say if we could go back in time to the creation, we would see animals walking around that everybody would recognize. That's the dog kind. Now, it might have produced a variety of dogs with great diversity, from the Chihuahua to the Great Dane. A, they're still dog. B, most of them would not survive in the wild. Most of them, you have to babysit them to keep them alive. Most of the farmers have spent thousands of years developing crops or animals that are specialized to their particular location. There are plants that grow in drier climate and plants that grow in wetter climate. You can get tomatoes for dry climate and tomatoes for wet climate. You can get tomatoes for high elevation, tomatoes for low elevation. They're still tomato, and they're unlikely to survive in the wild. They would revert back to the native original tomato, but they would never change to something non-tomato. You imagine, SpongeBob style, that the dog and the watermelon are related. I feel sorry for you that they taught you that in school, but it's not true. Adam, God created the kinds. God is going to be the judge one day, and you're not going to be able to stand before him and say, well, I looked at the evidence and it convinced me that watermelons and dogs are related. They're going to laugh with you Judgment Day, Adam. You might want to get ready for that.
Gentlemen, we have just over 1 minute left, about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
So I was going to finish with this one here. The blind snakes I'd like to leave you with. It's effectively blind, but it still has the eyes of a snake that's been covered over by an opaque scale. It's got vestigial pelvic structures. It's got shared derived characteristics, so it's got things that other snakes don't have. So it's a blind snake with eyes of a snake that have diminished over time, but it has features that other snakes don't have. So where does this fit in?
Well, again, you're giving examples of losing something. That's not gaining something.
But it is gaining things. It's got different structures to other snakes.
It's not going to turn an amoeba to a whale. You got it all backwards, Adam. Better think about it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, cheers, Ken. I think we're finished there.
Okay, well, with 30 seconds to remaining, all right, we'll just throw that into the question and answer. Okay, so now we have 2 minute closings from each. So, Adam, when you begin speaking, well, let's see, Kent went first. So, Kent, when you begin speaking, 2 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I think I've proven my point that he does not have any evidence that any of these creatures have a common ancestor. I think he's demonstrated clearly they may have a common designer. And that's what the Bible teaches. God said they will bring forth after their kind. 10 times in the first chapter of the Bible. Plants will bring forth after their kind. Animals bring forth after their kind. Birds bring forth after their kind. There are no scientifically observable exceptions to what God said so simply in Genesis chapter 1. Then God told Noah to bring them onto the ark after their kind. There's a website called baraminology.com, which is for the Hebrew word baramin, B-A-R-I-M-U-N. Baraminology.com, which means kind. They've done studies trying to calculate how many kinds of animals are there on land with nostrils that breathe air, like the Bible says Noah had to take, Genesis 7. And the estimate is somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 kinds of animals had to be on Noah's ark. Since then, there have been great diversity. There are 8 varieties of bears in the world. They might have had a common ancestor called a bear. That doesn't prove bears are related to watermelons. There are, I think, now 1,000 varieties of apples that have been developed for different climates, different textures, different tastes. They're still apple. They will always be apple. Some may not survive in some climates. There are no examples at all for Adam's religion, and it is a religion that he believes watermelons and dogs are related. There are no scientific examples what he's doing is asking everybody to teach his religion at taxpayer expense and pass it off as science. It's not science, Adam. Sorry. Watch my video series number 4 for more on that, drdino.com.
You have 30 seconds left, Kent, if you want it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's what bothers me is that people like Adam and others who really strongly believe in evolution, I don't question. He probably really, really believes this. He might really believe these lines he drew on paper. He probably really does. But that doesn't make it science. And they want to force this off on all the other kids to learn. And it's just not common sense. It's not fair. It's certainly not. They're certainly not going to give them any moral foundation for life. If your theory is true and we all came from an amoeba, how do we determine right from wrong on any topic? Is murder right or wrong? Is premarital sex right or wrong? Is sex with your dog right or wrong? Is anything right or wrong? And if you think something is wrong, how on earth are you measuring this with your religion of evolution?
Okay, that's time. So Adam, I actually got this backwards. Sorry about that, folks. Adam went first, but I guess it's no biggie because nobody's going to forget your closing statement. I don't think. Adam, you have 2 minutes when you begin speaking, sir.
It's no problem at all. Cheers, Neff, and thank you, Kent, as well. It got slightly heated at times, but I think, I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to make friends, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. Just a couple of things. We were talking about the blind snakes, and I said that it had lost the use of its eyes to a substantial degree, and that it had different features. It had gained different features from other snakes, but you said that they'd just lost things, which was, but that's by the wayside now. I think it's quite telling how he said that I've just drawn lines on paper when it came to the phylogenetic tree, which, being that I've done it, I know for a fact that that's not true. I spent a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of stressful moments analysing that DNA to come up with this phylogenetic tree, which it went exactly as I predicted it would. So it landed on my predictions. You said that there'd be roughly 8,000 animals. If there were 4 or more types of cobra, like you seem to suggest, that doesn't seem to make sense. And I want to finish on, you seem to argue a lot from common sense. You're saying, oh, you think a dog and a watermelon are related? That sounds ridiculous. Therefore, it didn't happen. Well, go back 1,000 or 2,000 years and stand in what is modern-day London and say to the people in the area, I'm going to travel west, and I'm going to keep traveling west until I come back to London. People would have said, you're insane. But you know what? It may not be common sense. It certainly wasn't at that time, but it was true. And put it this way. If we just followed common sense all the time, science wouldn't exist. There'd be no need for it. Thank you.
All right, we'll have a closing question and answer session. I think Standing for Truth wants to jump in on this. He's got some questions already loaded, I think.
Yep. It looks like we're just at the hour mark, so I took one question for each debater. It was a very lively debate. Thanks so much, gentlemen. I'll start with Adam's question, and then we'll go with Dr. Hovind's question, and we'll call it a day. So Adam, the question for you would be, what is your best example of a beneficial mutation that is not deleterious and actually adds new information to the genome? Go ahead, Adam.
The mutation that caused the spitting in cobras. I think that's quite a beneficial mutation. It occurred 3 times and developed 3 times in 3 different ways. That seems beneficial to me.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'll go to Dr. Hovind then. Your question that I have here is, how do you explain shared genetic mistakes between various species? For example, the vitamin C gulo pseudogene found in apes and humans. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, first, I don't know that we can say it's a genetic mistake. We may have to live in the same environment as some of these other animals. I think we do. We all live on planet Earth. So there may be things that happen, catastrophes that happen that cause a genetic a loss of information, like, for instance, the ability to process or to create vitamin C. Some animals have actually the ability to create their own. It appears from the current research anyway, I don't think we know everything about it yet, but it appears that man has lost this ability from a genetic a change that's in a negative direction. Of the millions of genes in the human gene code, the fact that there's a few broken ones is not surprising. any more than making a copy off of a copy off of a copy off of a copy of any computer program is probably going to introduce some loss of information. Never going to put a gain information in there. So losing the ability to process vitamin C that some animals seem to have is not an example for evolution. And the fact that many creatures may have lost this, if apes have lost it and humans have lost it, does that prove we're related? How on earth could that prove any relationship? Could it be something that got into because of climate changes, temperature changes after Noah's flood? I don't know. Could it be that when there were only two apes on the ark, they lost it, or one of them lost it and lost it then? But apes are still producing apes. This vitamin C question is not evidence that humans are related to watermelons. But that's what they incapable of considering anything outside the box. That if there are mistakes in the gene code, I don't think there are. We are a copy off of a copy off of a copy off a copy of Adam. So the fact that we can still talk at all is amazing. But no, the vitamin C thing is, I think, another example of design. The original must have been really incredible if the 20,000th generation is still capable of functioning at all. I think that's amazing.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate your answers, both of you gentlemen. I've plugged in both your the links to your channels, Dr. Hovind, Ken Hovind Official, and you as well, Adam. So whoever's listening, if you guys enjoyed, you want to know more about the debaters, please go take a look at their channels, subscribe. But I want to thank you guys for giving us your time today and joining us for this very lively debate.
Well, thank you for having me. Do it again anytime.
Been a
Awesome.
pleasure.
Okay, guys, have a great day.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right, welcome to Standing for Truth. I want to thank everybody for being here for this epic debate between Dr. Kent Hovind and Taylor from the Snake Was Right YouTube channel. We have two very seasoned debaters tonight, and they will be debating the important topic, the Genesis flood, fact or fiction. Now, before I introduce the debaters for tonight, I want to remind anybody who's not yet subscribed, if you love debates, discussions, lectures, and more, then please make sure to hit that subscribe button. Kent, Taylor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, before we get into the opening statements, though, let's get to know the debaters a little bit. Kind of break the ice. Taylor, it's been a bit since you've been here. So why don't we start with you? How have you been? And can you tell us a little bit about your channel?
Yeah, not bad. Just been chilling pretty much. So been a little more active on the channel lately, and focus mostly on hyper skepticism of various topics. So it's kind of whatever I'm in the mood for. And so religious topics, political topics, kind of debunking misconceptions around that. And yeah, I mean, my channel covers a lot of topics, so that's the basic common denominator between all of them.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that introduction, Taylor. Dr. Hovind, again, thank you so much for being here. How you been, and how's everything going on over at Dow?
Well, God is good. Some of his children drive me crazy, but God is good and doing great. We're building Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. I speak all over the place on the topic of creation versus evolution. I defend the position that the Bible is absolutely correct, scientifically, historically, mathematically. It's God's word. It's preserved. God made everything in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago. The evolution theory is not only stupid, it's dangerous. We teach the kids they're animals and then wonder, why are they acting like animals? Duh. So anyway, we're dedicated to fighting that dumb religion of evolution to the bitter end. So I appreciate the chance to have come on a debate tonight. I will take the position unashamedly that God's word is correct. There was a worldwide flood. Okay.
I appreciate it, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate the introductions from the both of you. So that being said, actually, I'm going to go over the format real quick, but I do want to thank, we've got a great audience already. As I said, this is a much anticipated debate, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Dell, we got a new YouTube member, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate these super stickers. So that being said, we're going to be having a roughly 12-minute opening statement. We're going to be starting with Snake. Then we're going to have an 8-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to have a cordial discussion period where the debaters are asking each other questions pertaining and related to the topic. Then we're going to have roughly 5-minute closing statements. And then this is where we get you guys involved in the audience. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So please make sure you're tagging me at Standing For Truth. Usually we have a few hundred people for these debates. So please just make sure you're tagging me. That way I won't miss your questions. That being said, why don't we kind of just get right into it then? We'll hand it over to Taylor. Whatever time's not used for the openings and the rebuttals, we'll just kind of toss into the audience Q&A. So that being said, Taylor, I can hand it over to you. And also, I'll give you a 1-minute warning. Once you reach the 11-minute mark, I'll just kind of say, hey, 1 minute, and you can start winding it down from there.
Alrighty.
All right. When you're good to go, just let me know and we can start your timer. If you need to share slides as well, of course, let me know. We can share your screen.
Okay. I might share some slides later, but for now, I'll just do this.
Sure.
Okay. So I was informed that Mr. Hovind accepts that he has the affirmative burden to demonstrate that the flood is true today. But I'm going first anyway, I guess. So he's going to have to show that one geological event caused all of what we see in the rock strata. And that appears to be an impossible task since the different layers in fossils form under different conditions. And many of these layers are required to form outside of watery conditions and impossible to form in flooding conditions. Before I get too much into the weeds, I want to point out here, I'm not here to disprove Christianity. Basically, creationism seems to be motivated by if the flood is just a myth, then the New Testament must just be a myth. So the flood must be literally true because the New Testament is literally true. And this kind of makes a mockery of the scientific method because it starts with the conclusion and works backwards, and it question begs. It makes the assumption that to prove the New Testament, you assume it's true, and then the flood must be true, which backs up that the New Testament is true. But like I said, I'm not here to touch any beliefs in Jesus or the religion of Christianity in general. I'm just here to talk about the science claims being made here. So I will say evolution and deep time geology is not incompatible with Christianity at all, just young earth creationism. Most Christians are able to believe in Jesus while believing the Genesis stories to simply be an allegory about the relationship of man to creation. And I actually appreciate the story on that level. And so, because as we know, fiction can sometimes be a better tool for conveying really important matters of psychology and meanings of life. So I'm not here to destroy any beliefs in Jesus with evolution. I do not believe evolution disproves Christianity. If I did, I'd be using evolution as an argument against Christianity as a whole, but I've never done that because I don't think it does. That's a completely different argument. So with that out of the way, so by necessity, we're going to go through geology, and so necessarily the rock layers must have been deposited in a single event if the biblical flood is true. So this means that any features in the rocks that require dry or calm marine sedimentation will preclude the flood from even being a possibility. Unfortunately for creationism, these exist in abundance. So ichnofossils, which include footprints of animals and other traces of animal activity, cannot have been preserved under flood conditions, and yet they're found throughout the rock strata. So if you pour explosive flood waters and liquid mud on top of footprints that are in the mud, all you get is mixed up mud. So, and these fossils are known to only be preserved in calm water environments or dry environments. So, and the biblical flood would have simultaneously been producing water flows supposedly strong enough to carve through solid rock and move continents, but yet at the same time gentle enough to preserve small footprints in the sand, which is, and this is a crucial point because all of these things must have been formed simultaneously with the same event occurring over just a couple of months. So those are incompatible. So speaking of carving through rocks, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Grand Canyon because it contains a lot of evidence for the age of the Earth, which, by the way, Christian creationist academics were the ones who originally came up with the concept of an old Earth because the evidence was too strong in favor of that, as modern geological techniques became more sophisticated. So speaking of the Grand Canyon, it contains a lot of elements to it that preclude the flood. So just in general, if the flood was true, you'd have to believe that the flood laid down all the layers in the Grand Canyon as muddy sediments. Then the flood waters would have to recede so the rock can lithify, all while the waters are supposedly above the highest mountains. Then the waters conveniently come back and use some extreme pressure, very selective pressure, to carve into the rocks and their jagged edges, so they were not formed by soft mud. The flood waters would have to very selectively decide where to place their pressure, because the winding of the Grand Canyon, which is supposed by young Earth creationists to have been carved by the flood, it winds around like a natural river does and changes direction. It takes tight 180-degree curves, and these are typical of slowly eroding rivers, and are not seen in giant floods. There are actually geological artifacts on Mars that we can tell were from giant explosive floods, and they're very straight and they're much bigger than the Grand Canyon, and they don't contain those weaving tight curves that we see in the Grand Canyon. And anyway, you would also have to believe that this complicated and very selective process would have to occur in less than 150 days. The Coconina sandstone of the Grand Canyon could have only formed in dry conditions. The limestone, just in general, but Grand Canyon also has limestone, would have taken thousands of years to deposit. We know that the max rate of limestone deposition sedimentation is 2 inches per year, and it has to be in calm, warm, acidic waters, which would not be the case in the flood, at least as purported. The flood would have been very hot, but we'll get there. So the lower strata of the Grand Canyon, they're stacked on top of each other, but tilted at an angle. So you'd have to somehow come up with a mechanism that the flood would have had to lay those strata down, lithify them, then pick them up as they were all in a stack and lay them back down like this, all intact. The Grand Canyon also contains repeating layers of sandstone separated by other types of rocks, so they could not have been hydrologically sorted by density. Limestone, we already covered that. So the Grand Canyon really contains a lot of features that disprove the flood all on its own. These features are all over the world, but the Grand Canyon, it also contains ichnofossils and footprints in between the layers, so that definitely could not have been formed by a flood depositing over and over, especially because the flood was so violent. As for the Ark itself, it would not have been seaworthy. Attempts at building sizable wooden ships with more modern technology have been met with failure. These ships sank, and they were smaller than the Ark and had better technology. And I mean, the Ark has been a horse beaten to death many times, so I'll try and be brief. The amount of food required to feed the animals would have been immense, would not have fit on the Ark, even if we accept that the amount of animals must fit on the Ark, which that's dubious. Compounded with the need to have fresh water stores. For example, elephants require hundreds of pounds of food and water per day. and that's you would have to have 8 of them, and that's only one type of animal. There are obviously tens of thousands of different kinds biblically. You would need exercise room for all the animals. They can't just stand in place the whole time and be healthy. So I would want to see affirmative demonstration of maybe show me some math, how you can fit all the animals, the food and water and space for the animals. It seems like it's just asserted that this all fits, and then we move on. I've never seen any comprehensive description of this. This is pretty much a linchpin of whether this biblical story happened. And the final point about that would be, given the constriction of biblical kinds being on the ark, even given the comparatively small amount of extant species that exist today, you'd have to have unrealistically fast hyper-evolution post-flood. You would have to see about one new species per year per kind on average. Some of them would be less, some of them would be way more, and that's definitely not what we see today, even on the micro-evolutionary level. And it's also very suspicious that 99% of life was completely wiped out, went extinct over the course of this flood. This was not very good planning for whoever this planner supposedly was. Then there's the heat problem, which is, I would say, the main problem. And to summarize that, just the subduction alone from the rapidly moving continental plate tectonics, that would boil off our oceans by over 2,000%. So over 22.7 times if we were to increase the ocean by 300%. So that's even including a bunch of extra water that has never been confirmed exists on the Earth. It's still almost 23 times going to boil off the oceans and make the Earth about the temperature of the sun. And that's not even including the volcanic activity, the heat from volcanic activity, or heat from accelerated nuclear decay and other sources, which would leave the Earth a melting ball. So all of this is just physically impossible. And the final point would simply be all the dating methods that cross-confirm each other. They all point to the old age of the Earth. And I know there's lots of points that Kent would say refute that. So I guess we can talk about that, and I'll leave that there for now.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Taylor. Perfect timing, 12 minutes, pretty well right on the dot. To the chat, once you start sending in those questions again, please make sure you are tagging me. We've got over 200 people right now for this epic debate. So let's hand it over to Kent. Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, and you have 12 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for letting me do this. And thank you, Taylor, for coming on the program here. As I said, I take the position the Bible is correct. There was a worldwide flood. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3, at the end of time, knowing this first, there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts. And it says they will be willingly ignorant, which means dumb on purpose, of how God made the heavens. Heavens is plural. There were 3 heavens in the original creation. And the earth standing out of the water and in the water. Today, the Earth's atmosphere we're breathing is about 6 layers, goes up about 10 miles. But if you go up 10 miles, there's a minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, at 10 miles up, and you go up 180 miles, it's 80 below zero. It's chilly up there. So there are some heat sinks in our current atmosphere. The atmosphere of the Earth is very complex. It has at least 7 layers to it. People argue about how many, but we'll call it 7 layers. I believe the original creation was very different than what we see today, and the scoffers today are ignorant of that creation. I'm a firm believer that the Earth used to have a 7th layer, a layer of ice around the atmosphere, maybe 10 miles up, 12 miles up. Today, the atmosphere is stretched out about 200 to 300 miles. There used to be ice above that, compressing it down into a smaller ball, closer to the surface of the Earth, which I've got here someplace. So the Earth's atmosphere today, some people argue, goes up as high as 300 miles. I don't know. Most of it's within 20 or 30 miles of the surface. You can't get an airplane above 7 or 8 miles without great difficulty to fly. The Earth has a diamagnetic field. Magnets, ice, super cold ice is magnetic. When is Arctic ice like a magnet? Interesting. Venus or Neptune, Uranus and Neptune may have ice around them because we can tell by the magnetic field. So the gas giants, there are ice giants out there. So at about 6 miles up and about 50 miles up, it's about 80 to 100 below zero right now. When I flew to Australia, we're flying along and the pilot on the plane had a little camera or little computer screen up there, said outside temperature, minus 100. I mean, over the desert, 100 degrees above zero down below you, but just 10 miles up, 100 below zero. Anyway, so the layers of the atmosphere, troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere, etc. I believe there used to be a crystalline canopy of super cold ice about 10 miles above the Earth that made the pre-flood world very different. That's why they lived to be 900 and why the reptiles grew to be 60 feet long. Dinosaurs did not live millions of years ago. They lived under this pre-flood condition with a canopy overhead. An ice canopy would block UV light, which is one of the things that causes animals to age. It would increase air pressure, and it would make a very, very different world. It could have been held up by the Earth's magnetic field, since super cold ice is magnetic, or like a big inflatable building. There are some giant inflatable buildings in the world. They get really big. 180,000 square foot in Alaska is a sports complex. 7 of the world's most intense inflatable structures. Wait a minute. The dome maintains a constant 15 to 17 pounds of air pressure. Even without the dome, it's 14.7. Atmospheric pressure is 14.7 psi. So it only takes a couple of pounds of pressure to hold this thing up. So a couple of pounds of air pressure would inflate would have a canopy over the Earth, inflated easily. It wouldn't take much. A cubic foot of water weighs 62 pounds. An inch layer of ice weighs 5 pounds per square foot. So you divide this up, you find out a current air pressure at sea level, 14.7. A slight increase in air pressure by squeezing the current atmosphere down into 10 miles would support the ice canopy with air pressure alone. You add the magnetic component, I think it's not a problem for there to be a canopy of ice above there. Super cold ice is magnetic. The Japanese float their trains off the tracks with super cold magnetic ice. There's a pumpkin floating, frozen pumpkin floating out over a magnet. Magnetic skateboard, okay? Super cold ice is magnetic. You can study all about the concentrator effect, etc. So everybody agrees, I think, that super ice under certain conditions becomes magnetic. So this ice above, when the space shuttle blasts off, it makes ice clouds behind, and they end up floating and drawn into the North and South Pole. Why? Well, they're magnetic, okay? Josephus, 2,000 years ago, wrote that God set the heaven above the universe, surrounding it with ice. The Jews have always taught that the earth was originally created with a layer of ice above the atmosphere. They taught it was 2 fingers to 3 fingers thick, a couple inches of ice. He placed a crystalline firmament around it from Josephus, Book 1. God made the firmament, the thickness being 3 fingers. This guy said the firmament has 2 fingers thick. I'm sure the Jews argued about whether it's 2 fingers or 3 fingers. Anyway, the word Rekeah in the Hebrew there means a flat and solid surface. On the second day, God brought forth 4 creations, the firmament, hell, fire, and the angels. The firmament is not the same as the heavens of the first day. It's the crystal stretched forth over the heads of the Hayat. You can read all about that. It was made to crystallize into a solid. Now, this crystalline canopy 10 miles up would not melt for many reasons. A, it's in a heat sink, 100 below zero up there. Secondly, it's like an igloo. It conducts heat away. Eskimos can go in their house, in their igloo, and build a fire. It can be 60 degrees inside and negative 50 outside, and the igloo won't melt. So it's a matter of temperature and altitude and stuff like that. So I believe Taylor is ignorant of the original creation, what it was like. 2 Peter chapter 3 says the scoffers in the last days will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God. So I believe that if we understand what the crystalline canopy was, what the earth was created to be like, God made it so people could live forever. According to the Bible and according to lots of historians, there was a time called the Golden Age when man used to live to be 1,000. They lived a long time. They were designed to live forever till they sinned. So not only were the humans living a long time, everything was living a long time. We have beavers in our lake down here. World's biggest beaver today is about 30 inches, 2.5 feet. They find fossil beavers 8 feet long. Something was different before. They find fossil centipedes 8 feet long. Fossil dragonflies with 50-inch wingspan. Well, they couldn't possibly fly today. You'd have to have increased air pressure and thicker air, basically, and richer oxygen. I believe the Earth had probably 30% oxygen in the original creation. Today we're breathing 21, depending upon your altitude and pressure, etc. Okay, so the Bible says God founded the earth upon the seas and established it upon the floods. He laid up the depth in storehouses. The original creation had most of the water that's now in the ocean was inside the crust of the earth. He stretched out the earth above the waters, Psalm 136. So Paul said he was caught up to the third heaven in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. There's 3 heavens. First heaven where the birds fly, we call that the air. Second heaven where the outer space is, we call that outer space where the stars are. Third heaven where God lives, apparently. Paul was caught up to the third heaven. This is the only reference to it in the Bible. But the original creation, I believe, had most of the water under the crust of the earth, a crust to stand on, maybe 10 miles thick like we have today, and then a 10-mile layer of air, and then a couple-inch thick layer of ice above the atmosphere. That would block out UV light. It would increase air pressure. It would explain why some animals grew to be huge and why giant dinosaurs had small nostrils and small lungs. It was a different world back then. The water under the crust of the earth is where most of the flood water came from. The Bible says, and the fountains of the deep were broken up and the windows of heaven were open. So the water that was inside came shooting to the surface and flooded the world. If rock weighs about 160 pounds per cubic foot, so if there's 10 miles of rock, that would put 8.5 million pounds of pressure per square foot on that water. Once it develops a crack, it'll come shooting up out of there like a missile and probably launch rocks out into space, get them up to escape velocity to leave Earth's orbit. All scientists agree the Earth's crust is broken up like an eggshell into plates and that many of the plates are still moving. No argument about that I know of. So the Earth's crust is broken up. Why? I think that came from the flood. Most of the volcanoes and earthquakes are along these fault lines. America has hundreds of fault lines. Okay, so the water underneath was able to shoot up through these cracks. During the flood, that ejecting water would shoot things up into space. I believe a lot of the debris floating around in space that we still come around and run into once in a while, asteroids and meteors, probably came off the Earth, got blasted off at the time of the flood. Some of it would come right back. Some would not reach escape velocity. It's interesting. If you look at the moon, the near side of the moon has got bigger craters than the far side. It's like the moon got blasted from the Earth like a shotgun, and then stuff drifted past the moon. Gravity caught it, brought it back, and the smaller stuff hit the backside. Why are there differential craters on the moon? There are craters all over the Earth, probably from stuff got ejected off during the time of the flood. So there's about 300 miles of atmosphere, but most of it's within 10 miles, okay? So the shattering of this pre-flood ice canopy around the world would allow the atmosphere to expand from 10 miles to the current 300 miles. And maybe Taylor doesn't know, but as gas expands, it absorbs heat. Get a spray can, hold the button down, it'll get cold in your hand as you release the pressure in the can. Changing from a gas to a liquid, there's latent heat of condensation, latent heat of vaporization. You study all that in physics class. But see, he's claiming about the heat being a problem from this flood. It's true, when it rains, it releases heat into the atmosphere. But when the atmosphere expands, it absorbs the heat. Also, when wood is turned into coal, it absorbs the heat. And the movement of all these continents is going to take a lot of energy. So, and the crust of the Earth is about 10 miles thick. Underneath that, it's really hot, molten rock. I don't think there's a heat problem at all. Latent heat of condensation. Energy is released when water vapor condenses to form liquid droplets. High school physics 101. I taught that for 15 years. So yes, I think the heat from the rain could be a problem if it weren't for the fact that the atmosphere is also expanding, which is going to neutralize it, negate it, equalize it, cancel it. So the reason a can gets cold after being used is a process known as abiotic cooling, a property of thermodynamics. A gas initially at high pressure cools when the pressure is released. Simple physics, okay? And you can get all into the ideal gas law and Boyle's gas law and all that stuff if you want to look it up for yourself. Charles' law, Boyle's law, Avogadro. Okay, so we won't bore you with all that. That's how an air conditioner works. You compress the gas and then you release the pressure and you blow fans past which side you want it. You want to add the heat or add the cool, take away the heat. Let's see. Argonne Laboratory, they were able to take coal, make artificial coal. Interesting. There's a lot of coal in the world. Wyoming has the thickest coal seam in the world, up to 300 feet thick. There's 1.15 billion short tons, 1.16 trillion short tons of coal in the world. Yeah. 300 foot thick layer. Am I done?
Oh, no. You still got 1 minute, Ken.
Okay, good. Thank you. So wood under high pressure and heat turns to coal. There is a huge amount of coal in the world. This would absorb the heat, Taylor. Not a problem. So the problem here is you don't understand what that world was like. The original creation was different. It was destroyed by a flood. And the moon is pulling the water up on the earth. So the water rushing into that bump, it's the same speed the earth is turning. At this latitude, nearly 900 miles an hour. All the layers of the earth probably formed in a few months, not millions of years. All the layers we see of the earth are the same age. You evolutionists believe the top layer is younger. Where did it come from? Outer space? All the layers are the same age. There is no geologic column. The whole thing is a hoax. I taught Earth Science 15 years. We can have the whole debate on that if you'd like. But the Bible says the scoffers will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. This flood explains the geology of the world today much better than millions of years of evolution. We'll get into footprints next time. Go ahead.
All right, perfect timing as well, Dr. Hovind. I appreciate that opening statement. Thank you both to Taylor and Kent for your opening statements. We got a ton of questions and super chats flying in as well. So as always, we are going to have an awesome audience Q&A, it looks like. So that being said, we're now moving into the uninterrupted rebuttal. We're going to hand it over to Taylor. Just make sure you unmute yourself when you're ready to talk. You have 8 minutes. Again, I'll give you a 1 minute warning when you reach the 7 minute mark. So Taylor, when you're good to go, floor is yours.
Okay, so I saw a lot of using the Bible to prove the Bible, which is circular reasoning, which is a logical fallacy. So we'll just move on from there since that's not science, and there's really nothing to say about that other than it's a fallacy, and so we can't use that as evidence. And so you say you're a firm believer of the idea that there's an ice layer surrounding the Earth. But having a firm belief seems to be the only evidence that you have for that belief. All you have is maybe some explanations for how an ice layer might stay afloat around the Earth. You don't have any evidence that it actually existed, which, according to your standards, and that is a good standard to have, you do need to have evidence of something that exists in order to propose that it exists. You don't have any evidence of it, you just say you believe it. But I came here to talk about things that we can show with science, so we can pretty much just dismiss that as well, unless you do have some actual evidence that it did exist, instead of just explanations of how it might exist. But for a second, we can assume that there is an ice layer around the Earth, and only a partial amount of the heat generated from the movement of the continents is going to boil off the oceans that are increased by 300% over 23 times over. So even if we assume that there's an ice layer around the world, that ice, it has 22 times more heat than is required to boil off the 400% of the Earth's oceans left over to deal with, and that's only a fraction actually of the heat that's actually there. And so let's include the 7 layers of the cold air around the Earth too, and we'll just, we'll be generous because I'm just doing the estimates right now. You'd still have like about 14 times more of the heat if you add in the ice wall or the ice canopy, which by the way still has no evidence for it, and all the Earth, the air layers. Let's just count those all as each individually needs as much heat to dissipate as 400% of the Earth's oceans. That's very generous. You're still going to have 14 times that amount of heat that's needed to boil the oceans left over if we melt the ice. Okay, so we'll add another one. So 13 times more, because we would have to boil the melted ice. And again, that's still only a fraction of the heat, because we still have to deal with the heat needed from the accelerated nuclear decay, which you'd need to accept if you're going to say that the radiometric dating is wrong. which I'm very sure you do. So the coal wouldn't absorb all the heat either. It would still be hot, and it does not have the ability to absorb all that heat. It's been calculated even by creationists that the entire Earth would be molten, the rock included. So we're not just talking about the water. We're not just talking about the air or the ice. We're talking about the rock itself will be lava. It won't be vaporized. Well, it might be, but it's at least molten. And so the actual reason gas gets colder when it expands, the actual physics, is because the air is moving away. The particles are moving away from each other. They're still hot. That the actual air itself is not cooling down. What's cooling down is where it came from, because the hot air moved away from it. The gas stays the same temperature and it's shooting around. So the water boiling, it's just a transfer of heat. And the reason a can seems cold is because you're transferring a little bit of heat away from room temperature. So, but if you have enough heat to melt the entire Earth several times over, there's still going to be heat heating up the metaphorical can, so to speak. And like I said, the heat is transferring into the air. So if all of the heat from this process gets transferred into the coal, into the ground, into the water, and it boils off, let's just say that cools the Earth down, even though that's insanely generous. You have a cold Earth, but all of the water is still carrying all of that heat, and it's still dispersing across space. So the water's still boiled, it's still gone from the Earth, and all you have is a barren Earth with no water on it. That's best case scenario. So like I said, the gas that gets scattered still carries that heat. The heat isn't thrown off into nothingness. It is carried away by the gas. I guess I'm not sure what else was covered. I think I covered pretty much everything I wanted to. I will mention, though, quick point, I'm not willingly ignorant, because all of the science clearly points toward an old Earth. Most of the scientists agree with that. And let's assume I'm wrong. Let's assume we're all wrong. It's still unintentional. It's not willing ignorance. So let's just not go into the ad hominem attacks. I assure you that you specifically don't want to go there. So let's just keep it with the science.
All right. Well, that is about 7 minutes. So we will be throwing a minute into the Q&A. Thank you for your rebuttal. Snake, we're going to hand it over to Dr. Hovind. You have 8 minutes as well. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. It's obvious Taylor is concerned about the heat generated from the flood of Noah. 40 days of rain would generate a lot of heat, called the latent heat of condensation. There's no question. But I think it can be easily negated, as I mentioned, from the atmosphere expanding, which absorbs the heat, or from the wood turning into coal, which would absorb the heat. So there's no question that he has not proven this would be a problem. He believes it's a problem. He's chosen not to believe the Bible because of his imaginary problem he created. But I think there's a logical scientific answer for this. He made so many comments I'd love to get on here. Let's see. Using the Bible to prove the Bible. Well, there's no evidence whatsoever for evolution. There's no evidence that any animal's ever produced anything other than its kind. Dogs produce dogs and cats produce cats without exception. But you guys believe by faith that dogs and bananas have a common ancestor. That's not science. I agree, I cannot prove the Bible scientifically. At least most of it cannot be proven scientifically. The Bible says, God said, I made it. Okay, I choose to believe that. Now, if you guys choose to believe that mosquitoes and elephants have a common ancestor, that's your religious belief. Evolution is a religion by every standard that I can see. So, yes, I've chosen to believe it, but I'm not requiring everybody to pay for my religion to be taught in the school system. You guys want all of us to pay for your religion to be taught. I resent that. I'm going to oppose that till I die. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I never said there is an ice layer. I think it's gone. It fell down. Super cold ice being magnetic. When it shattered with the fountains of the deep breaking open, the shattered canopy would be sucked in and dumped on the poles. There would be a rapid ice dump, ice age. Why are mammoths found frozen standing up? They were buried in probably 50 or 60 feet of snow in seconds, which would have come from the destroyed canopy. The ice pushing out would make glaciers sliding out rapidly, clear down to Kansas City, Missouri, leaving behind bulldozed ahead piles of rocks called terminal moraines or lateral moraines on the side, piles of rocks. They're all over the world. There's no question there was an ice age. But when did it happen? I think it came simultaneous with the flood. So you mentioned the geologic column. You do believe in that. I'm sorry. We'll fix that if you'll listen. There is no such thing as a geologic column. This whole thing was made up in the 1800s by Charles Lyell and other people who said the Earth has layers. Yeah. And they gave each one names: Jurassic, Triassic, Mississippian, Devonian. The whole thing is baloney. All the layers are the same age. If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. If you shake a jar of mud, water, and sand and stuff, we do it here every day when we give our tours. School group came through today. We stop, shake the jar. It settles into layers in seconds. The top layer is not younger. All the layers form at the same time. Simultaneous. It's a matter of density. So top layer can't be younger. If the top layer of the dirt of the Earth is younger, it had to come from outer space. No, all the layers are the same age. Does the geologic column exist? No, it doesn't exist anywhere. We can cover more on that some other time. About Grand Canyon, we can get into that for a long time too. Anyway, the geologic column can only be found in the textbook. The only place you'll ever find your geologic column. This textbook admitted, it's right here beside me, Earth Science book, Prentice Hall. They said, HBJ, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. The geologic column does not even exist anywhere except in the imagination. It's true the Earth has layers. I'm not saying it doesn't have layers. I'm saying they're not different ages, and they're not arranged in this order all over the world. There's only a very few places where you can even find them in the order they say they happened. Most of the world, 99.9% of the world, doesn't have them that way. The global stack of index fossils exists nowhere on Earth. The geologic column does not exist and does not need to be explained by flood geology. There is no geologic column. Change through time. If it existed, the layers you guys talk about, it'd be 100 miles thick. The whole crust of the Earth is only about 8 to 10 miles thick. I'm sorry, there isn't a geologic column. It doesn't have, you're wrong. They make up all these layers, the shale and limestone, and there's true. I live in a gravel pit. We got lots of layers. There are 7 layers of gravel coming out of our gravel pit that go all the way to North Carolina. And they're all rounded off, rounded rocks. These things were tumbled back and forth like a rock tumbler, so they're all rounded, like trillions of them, all the way to North Carolina, all the way to South Florida. The gravel layers could not be formed as anything other than a catastrophic flood. I think the tide, the moon pulling the tide up and down on the Earth, would make the water rush back and forth to keep the bump full. At this latitude, 31 degrees above the equator, we're turning almost 900 miles an hour. So the water is constantly rushing one way or the other to stay under the moon because of the moon's gravity at the same speed the Earth is turning. At the equator, latitude 0, it's 1,037.6 degrees, 6 miles per hour. At the North Pole, 0. So the water moving sideways is what formed all these layers that you guys believe are different ages. It all happened rapidly. All the shale, the sandstone, all these layers would have formed quickly, not over millions of years. Let's see. What do I got in there twice for? There we go. So the geologic column does not exist. All over the world, there are anomalies like petrified trees standing up, connecting all the layers. How can the layers be different ages? Trees only stand up a couple of years after they die. The flood explains the coal. It explains all the geology of the Earth. People say, where did all that flood water go? It's still here. These oceans are huge. There's enough water out there right now to cover the Earth 1.5 miles deep, 8,800 feet, everywhere. Plenty. So the Bible says at the end of the flood, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down, and the water rushed off. It would form canyons in minutes. Grand Canyon probably formed in a few weeks, not millions of years. Come see our demonstration. Taylor, I'll give you a tour of the place and show you our demonstration where we make miniature Grand Canyon in seconds. All you need is water. Once the water gets moving, it picks up speed and it picks up debris. And now it's not just erosion. Now it's liquefaction and cavitation and hydraulic plucking, and all kinds of strange things happen with rapidly moving water. So these index fossils that they predict might be found a few places just on pure accident, but they're not found that way all over the world. They say, well, the birds are found on top. That proves birds evolved last. I say, no. Birds are not always found on top. But if they're found on top, maybe that's because they can fly. They're the last ones to drown in a flood. Of course they're found on top. They got hollow feathers, hollow bones. They say clams are found at the bottom. Yeah. They're already at the bottom when the flood started. Like, duh. Of course they're first ones buried. If the water came up 200 feet and came in at 900 miles an hour, it's going to make a layer of mud 50 feet thick in 10 seconds. We have petrified clams in our museum, hundreds and hundreds of them. There are millions in the world. And they're petrified in the closed position. Now, wait a minute. When a clam dies, it opens. You're lucky to find a matched pair of seashells when you go to the beach. Petrified closed clams are found on top of Mount Everest. They're found on top of the Himalaya Mountains. They're found on top of the mountains in Peru, South America. Giant petrified clams, much bigger than the world's record today.
1 minute.
World record oyster today is 14 inches. They find them 11 feet up in Peru. I think there was a flood. You might want to believe on that. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. No, you still got about 30 seconds, but if you want, we can.
Yeah. Taylor, we want you to come give your heart to the Lord, get saved. You make a great Christian. We'll work on you, okay?
All right, I appreciate that, Kent. I appreciate the 8-minute rebuttals from the both of you. So it looks like we're now moving into the discussion portion. Great debate so far, gentlemen. And looks like we have quite a few interesting topics and points to discuss. So as always, we like to keep this cordial and as equally timed as possible, sticking to one topic at a time. Taylor, since Kent just ended with his rebuttal, why don't we hand it over to you to start us off with the discussion? Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, so real quick, you can see the entire geologic column for life, not for the entire geological history of Earth, but just for life, all the way down to the Precambrian in the Grand Canyon and in Manitoba, Canada. I think there's others too. But my question would be, it doesn't seem like you actually showed any demonstration or research that shows that the layers formed at the same age and you just asserted it. Is there anything beyond just the assertion for that?
Well, you can do a demonstration in a few seconds in any laboratory. Get a flask or a test tube and put some different materials in there and shake it up. You still buy those little things at Walmart. There are 4 different densities of sand. When you flip it over, they'll form many layers. A little sand art toy. It's an easy demonstration to do. So I think it's simple for a kindergartner to demonstrate that layers form quickly. Get any material that is a mixture of different densities. Like these things, these little sand, I should have one here, sand art toy. They'll have 2 or 3 or 4 different densities of sand. You shake it up, it always settles into layers very quickly.
Mm-hmm. But in the Grand Canyon, we have repeated layers of, I think, of sandstone. And so they could not have been hydrologically sorted. And just because something can happen quickly, which, by the way, that little demonstration is not, they don't lithify, it doesn't turn into rock. So just because something can happen quickly doesn't mean some specific situation happened in the exact same way. Because as we can see that there are layers forming slowly right now. It's not true of all rock formation.
Okay, we'll take one topic at a time. This is a picture of Grand Canyon from an earth science book right beside me. We see hundreds and hundreds of layers, all stacked like pancakes. Why are there no erosion marks between these layers? If those layers, here we go, thank you, man. If those layers truly are different ages, wouldn't it rain once in a while waiting for millions of years for the next layer? You can form layers in seconds. It doesn't take a long time. And as far as liquefy or lithify to turn to rock, of course, that would depend upon all kinds of factors. Is it above water? How much pressure is it under? But all the different types of rock. You have sandstone in Grand Canyon, it's sandstone, limestone, shale, slate, all kinds of different layers. Every tide going back and forth is going to make a new collection of layers. Noah was in the ark for 880 tidal changes. Yeah, you'd form all the layers in the Grand Canyon in a week.
There is rivers, evidence of erosion, rain droplets found between these layers. So there is evidence of erosion. And as far as...
Just a minute, Taylor. Earlier in your speech, you said there are no footprints found between these layers. But now you're saying
there are
found between the layers.
There are, which
There are
proves that
footprints.
the
I
flood
agree.
couldn't have happened.
Well, no. During the flood, the tide's going up and down, the water going back and forth. Animals are running to find high ground, which is slowly disappearing. It might have taken 4 months to kill everybody. Noah was in that ark for a year. So during the first few months of the flood, the crust of the earth floating up and down, it didn't like rain and everybody dead in 10 seconds. So there are lots of footprints found fossilized. Dinosaur trackways in Glen Rose, Texas. Hundreds and hundreds of dinosaur footprints in stride. So obviously, many of them were running by looking at them because the toes are depressed deeper and the stride increases greater than the normal stride when they're walking. So I think there's lots of footprint evidence that there was animals running from something, running toward high ground. And now they're buried, the layer's buried and the footprint is preserved. We got a bunch of the footprints here in our museum. Come on down, see our museum. Anyway, so
but
I think I disagree. I think footprints did form. I think raindrops did get preserved. I think the flood, some areas would be calm, some areas would be storming. It's probably storming right now someplace in the world. It's calm right here where I'm at.
And in modern flood situations, you don't get those ichnofossils because they're too fragile to be preserved in flood situations. And several of those layers are only possible to be formed. The sandstone is it cannot form in flood conditions, only dry conditions.
I didn't catch that. What can only form in flood conditions?
The sandstone.
Sandstone? No, we shake up our jar here. Well, where did I just put it? This is 4 different colors of sand inside water between 2 layers of glass. It'll form multiple layers of nothing but sand, called sand art.
Not sandstone, though.
It'll turn to stone if it dries out. If the water has any elements in there that allow it to stick together, there's all kinds of different things that cause sand particles to stick and turn it to sandstone. But even then, sandstone crumbles pretty easily. There's all kinds of hardnesses, different hardnesses in sandstone, limestone, shale. That's a whole complex field of science, just studying mineralogy and rocks. So
yes,
I think
and so the
nothing
geologists
that can't be explained by a flood. Go ahead.
The geologists have studied specifically the Coconino sandstone layer. Has dunes in it that are only formed in dry conditions. They don't look like the dunes that form underwater. And the people who study this, there's not one who has concluded that sandstone layer was formed in flood or wet conditions.
Well, if the Earth's crust is flexing up and down like Noah's flood, we know the Earth's crust is broken up like an eggshell. Nobody argues about that. There might have been some sections of the Earth that were above water for months, and the sandstone could form during dry conditions, and then later they get submerged. I think everybody would agree that probably every square inch of the Earth has been submerged at one time or another. Every square inch of the Earth shows evidence of flood. Now, whether it was all at the same time, like Noah's flood, you guys could argue about that. But I think I could point out you'll have a hard time finding a spot where the Earth has not been flooded. The top of Mount Everest is loaded with seashells. 2,000 feet of the top of Mount Everest is seashells and clams. I think it was flooded. Now, I don't think Noah's flood was over Mount Everest. It's 5 miles high. I think what the Bible says, at the end of the flood, the mountains arose and the valleys sank down. If you filled this room 3 feet deep in water and lifted up that end of the building, all the water would come down here and be 6 feet deep, and now that would be above ground. It's interesting. All the mountain ranges I'm aware of in the Earth follow the coastlines. The Rocky Mountains follow the Pacific Ocean. The Appalachian Mountains follow the North Atlantic. The Alps, or the Andes Mountains in South America, follow the South Pacific. I think the mountains and oceans formed at the same time because of the same thing. The crust of the earth was flexing. Psalm 104, the mountains arose, the valleys sank down. I think the Bible's true. Go ahead.
So there was a lot there. So did you say that you don't think the waters covered Mount Everest? Did I hear that right?
I didn't hear that question. I think the water covered the whole earth during the flood, but maybe not all at the same time. Noah was in the ark for 1 year. It rained for 40 days, but the water kept coming up, according to the Bible, for 150 days. I think it was coming from inside. The fountains of the deep broke open. The crust of the earth then would settle into the void as the water escapes. As the water escapes, the crust of the earth would settle into that void. Settle in differentially, depending how the water's escaping. There'd be a lot of factors in that. It could be twisting up or bending. The bent rock layers we see all over the world had to form rapidly while the layers were all soft. I think I flashed pictures up there a minute ago of all that. So yeah, as I taught earth science for 15 years, I did not see anything that cannot be explained by a global flood. If you have a specific, I'd love to see that. But to me, right here, the liquefaction, there we go. Okay, slide number 700, Alt-DV 701. Turbidity currents happen all the time. If the water's coming up because of moon's gravity pulling the tide up, the water has to be rushing in to fill the void, to fill that bump, that rising bump. And it has to be coming in at the same speed the Earth is turning to stay under the moon. Here at Lennox, we're turning 886 miles an hour. These currents would form these layers quickly, and this would tumble the rocks back and forth like a rock tumbler does. That's why gravel all over the world is rounded. They call this river rock. Guys, this rounded rock goes from here to North Carolina, 500 miles. That was a flood, not river rock. And all these layers would have formed very rapidly. Now, why you guys believe they're millions of years different in age, I don't know. You're welcome to believe that, but that's not scientific. They're all, and why are they neatly planed? Where's the erosion marks between the layers?
Well, as we've discussed, there are erosion marks between layers. And
there may be in some spots because of the flood.
Yeah. But floods cannot preserve the erosion marks because that's soft mud on top of soft mud, which would just become a homogenized piece of mud.
If you had a canyon eroded in the soft mud and a new layer of mud filled it in, then they all hardened together. Yeah, of course you can preserve a canyon.
Not with the kind of flood we're talking about.
Come on down.
So we have on Mars, there's evidence of these giant bursting floods, and they carve kilometer-wide things, much bigger than the Grand Canyon, and they look completely different. So that's not realistic that it would basically have meteoroid impact level force behind it, but somehow preserve small footprints.
Well, if Mars has canyons bigger than Grand Canyon, and I believe that's probably correct, that's the scientific evidence. Okay, now what's the interpretation of that? Well, could Mars have been blasted with things coming off the Earth when the crust of the Earth broke open? Could it have shot ice out or water out into space that would float around? And any object with gravity, any of the planets, there's like magnets going around, they're sucking in anything gets close. Could Mars gravity have sucked things in out of space, the water or ice? And could there have been a canyon formed on Mars? I don't know. Interesting. But I almost want to get into the topic of, you guys believe all of Mars and the Earth fit in a dot smaller than a period. That's ridiculous. We'll get into evolution another time. But this idea that it all fit in a dot, insane. But yes, Mars has canyons. Earth has canyons, some pretty big ones, some subterranean canyons. I think the flood's the best explanation for all the canyons. Now, Mars, I don't know about that. I have to go see it someday.
Yeah, so we know of black holes today that compress matter into unimaginably small levels, but that's kind of irrelevant to the debate topic. So what I was trying to respond to a little bit ago, before your last response, was that we do have the age of these layers, and that radiometric dating is extremely reliable. And the way that we can show that is basically, we can go into how we can error check for contamination for this specific method or this specific method. But the fact that you can test the same layers with different methods of radiometric decay, and they come out with the same number, you don't have to know anything about the actual mechanisms of these methods. If they come out with the same age, that's cross correlation. That is the golden standard of scientific evidence, because even let's assume that the radiometric dating is broken, it should not be able to align perfectly every time with other methods of dating. That's like walking into a room where all the clocks have the same time on them and assuming that they're all broken, and assuming that the time isn't what they say, because they're all, but it's actually even more reliable, all the radiometric dating, because they're using different methods. So if all the clocks are broken, they could all have the same flaw. This is not possible with all the different radioactive dating, and the fact that there are different ages consistently also proves that they were not created at the same time, because you have different rates of radioactive decay, and that will require miracles.
Well, I think a couple things to consider. First of all, I think you're mistaken. They're not all giving the same age, but you got to realize there is such a the educational system and the publishing has been so clamped down on, where nothing will get published if it doesn't go along with the current paradigm. You would never publish an article in a Muslim country saying Muhammad was a bad guy and Jesus was the Christ. They wouldn't publish that. They would probably get executed instead. You won't get an article published in communist countries saying communism is bad. Go to China and try to do that sometime. So if somebody publishes an article saying, look, I found radiometric dating to not work, they'll ignore it. They won't be. It has to match the paradigm, or it doesn't get published in a major journal.
They've published those, actually.
Okay.
No one's executing creationists in America, and there are published challenges to this dating, which were responded to, and they showed the flaws in that method, and they were like, okay, let's move on.
Well, I have lots of examples in my PowerPoint where they date living things and come up with tens of thousands of years old with the dating method.
Yeah,
they're still alive.
That's a misuse of the method, though.
Well, how can it be a misuse of the method? If my dog died and I took the bone in and said, carbon date this, they would say, where did you find it? What difference does it make where I found it? If your method works, just date it. But they want to position it by the geologic column first to bracket the date they're looking for. Because they might carbon date a sample and get 5 different dates off the same sample.
Yeah, because it's not
for a living.
Carbon dating is the flaws with that are known. There are constraints. It's not a magic wand that you can just date anything at any time.
Well,
most of these methods do not work for immediate dating, like when it begins. You can't really date it because there is a margin of error, which is small in comparison to what it can measure, but in comparison to like human lifetimes, it's within that margin of error. So you're not going to get the correct results.
Well,
it's like trying to measure. It's trying to measure nanometers with a ruler.
Yeah. Well, here's an analogy that maybe will help you understand. If you walked into a room and found a candle burning on a table, and I asked you the question, when was it lit? The only empirical science we can do on this, things we can study, test, demonstrate, would be measure the height of the candle. We can do that down to the nearest bazillionth of an inch. Okay, it's 7 inches tall. Then we measure how fast it's burning. Let's say, okay, it's burning an inch an hour. We get the Olympic stopwatches and we time it 4,000 times because we're getting paid by the government to waste our time on this candle. So we measure the candle. It is burning an inch an hour and it's 7 inches tall. When was it lit? Well, we just ran out of empirical science, and now we got to go to assumptions, which is what carbon dating does. How tall was it when it started? I don't know. Has it always burned at the same rate? All kinds of things can affect the rate of burn of a candle. Increased oxygen, little wind flow, thicker wick, thinner wax, flammable wax. I don't know. So radiometric dating would not have even been possible if the geologic column had not been erected first. Clear back in 1976, they knew the geologic column was how they really dated things. So they find a fossil. If you bring a fossil,
absolute dating actually changed their assumptions to more accurate ones.
Well, the absolute dating is, the first question they ask is, where did you find it? They have to bracket it based on the stupid geologic column. Ever since William Smith, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they occur, from New Scientist magazine 40 years ago. I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. Earth's atmosphere is 300 miles thick. Most of it's within 10 miles, but the atmosphere contains mostly nitrogen, but some oxygen, and a very tiny amount of C14. Some of that C14 is all of it's radioactive, the C14. Carbon-12 and C14 are mixed in the atmosphere. It's created by sunlight striking the atmosphere. The whole carbon dating thing was made up in 1955, a couple of years after I was born, by Willard Libby. He said, wow, the sunlight is causing the formation of carbon-14. Plants are breathing in the carbon. We can tell how long that plant
carbon dating is completely irrelevant here. It's not used to date rocks, so let's forget about that.
Well, all the dating methods follow the same assumptions as the candle. Has it always decayed at the same rate? Do you know the initial content? You cannot possibly know either of those. They've
If
proven there are
we-
many things that will affect the decay rate of all the different radioactive elements, whether it be carbon, potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead-208, lead-206. All of them are based on the assumption that the decay rate remains constant, and we know what the initial content was. No, you don't. You can't know either of those. In an honest
Well,
court
there
of
are a
law,
lot of ways to know that, actually. There's a lot of chemistry involved, so it's complicated. For the lead argon dating, the initial conditions are hostile to lead, so you can rule out lead contamination in certain conditions.
but how do you know the initial conditions?
Because
This is where your evolutionary assumption is flavoring your answer.
no, that's just chemistry, and
You
we're
don't
not
know- you don't know
assuming.
the initial conditions.
Well, we do
If
know
I'm
how
right-
chemicals. We do know the results of certain chemical reactions, and we know
I
the
agree.
initial conditions of those chemical reactions. If it's something different, magic was involved. There's no reason to think that. Every time we test certain reactions, it's the same. Every time we test nuclear decay, it's the same. It's never changed. There's no reason to think that it was different. And if we assume that it was accelerated, that just makes the heat problem at least twice as bad.
Oh, stick on one at a time here now. I think if we look at the fossils, we find dinosaurs that are 60 and 80 feet long with nostrils the same size as a horse. He couldn't possibly breathe. So something had to be different when that dinosaur was walking around, either richer oxygen in the air or increased air pressure or both. Either one or both together especially would solve the problem of the huge dinosaurs with small lungs and small nostrils. Apparently they did live and walk around and reproduce. I mean, we find the bones of them. So you can't look at today's atmosphere and say that's the way it's always been. It was different. I can
Correct,
prove
but
from the
the-
dinosaur fossils. But yet you want to
but
make it the
they,
same for all the dating methods.
But the chemistry of oxygen hasn't changed, is the point. We know oxygen can be produced by the plants, and we know how oxygen interacts with blood. That's not different. The amount of oxygen can change. That's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the point.
Well, are you aware that lots of oxygen air bubbles are found in amber? When they suck the air bubbles out of the amber, they find they're 30% oxygen. So that tree that was bleeding out the sap, the amber is tree sap. If a tree got broken in the flood and the sap's oozing out all over, it's going to trap samples of that atmosphere. Why would it be 30% oxygen? Google it. Amber contains 30% oxygen. Today it's 21%.
I'm not contesting that.
Well, then something was different on the planet.
No, because you're confusing the amount of a particular chemical with its chemical properties. The chemical properties don't change ever.
Well,
The
no, they do
amount
change
of
under different
chemicals
pressures.
there.
Oh, wait a minute. Chemical properties change radically under different pressures.
No, because it's
Yes, they
still the
do.
same chemical properties.
Well, oxygen 18 exists, if I recall. Chemistry was my least favorite of all the sciences, but there's different isotopes of oxygen. Well, that'd be a whole different debate. I think the purpose of the debate, you said Noah's Ark, the flood story is not possible. I said it is. Here we have a book, the world's best-selling book, claiming it happened, and you want to come along and say, no, it didn't. I think the burden of proof's on you, and you haven't met your burden. You have not proven that the flood didn't happen. I think it is scientifically possible. There's plenty of water out there now to cover the earth 1.5 miles deep. One drop would cover the earth if you spread it real thin, but there is water to cover the earth. There's lots of legends of the earth being covered, lots of flood legends. There are fossils all over the world. There are layers all over the world. I think the scientific evidence we observe says, wow, this planet was flooded. They go to Mars and find a canyon and conclude it was a flood. But they can't come to Earth and see a canyon and see it was a flood. That's a special kind of dumb in my book.
They have much different traits. Because it has the trait of an explosion from underground, pressurized water. We don't have these on Earth. They're way too large, and they're straight. They don't curve like the Grand Canyon curves around like that. So they have much different properties. They're thought to be explosive floods because they're much different from anything we see on Earth. And that wouldn't prove a global flood, even if we had one on Earth. But
True. Yeah, I agree. I don't
So-
think I could prove a global flood. I could point out that I think just nearly every square inch of the Earth has evidence that it was flooded at one time. Now, was it all at the same time? I don't think I could prove that. But see, I'm not asking my theory to be taught in the schools and everybody pay for it. You guys are demanding we pay for your evolution theory to be taught in the schools, and we all pay for it. Why don't you go start a private school and teach you came from a rock? I don't care.
Well, that's not
Teach whatever you
evolution.
want.
This has been around since before evolution. But what do you think we should teach in the schools, if not the prevailing scientific consensus?
Well, I think we should
That's the
teach
best
science in
information we
science
have,
class.
right?
In science class, we should teach science. There's plenty of science in any branch of science, whether it be earth science, physical science, biology. In biology, you could teach the kids, hey, boys and girls, this is the radius, the humerus, the ulna, the carpals, metacarpals, the flexors, the extenders, the deltoid, the biceps, triceps, etc. You can teach all the muscles, all the bones, all the organs, all the functions, and never refer to evolution. Evolution is a complete waste of classroom time in biology and in physical science. Certainly, what do you need that for physical science? Acceleration due to gravity, 1/2 gt squared. Nothing to do with evolution. And earth science, you can teach, hey, boys and girls, the Earth has lots of layers. Let me show them to you here. Let's see, 1161, DV 11.
So
The Earth
oil
has lots of
speculators actually use this science to find oil, and they're
Oh, yeah.
not using creationist assumptions. They're using
There's
old Earth assumptions.
Either one would work. There's a lot of oil in the ground. The creationist says, well, yeah, during the flood, whole herds of animals would be killed. If the water's coming up 200 feet every tidal change because of harmonic tide and coming in at 200 miles an hour, it's going to bury whole herds of animals under 50 feet of mud in seconds. How do you explain petrified closed clams? Go to the beach, man. You can find a bazillion clams, but they're open or not even connected anymore.
So
Closed clams are
understanding,
common.
all right, so understanding how these rock layers form is crucial to understanding how to find them, and thus where the oil is. So once we understand, so teaching
right.
how they form is a form of science. So teaching what we know about how sandstone forms in dry conditions only, at least the one that I referenced, and how limestone forms at a rate of only 2 inches per year, which is far too slow for a young Earth biblical flood model. That is science by your standards, and it's crucial to understanding how to navigate what we live on.
Well, I love this planet. I love living here. I intend to stay here as long as I can. I'm going to make dying the last thing I do. Decided that at an early age. So, yeah, but I think I can look at the world and say, wow, this was created by God. I can give God the glory. And I think it was destroyed by a flood and it formed all the layers, petrified trees standing up. I don't see another way to explain that. The giant coal field, petrified trees running through different layers of coal. We've got them here in Alabama. So I don't see how you guys cannot see a worldwide flood when you see all these layers that you claim are different ages, like the Mary Lee and the Blue Creek, can be proven scientifically. You got trees that could be proven all these layers had to form before the tree rotted. I'd give it a couple of years, maybe, not million. There's a Specimen Ridge, Wyoming, 27 consecutive forests. All
So
of them
if they all started at the same time, they would have different, or they would have the same level of radioactive decay going on, even if it was accelerated. So you would have to have selective acceleration of radioactive decay, depending on what level it's at, and that requires. That's not scientific.
I know people that have taken fossils or wood and sent it to 4 different laboratories with the simple question, how old is it? They get 4 different answers from the same sample. Mm-hmm. There's way too much. In an honest court of law, no carbon dating would hold up. Or radiometric potassium, argon, rubidium, strontium, lead 208, lead 206. None of them would hold up, okay? They're all based on some obvious assumptions. The coal seams nearly always have layers of clay. Petrified trees standing up. Joggins, Nova Scotia is famous for them. Hundreds and hundreds petrified trees connecting these layers that you guys are claiming are different ages. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I think the layers formed rapidly, which is why the tree is connecting all the layers, which is why fossils are preserved at all. How many animals died today in the world? Like millions? How many are going to turn to fossils? None. It takes very special conditions for fossils to form, and the flood is the best explanation of that I can see. But again, I'm not asking everybody to pay for my thing to be taught. I think we should teach science in science class and leave evolution out of it. Origins in general should not be involved, because no matter what you teach, somebody's going to get mad.
Okay, let me jump in here, gentlemen. This has been a fantastic discussion. We've got over 30 people in the chat. You guys were having such a cordial, intelligent discussion that the timer did go off a few minutes ago. Actually, I think about 10 minutes ago. So, but it's been so much fun, and time is flying by. Taylor, I know you probably have a few things you want to respond to Kent pertaining to what he just said. So why don't we, since we have 5-minute closings, why don't we, if it's okay with you guys, jump right into the closings? Taylor, you're going to start us off anyways. So whatever you'd like to respond to, you could always do it in your 5-minute closing. And we are going to have a good audience Q&A as well. So Taylor, let's hand it to you. You do have 5 minutes. And if you take a few minutes over, that's fine as well. Or a few seconds, right. I should say. Go ahead.
Okay. So we heard a lot of assertions. The Bible says it, so I believe it. I believe in an ice layer. We have, layers can form quickly. We have no demonstration of how some of these layers, especially limestone, can form as quickly and become rock as quickly as needed. We don't have any evidence that these layers were formed at the same time. We just have an assertion based on, well, if they can form at the same time, it must mean that these specific ones did. Well, that doesn't follow. And we have evidence for the different layers have different levels of radioactive decay. Even assuming we can't correctly date that, we know that radioactive decay is a natural process, and if these layers formed at the same time, they're decaying at different rates. That doesn't make sense unless there's, again, miracles of interventions, and you can believe in miracles, but we can't study them. We can't test them, so it's not scientific. I'll touch on, the footprints again. We had a response on that, but not satisfactory to me. I don't see any way how the violence of the flood can preserve such delicate things as footprints. But we didn't really get, I didn't get any response to the explanation of why the heat dispersal propositions would not be effective. We had no response for how the Ark would be stocked with enough food and fresh water, how the small amount of people working on it would be able to take care of all those animals. And no real response in numbers for how much heat could be absorbed by these various methods. We have no evidence of an ice layer. It's just asserted. Kent at one point even said, I can't prove there was a global flood. So I feel like that's an admission that he's failed his burden of debate. I feel like I've met my burden by showing that the different layers could not have formed at the same time. Simply that's really all I needed to do. Some of the layers can only have formed in a dry situation. You only have 150 days. That's not enough to form dry sandstone, which has dunes that need to form over a long period of time. Limestone is an even bigger problem. I'll leap back a little bit. There was not really an explanation. So I explained how the boiling water, yes, it will cool off the surface of the earth when it boils, but then you have boiling water shooting off into space. You still have no water. Same problem with the coal. I think this is a misunderstanding of how basic thermodynamics works. It's not the water is not cooling down. Whatever's absorbing the heat is actually getting hotter. it would still hold on to the heat. Wood turning into charcoal, it wouldn't. It's not like a heat vacuum. It wouldn't suck in the heat from the plate tectonics. It would only absorb heat that's directly next to it. And this would, even assuming they can absorb all of it, you'd have these red hot coals dotting the entire Earth, and completely evaporated oceans. It's just completely inhospitable to life. And that's, again, being very generous. Everything would be melted. Everything would be evaporated. Even if we assume that the ice layer is as 10 times the water that we have on the Earth, it would be completely evaporated by a mere fraction of the heat generated. So let's see. The radioactive dates correlating with each other shows that it's actually, the chances of them all correlating with each other is impossible if it's just random dates being generated. So the fact that they're cross-correlating, that's the gold standard of science. That shows that even if one of them is broken, even if multiple are broken, the fact that they're all aligning on the same results with different methods, that is absolutely the highest standard of evidence that we have in science. You say, teach science in science class. These are very useful concepts. Even evolution has been very useful, especially in the medical sciences, because especially things like viruses, things that have inserted into our genome over time, viruses that we've inherited from other animals, the way viruses evolve and mutate.
30 seconds.
Okay, and the last thing I'll say is, you mentioned give glory to God. You can do that without young Earth creationism. In fact, I believe that it's a much, much greater God that created this universe that operates as a clockwork that can run on its own. It would require a much better planner and just a much greater mind to create this universe that is able to create life within itself, to create all the things we have without even him intervening every once in a while. So it does it all by itself. That's a much greater machine than God having to constantly tweak things along the way. So you can still give glory to God no matter what. So that's it.
All right. Thank you, Taylor, for that concluding statement. That was exactly 6 minutes. We're a little more easygoing on the closing statement. So we're going to hand it over to Kent. Kent, you also have 6 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. Thank you for doing this. And I appreciate you guys at Standing for Truth for taking the stand to just let both sides say their mind, speak their mind. This is great. Let people sort it out. The Bible says clearly in the very first chapter, God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. There used to be a layer of water above the air. That is probably what made them live so long, and it had filtered out the radiation. The Bible says the earth is the Lord. He founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. There was water above the air. There was water under the crust of the earth. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. He stretched out the earth above the waters. So the model that I gave, with an original creation having a layer of ice above the air, and then the air to breathe, and then the dirt to stand on, and water under the crust, which is where the flood water came from, is the model that I defend. I think that's what the Bible teaches. There was water in the crust of the earth that came to the surface, but the scoffers are ignorant of that flood. That flood explains a lot of things. They're willingly ignorant of how God made the heavens, plural, heavens, and the world was overflowed with water, and it perished, and the fountains of the deep were broken up. It rained for 40 days, but the water kept coming up for 150 days. It's coming from inside the crust of the earth. This water shooting out explains a lot of things that we see, the erosion marks. There's a whole section about Grand Canyon. I forgot to get to that. As the water is draining off the backside of the dam, which makes up Grand Canyon, it would have spiked barbed canyons. You Google barbed canyons, you'll see that can't form. It had to be formed by rapid draining of a lake. Grand Canyon's a washed out spillway. But we talked about all this stuff in the rapid formation of the mountains and the canyons, the wrinkling of the carpet, etc. He mentioned several things I didn't get to cover here. He said evolution is used in medical science. I think you're grossly mistaken there. All we've ever seen is dogs produce dogs and cats produce cats. I think that any bacteria or viruses that evolve have to stay within the same kind. They're still a bacteria. No bacteria has ever evolved into an elephant. There's no evidence whatsoever from any branch of science for the claims that evolutionists are making. They're just making these claims. These wrinkled mountain layers, as I mentioned, hundreds of layers all tilted at the same time. All at the same time. There are no cracks in those little layers where they were bent after they were hard rock. They were all soft mud when they bent at the same time. I'll show you pictures here. And underwater today, there are millions, maybe tens of millions of hot water vents shooting water up into the bottom of the ocean. Some are on the surface like geysers, like Old Faithful. Most are in the oceans because the earth is 70% underwater. But this trapped water that's down there is probably left over from the original creation that did not get to escape yet from the flood. Scoffers are ignorant of the creation, the flood, and the coming judgment of God. The Bible says, the heavens and the earth which are now, which we're standing on, are reserved unto fire against the day of judgment. There's only two conclusions you can come to. There's a God or there isn't. If you say, okay, I believe there's a God now, is he capable of writing a book and telling us how he did it or not? Some people look at the same thing and come to opposite conclusions. That's a 6. No, it's a 9. Okay. No, it's a 4. No, there's 3 of them. Are there 2 faces or 2 vases or a vase? So I think we can all look at Grand Canyon and say, yep, Grand Canyon exists. The evolutionist says it formed slowly with a lot of little water and lots of time. Creationist says it formed quickly with a lot of water and a little bit of time. Either one would make the canyon, but there are things about it that cannot be explained by the slow erosion. And I cover all this in my seminar series. Anyway, if you'd like to help, I want to help strengthen your faith in the Word of God. My seminar series is 18 hours long, covers all kinds of this. Where do dinosaurs fit in? You can get the whole thing for $50. When you're done watching it, you can return it and get your money back. I used to loan my videos out. I learned right away people don't borrow, but they don't steal, but they borrow and never return. So pay the $50. When you're done, send it back. We'll get your money back to you. We just want to help. If you're concerned about the world, the way things are going now and what's coming, I did a whole series on what on earth is about to happen. Whoa. I think it's 20-some hours about what the Bible teaches the future holds. We're headed for disaster, folks. You might want to get ready for that. If we can help, call us, 855-BIG-DINO. That's 855-244-3466. I'm extension 3. Take calls all day long. I'll be glad to talk to you. And Taylor, if you want to call, we can talk off air sometime, or come down and visit Dinosaur Adventureland. We're going to have a big Thanksgiving party here for everybody, atheists especially invited. We'll do it again at Christmas. Bring the whole family down. We'll feed you like a king, treat you like a king, show you the place, teach you some science. Okay, thank you so much for having me. 1 minute left, right? Keep these debates going. And Taylor, come on down. We want to treat you like a king. We'll show you around Dinosaur Adventureland. Okay?
I appreciate that. Kent, thank you both, Kent and Taylor, for a fantastic debate. Great audience and just really, really good debate. I appreciate it. That being fed like a king, Dr. Hovind, sounds pretty good. So I may just have to sneak down there and enjoy a Thanksgiving dinner with you guys. So as we kind of get into the Q&A here, though, I just wanted to announce real quick that we at Standing for Truth Ministries have partnered with John Mackay, the creation guy, and his creation research team on a new short film that should be released early 2022. So here's kind of the sneak peek movie poster for it. It's going to be a ton of fun, experience creation from the beginning. So stay tuned for that, guys. We will keep you posted more and more on how that's coming along. So that being said, thank you to the audience for a ton of great questions. We'll never be able to get through all of these. I'm going to put a time limit on the Q&A, actually, as we usually do, which means we'll get through as many as we can within about 20-25 minutes. So why don't we just kind of get right into the first question, as we usually do here. Let's say the question's for Taylor. Okay, we'll give you the chance to obviously answer it first. Kent can give a response, and then we'll give you the last word. That way we can move along smoothly. So the very first question that came in all the way at the beginning from Dylan Bradshaw. And I appreciate if some of these questions were answered during the discussion, but I guess it's just the nature of debate. So Dylan asks you, Dr. Hovind, he says, an ice canopy would create a major heat problem on the Earth. Have you considered this fact?
I don't see how it would. An Eskimo's igloo doesn't create a major heat problem. It gets to a certain temperature and it transfers heat right through the ice. I think you'd have to prove his point. if he claims it would form. I mean, the Earth today has atmosphere has layers. Nobody questions that. Troposphere, thermosphere, exosphere, ionosphere. Do those layers create a heat problem today? I think it all pretty well equalized. I have multiple layers of clothing on when it gets cold out to keep my body heat in. So I'd have to see him prove his point if he thinks he can make that statement, but that's not scientifically provable that an ice canopy would create a heat problem.
Right, I appreciate that response. Kent, Snake, if you wanted to add a quick couple points, just make sure you unmute yourself. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll unmute you, Snake.
Okay, oh, whoops. Yeah.
No.
Well, all I'll say, I guess, is it does seem like a canopy would not allow the radiative cooling. So that seems like a legitimate point.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. This one comes in from Sean Mack. I appreciate it. Question for both. So he says, how does the Roche limit and the moon's gravity affect the ice sphere? Whoever wants to start. The ice canopy, I think he means.
Yeah, that would be the limit that the closest the moon can orbit the Earth, I think. And yeah, I'm not sure where you think how far out the ice canopy is. So that would be hard to answer without that. But yeah, I think the moon recession is pretty interesting. It even at a linear rate, it could not have. It is more consistent with an old Earth.
Okay, thank you, Taylor. Go ahead, Dr. Hovind.
Well, if I recall, Roche's limit is 2.44 times the diameter of the larger planet or smaller planet. Let's take it the larger planet. Earth's 8,000 miles. So the radius, I think it was the diameter, yeah. So 8 times 2.44 is about 20,000 miles. So in other words, a moon cannot orbit within what's called Roche's limit. We see the scientific fact, the moon that was going around our Earth is getting further away. It's been measured about 1.5 inches a year. The moon is getting farther from the Earth, okay? Well, that means it used to be closer. Well, how much closer can you bring it before it creates a problem? You cannot get within Roche's limit. Gravity will collapse the orbit, just like two magnets getting close together and they snap together at a certain point. So the moon's receding, the moon leaving the Earth is another powerful evidence it cannot be billions of years old. If I told you this ink pen was 5,000 years old, you'd say, come on, Hovind, that's a Bic pen, and Bic wasn't even a company till after World War II. Just that one fact. Bic created the pen, and Bic didn't exist till after World War II. You just proved my 5,000-year claim wrong. Now, I still don't know when the pen was made, nor do I care, but I know it was made after World War II. It was a ballpoint pen. Plastics weren't invented. I don't know. You could systematically prove my 5,000-year claim for this pen is wrong. I think I can easily prove that billions of year claim for the Earth is wrong. The Earth is cooling off. The moon is getting further away. The Earth is slowing down in its spin. The population of people is growing. I go through about 60 different scientific indicators. The Earth cannot be billions of years old on my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. I did a whole series, an hour long, just on this DVD series here you can get, called The Age of the Earth. How to show the Earth cannot possibly be billions of years old. The age of the Earth. So it only takes one proof of a young Earth to prove the point. I mean, if you told me, this ink pen was 5,000 years old, I could, with one point, prove, no, you're not. It's not. It's made by Bic. So I think one proof of a young Earth is all that's needed, but I give about 30 or 40. I think over my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, I've probably given a total of maybe 70 scientific indicators, not from the Bible, from science. The Earth can't be billions of years old. The sun is burning up. It's losing 5 million tons a second. It's quite a fuel source. And it's shrinking 5 feet an hour. Okay, if you want to do the same, put the same standard you do with carbon dating, well then it's only a few million years old. Unless you want to allow for variation, where's the extra material going to come from for the sun to burn? But that's a long story. So I think the question about Roche's limit is a fair one. The moon cannot orbit within Roche's limit, whatever that is. I think it's 20,000 miles. And yet we see the moon getting further away. I think that's a problem for Taylor and not for me. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate that.
Well,
I appreciate the question. Okay, you know
if
what?
I could respond with the math real quick,
Sure, go ahead.
just because that was real long. So the 4.5 billion years that the Earth has been dated to, the moon is receding by 4 centimeters a year. And the moon is not receding at a linear rate because of an inverse square law, but let's be generous, assume the linear rate. That would be a total recession of 180,000 kilometers. The current average distance is 385,000. So just basic subtraction, the moon would still be 205,000 kilometers away from the Earth, which is well above the 18,400 kilometer Roche limit. So that line of attack does not work.
Go ahead, Ken, if you wanted to respond.
Would the moon being closer affect the tides? Isn't the moon what causes the tides? If the moon were closer, you inverse the inverse square law. If you brought the moon into half the distance, it's quadruple the attraction, 1/2 inversed and squared. The tides would be enormous. Whether it's within Roche's limit or not, it would still destroy the Earth with increased tides with a closer moon. But there's a million other questions to get to.
All right. Well, thank you for the little back and forth there. Good questions. Let's get right to the next one. Let's see. So that one was for, the both of you. Okay. So let's get to this one. Comes in from Mike Jones in the form of a super chat. So I appreciate the super chat and support Mike. He asks, question for Dr. Hovind. Have you worked out your equations with a meteorologist or a planetary scientist to see if your ice dome is feasible?
I've not worked it out with him. No, many other people have worked on this. Walt Brown, many other people have talked about, have done research on this. It's gone. Whatever was up there is gone. Has been gone since the flood 4,400 years ago. So it would be theoretical. We see the evidence of glacial lateral moraines and terminal moraines clear down to Kansas City, but we don't see glaciers down to Kansas City. So I think there's evidence that there was ice clear down to Kansas City. That's not a question. I think there's overwhelming evidence the Earth had ice age, rapidly moving ice roaring down from the poles. I think there was an enormous amount of ice on this planet at one time, more than we have now. We see the evidence of giant creatures that are found fossilized. I mean, cattails, 60 feet tall, cattails. Just about everything we see alive today is found in fossil form, much bigger. So I think the crystalline canopy above the Earth is a simple explanation and the Bible certainly teaches there was water above the atmosphere. And the historians have always taught this, something was different. So I think it hasn't been disproven. It doesn't make it proven, but it certainly isn't disproven.
All right, I appreciate that answer. This next question is actually for you, Taylor. We got a good mix of questions for both Kent and you, Snake. So this one comes in from Wretched Vessel. Question for Taylor. How do you know what the heat would have been? Why isn't your assumption just that?
Why isn't my assumption? I don't get that part of the question.
I'm not 100% sure. I just read it word for word. So how do you know what the heat would have been? Why isn't? So I guess he's saying, what's your assumption behind the so-called heat problem?
Well, there have been, was it Andrew Snelling who did some calculations, but the two that I'm working with was based on the friction that it would take to move a continent in that little amount of time. I might have the exact joules around here somewhere written down, but another one, you can pretty easily calculate the heat that's generated from radioactive decay, and all you do is just multiply that by the time that it takes. So, and that is extremely enormous.
All right, I appreciate that.
I only remember the proportions. So the friction would cause 22.7 times the amount that it would take to boil off 400% of the Earth's oceans. So,
all right.
Yeah, quick response.
Sure, go ahead.
All the arguments about the heat from the continents sliding, I think there's no question the continents have moved, they've wrinkled, but they're all ignoring the fact that the Bible clearly teaches there was water under the crust of the earth. As that water is escaping while the crust is being contorted, that's going to alleviate the friction. It's a lubrication. So I think they're completely ignoring that. They're claiming the continents were moved, dry rock sliding over dry rock, which is not true. So that we'll cover on my video number 6, more on that, about the continents moving around and the shapes of the continents. They say the shapes of the continents prove they used to fit together. Guys, they say North America, South America, and Africa seem to fit. So if you walk out there, you'll find out there's dirt under the oceans all the way across. Might have to get a long pair of stilts, but you could walk across. So yeah, the continents never were connected. My house and the neighbor's house would fit perfectly if you joined them together. Doesn't prove they were together. There's dirt at the bottom of the oceans, guys. The continents might have slid a little bit and moved around, but you can't go by the shapes and the stupid Pangea theory. Get my video 6 for more on that.
All right, thanks for that response, Kent. Yeah.
So Baumgartner calculated 10 to the 28th joules of heat energy from subduction alone.
Tell him to give me a call. We'll talk about that.
All right.
All right, let's move on, guys. Great job so far. So this one comes in from One God Is Now Here in the form of a super chat. I appreciate it. So question for Taylor. When previously deep time dated fossils of organisms are found alive today, do you agree that it's scientific when scientists call these living fossils rather than admitting science may have got it wrong?
It's colloquial. I can share a picture of the living fossil coelacanth. They have changed a lot. They're only called living fossils because, I mean, we even call crocodiles living fossils, and it's not a scientific term. It's just colloquial because they haven't changed much, but there's still measurable changes. There's nothing in evolution that says that the overall body plan can't remain the same. And then if you guys are interested, I'm sharing the screen right now. So there's measurable, very noticeable differences in the different coelacanth. Over time, the last one is the modern coelacanth. You can see that their body shape changes a lot over time. But they were just surprised that there are still some around. So nothing too surprising there.
All right. Thank you for the visual and the response. Snake, Dr. Hovind, if you wanted to add anything, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think you'll find many animals alive today are also found as fossils. There are many thousands of them. And almost always they're bigger in the fossil record. Fossil dragonflies, 50-inch wingspan. I broke my back years ago and I can't sit very long. I'm about done sitting here, guys. But I think that the fossil evidence of 8-foot beaver fossils, and the biggest one today is 2.5 feet. A beaver, fossil, all kinds of things, fossil centipedes, 8 feet long. So I think the only explanation I can see for that is the world at one time, I'm going to say before the flood, was very different, had increased air pressure. Insects especially, since they breathe through their skin, they have to have increased air pressure. Because as an insect enlarges, you have a surface area to volume ratio problem. If you take a 1 by 1 by 1 cube, it's got 6 square inches of skin and 1 inch of volume. But if you double it to 2 by 2 by 2, it's now got 8 square cubic inches of volume and only 24 square inches of skin. You went from 6 to 1 to 3 to 1. And I cover all this on video 7. So I think that the insects are a great problem for the evolutionist to explain the giant insects. Increased air pressure and increased oxygen solves it easily.
All right. Thanks, Kent. What we'll do, because the question was for you, Taylor, I'm going to make sure I get through the last 2 super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. You guys have already been generous enough with your time. So, Taylor, real quick response. We're going to get through these last 2 super chats just to honor the donations, and then we're going to call it a night.
Yeah, there's no problem with extra oxygen or bigger animals in evolution. So,
all right. So this one comes in from Raw, $5 super chat. I appreciate it. And we can just have a rapid fire on these last 2. Let me see here. She asks, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary? Oh, I just noticed Kent was maybe just getting up to walk around. If you want, Taylor, what we can do is...
I did see one about human footprints.
Yeah, I'm looking at the super chats. We only have 2 left, and this one came in from who, what, when. I think this might be the one that you're referring to. Actually, this one has to do with stasis, which we just kind of talked about. So why don't we?
Yeah.
Which one did you see with footprints? We can end it with a question for you.
Something about. Am I aware that there are footprints in the limestone?
Yeah, I'm looking through here. Well, what we'll do is just these last couple super chats. There's too many here to funnel through. So, Dr. Hovind, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary charts of Archean age? I think he's just getting his mic back up.
Yeah, that one was from Sam Jenkins. I can repost it.
All right. Okay.
That I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. I just saw it.
Okay. Is that the question down at the bottom I'm seeing there? No.
It's right here, Kent. It says, why aren't there any modern animals or plants found in primary, and then the word is CHERTS, of Archean age?
Well, I think it's obvious assumption in that question that certain fossils ought to be found in a layer that he's given a name to it. You don't know the names of it. You don't know the ages of any of those layers. And if the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Are these layers coming from outer space? They're claiming the layers deposit this way. No, they deposit sideways. Go to Experiments in Stratification by Guy, some French name about this big. Experiments in Stratification. Watch the video. As water's moving sideways, it forms 10 or 15 layers at the same time. The layers form downstream, not this way, this way. So you can watch all that. But I think all the evidence is that all fossils found are very similar or nearly identical, only bigger than today. And the fossil insects that are much larger had to have greater air pressure, greater oxygen, or both. I think both. So I don't think anything has been proven wrong about the Bible by tonight's discussion.
Okay, Kent. Well, we're going to end it with this last question. This one will be for you, Taylor. Thank you for the endurance from the both of you. So Sam Jenkins asked, and this is the question, Taylor, you were referring to, are you aware of human footprints verified as genuine by examination and modern imaging being found in Cretaceous limestone? If so, what are your thoughts?
Well, if that's... I've heard of several of them that have been... examined by creationists, and of course they conclude that they're human. Is that if that's the Paluxy tracks? I know a lot about that. There were a couple others that were just impressions in limestone that were erosion. But as far as Paluxy goes, I just made a little chart here. So it was just a bunch of dinosaur tracks, and then this they claim is the human. So looks like dinosaurs are evolving into humans and then back into dinosaurs mid-stride. So I'm not sure that helps the situation at all.
All right, thank you for that response. Kent, I'm not sure if you wanted a response or just kind of wrap it up here.
No, I've been to Paluxy many times. I know Dr. Carl Ball has a museum there, and he studied the print. We've got copies of the tracks here. Certainly, there have been some misidentified, where it's just the pad print of a dinosaur or something. But there are many legitimate human footprints, usually much bigger than ours today, have been found. Many human footprints have been found around the world. If you watch my video number 3 about dinosaurs in the Bible, I have a whole section. I was trying to find it quickly here, where I show pictures of these. And this is not just in the middle of a trackway of other dinosaur tracks. It's a whole trackway of human tracks. When they were first discovered, there was a chiropractor who lived there in Glen Rose who began making it his life study of these things. I mean, the guy was a chiropractor. He knew a little bit about anatomy. He said, look, these are human footprints. Fossilization can take place quickly. Frequently, fish are found, like this fossil fish inside of a fish. A fossil with the head thrown back. I got one here showing there's some of the foot, human foot handprints. Not that one. Let's see. There you go. Giant dragonflies fossils. And hope to show the one of a fish giving birth. I mean, soft tissue like flowers are found fossilized. How could that last? Fossilization can be a rapid event. If it's buried quickly in mud, the mud then turns to stone. It can turn the fossil within it, the plant within it, to a fossil. Happens quickly. So I think the Bible says that the scoffers will be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. They don't like to admit that flood could do all the things that we see in geology, because that represents the judgment of God. And Taylor, God's going to judge you one day. He's going to judge me too. But see, my sins are forgiven. I accepted Jesus Christ's payment for mine. So I'm going to heaven. It ain't because I'm good, because he's good and he saved me 52 years ago now. I'd like to see the same for you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Kent. Taylor, question was for you. So if you want to add any final thoughts, final points, and then we're gonna call it a night. Very good debate, guys.
So yeah, without specific reference to footprints, I'm not sure. I would have to look into that. So the one I gave is the one I know most about. So yeah, I guess we can leave it there. And yeah, mighty convenient to have all your sins erased. I try and just do the right thing the first time. So
all right, well,
how's that working out for you?
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Kent and Taylor, we're going to let you guys go. That's 2 hours. 2 hours flies by as usual. So God bless you. God bless the chat. And Standing for Truth is out. All right. Looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie, and I am your host and moderator for tonight's debate between Dr. Kent Hovind and David Emery on, is evolution a reasonable or a valid scientific theory? The Evolution Debate Challenge series continues, guys. We've done about 30 of these now. It's been a ton of fun. And so, if you're new to the channel and you want to see more of these debates, please do check out the playlist section on the main channel titled the Evolution Debate Challenge series. Real quick, I do want to remind everybody that this is a debate marathon week. So last night we had a solid debate on the King James only controversy, Will Kinney and Turretin fan. That one was a ton of fun. The day before that, we debated oneness versus Trinity, Matt Slick versus John Barton. Tonight, of course, the Evolution Debate Challenge series continues. David Emery and Dr. Ken Hovind. And tomorrow we have a soteriology panel debate. There's going to be about 10 of us, and we are going to be discussing the parable of the sower. So that being said, let's kind of break the ice, get to know these debaters a little bit before the debate itself begins. David, it is your first time here on the channel, so I do appreciate you giving us your time for this important debate. David, let's start with you. A little bit about you, a little bit about your channel.
If you can share my slides.
Well, before your opening, David, just like an intro into who you are, a little bit about your channel.
Okay. I'm David Emery, coming to you live from the city of Holy Faith, Santa Fe, New Mexico. You're welcome to come out here anytime. It's free to visit. I am a retired data analyst, statistical analyst, and worked 40 years. Some of that for NASA, and a lot of it for government. I was a minister for a few years, and I guess that's about it for now.
All right, David, appreciate the intro there. Your channel link is in the description box. Okay, Dr. Dino, Kent, debate number 293, I believe, pretty close to 300. So how you doing? And a little bit about you and Dow.
I'm doing great. I still have this crazy cough I've had for 2 weeks, so sorry about that, but I feel fine. My name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I taught science and math in high school for 15 years. And I moved to Pensacola in January of '89 and started a ministry called Creation Science Evangelism, using the scientific evidence to support the biblical account of creation. God said he made everything in 6 days. Everything. That would include dinosaurs, stars, everything in 6 days. He wrote it on a rock with his finger. By the way, the atheist rocks fell down last night. You see that, Donnie? The Georgia Guidestones? I don't know. Lightning hit them or somebody blew them up or something. Anyway, they're down. The 10 Commandments for the New World Order for the atheists. Yeah. Anyway, so I started a ministry called Creation Science Evangelism in January of '89. And we 6 years ago, a guy gave us 140 acres here in Lenox, Alabama. So we have Dinosaur Adventureland, a science center, a museum, a theme park, all kinds of fun stuff, a playground that's incredible, a barn, a farm tour with all kinds of different animals, all of which bring forth after their kind. The squirrels always make baby squirrels, and the rabbits always make baby rabbits, no exceptions. We think evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. There is no evidence of any animal ever producing a different kind of offspring, but they put the charts like this in the textbooks for the kids, showing everything coming from an amoeba. And humans are related to pine trees. This is pure propaganda. This is not science. This is evil, absolutely evil to teach this to kids. And I think it should be stopped. So we devote our ministry to making DVDs and YouTube videos and stuff about science in the Bible to defend the Bible as being scientifically accurate. There is no evidence whatsoever for the evolution theory. Not only dumb, it's dangerous. That was the theory that motivated Adolf Hitler. Oh, superior race, must be the Germans. Let's kill everybody else. That's the theory that motivated communism. We cover all that in my video series number 5 about the dangers of evolution. So I take this very serious. I love the Lord, been a Christian a long time. Want to get other people into the family and into the kingdom. I don't know if David's been introduced to the Lord or not, but we'll try to do that tonight. Get him in the family. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate that intro there, Kent Hovind. Okay, let's get right into the debate itself. For the audience sake, as we have been doing in this series, it's going to be a little more informal. We're going to keep it free-flowing and organic. We're going to allow David Emery to give us a brief introduction in terms of, where we should take this debate in the direction in terms of the first point, first argument, so on and so forth. So, David, I see your screen being shared, I should say. So there it is. It's up there. Is Evolution a Valid Scientific Theory? July 7, 2022. So whenever you're ready, David, the floor is yours.
Okay. Let me see. So this evening, I'm going to try to clear up some misconceptions that abound on YouTube, and especially within the creationist worldview. You can believe in creationism, and then you can throw out all the science, and I think you've missed the boat here. You've lost, if you ever had, the wonder and the curiosity of the universe in general, and the earth specifically. Science is to you merely a path to your worldview. Before I go into some of this other, I want to do some definitions. Religion is the belief and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal God or gods. So religion has God in it. Kent says he's been a pastor for 58 years, and it's always because he's been worshiping God. Evolution doesn't have God in it, and there's no reason to call it religion because there's no God. Let's go down to magic. Magic is a power apparently influencing the course of events using mysterious or supernatural forces. So again, we've got supernatural forces. Somehow you're manipulating things magically. Again, that's not evolution or science. The word science, Mr. Hovind likes to call that knowledge, and that's certainly a part of science. A lot of science is not a noun, it's a verb, it's an action. And so science is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experiment, measurements, all of those things that are physical. And then the last one I have here is creation. And if you go down to the middle where it says the creation is the bringing into existence of the universe, especially when regarded as an act of God. So creation is an act of God, which goes back up to religion. It's a controlled by a superhuman power. If you look at science, science and creation don't go together. All of these people on YouTube, you can find hundreds of them that call creation science. I guess they do that because they want to be a scientist now. So it's not creation science. Another thing I want to say is what is the status quo and the burden of proof? Because I've heard Mr. Kent mention several times in debates that he has no burden of proof. It's all on the evolutionist. And I think you really only need to look at the bottom paragraph. It says this will lend the question as to what is the non-negligible risk. In such a situation, the burden of proof is to be placed on those attempting to alter the status quo. They are to discharge this burden by showing the absence of a reasonable or medical concern.
30 seconds.
And that is the requirement of the standard of proof. If you're trying to put down the status quo, then you have the status of proof. I'm sorry, I'm going to run out of time here, but 2 Peter 3, I know this is Kent's favorite scripture. If you look at 3, 4, and 5, and 6, Kent always skips 4 because it's got stuff in it that he doesn't want to explain. 3 says, knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers. That's where he likes to stop. Walking after their own lusts and saying, these scoffers are coming out saying, where is the promise of his coming? So these are scoffers are laughing at the disciples and saying, where's the promise of his coming? You said he'd be here soon, and he's not here. And boy, have I heard that for 40 years. But this next part in red is uniformitarianism, which is also a dirty word for creationists. But it says, for since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. So, from uniformitarianism means all things continue as they were. Everything continues as it were. The backbone of evolution or of any science is that what happens now happened in the past. And of course, you've read all that other. I wanted to go through Mr. Hovind's definitions of evolution. I guess I'll wait on that.
Yeah, let's try and do it one piece at a time.
Okay.
David, you did go just over 7 minutes. And so what we'll do is we'll stop there. We'll give it to Kent for equal time. And then we will move into just more free-flowing and organic discussion, focusing on one topic at a time. So, Kent, whenever you're ready, we'll give you just over 7 minutes. Go ahead.
I apologize for the cough. He said this evening he wanted to clear up some misconceptions that abound on YouTube and within the creationist worldview. You have lost, if you ever had, the wonder and curiosity of the universe in general. I completely disagree. I have a great wonder and curiosity about the universe. I love science. Every branch of science I think is wonderful to study. We have a science center here. We study all kinds of things. We study the animals, the plants, the rocks, the minerals. We haven't lost the wonder of science. I think the evolutionist has. They're unwilling to admit, wow, there might have been a designer. They're unwilling to admit that. You said religion is belief in worship of superhuman controlling power, especially a personal God. Evolution is also a religion. You have to believe that animals can change. This chart I'm showing here is pure religion. Nobody's ever seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba, but they've got amoebas turning into pine trees and humans and apes and birds. This isn't science. This is a religion. People believe in it. They might believe in it very strongly. Okay, it's still not science. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. I agree. Where's the observation of an amoeba producing a non-amoeba? There is none. Evolution does not belong in the field of science. It's a religious worldview that people choose. Magic, the power of apparently influencing the course of events using mysterious or supernatural forces. That's what evolution is. How do you change an amoeba to a human and a pine tree? Nobody sees this happen. You have to imagine it, like SpongeBob. Evolution is magic. David, I don't know how you don't see it, but you defined exactly your own position, accusing it of being mine. No, you believe in magic. Science, you said, is a systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world, observation, experiment, using the scientific method. Okay, I think farmers have been studying and observing for a long time, thousands of years. Cows produce cows, goats produce goats, horses produce horses. There are no exceptions, none. Birds produce birds, but this chart has birds related to horses. This isn't science. This is magic. You guys believe in magic, and it's not science. Creation, you said, the action of process of bringing forth something into existence. I agree. There has to be a beginning to this universe, whether it's a Big Bang, which is magic, where, according to your theory, the Big Bang created time, space, and matter. From what? From where? They say 13.772 billion years ago there was a Big Bang. Okay, what was there 13.773 billion years ago? Where did this come from? You don't have an answer at all. You believe in magic. You believe it just created itself. I can make all your points. I took pictures of your slides here. We can go through all of them. But the point is, evolution is not something anybody has ever observed in the history of the universe. It is pure religion. So, you agree the standard definition for science, the knowledge man has accumulated by observation, experimentation, and testing. You, I think, would agree with that. You said that in your opening. Okay, where is the experimentation or observation or testing of any animal ever producing something other than what any fourth grader would consider the same kind? We now have 250 varieties of cows. Most of them produced by man for a special reason. He wants to get more milk or more beef or survive on a hilly country or survive in hotter climate. Sure, they've selectively bred cows to get particular traits that they want. More milk, more beef, whatever. It's still a cow. And it left to themselves, they would probably all breed back to probably 4 or 5 different varieties instead of 250. But they're still cow. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow. But you guys have charts showing cow and pine tree having a common ancestor. This is not only not science, this is stupid. Extremely stupid for somebody to believe a cow and a pine tree have a common ancestor. I don't resent them believing that. I resent them wanting to pay to teach that to all the kids, because it's certainly not science. So this will be fun tonight, David. I'm looking forward to this. So where is the observation? Where is the experimentation for how life can get started from non-living material, or for where any animal can produce a different kind? Where's the observation? There is no observation. There's no experiment. Tell you what, take any animal you want. Take mice in the laboratory and turn them into anything other than a mouse. You can experiment on them, nuke them, radiate them, do it, whatever you want to them. Make something other than a mouse. It can't be done. You can take bacteria, which have a short generation time. There's some of them, I think E. coli, only got an 8-hour generation time. So you get 3 generations per day. You could watch them for hundreds of years, which would give you tens of, probably millions of generations of bacteria. That's all you're ever going to get is a bacteria. But your chart shows bacteria slowly becoming everything else. This isn't science. It's not observable. It's not testable. It's not part of science. So evolution has 6 different meanings. You have to have cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter, or you don't have anything to evolve. Where did matter come from? Where did time come from? Where did space come from? Then you have to have this big bang, which supposedly produced hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. You got to have that turning into all the different chemicals. Chemical evolution is essential. How do you get all the different chemicals? There are 92 elements plus synthetic ones. Formation of all the different chemicals. You can't fuse past iron. So how do you get uranium, platinum, gold, silver? How do you get all these chemicals from hydrogen gas? I'd like to learn how to make gold from hydrogen gas. Yeah, I'd like that one a lot. Okay. Then you have to have what's called stellar evolution. Nobody's ever seen a star form. We see stars blow up all the time. I'll skip all this. But then you have to have what we call macro or organic evolution, the origin of life. Life has to get started from somewhere. You guys believe the first living thing just made itself in pond scum somewhere. Organic evolution is essential. So you have to believe that matter could become alive. This is not science. This is nonsense. Nobody knows how lifeless chemicals became a living cell. Nobody. Primordial soup? Come on now. You think soup came alive. This is the theory, primordial soup. So macroevolution is where you change from one kind to another. Nobody's ever seen that happen. Never. Microevolution is all we've ever seen, variations within the same kind. 339 breeds of dogs might have had a common ancestor called a dog. Still a dog. A dog, wolf, and coyote have a common ancestor. That's not the same as a banana. A child will tell you that. So God said they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. I think that is real science. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate that, Kent. 7 minutes on the dot. Okay, well, we got a couple of intro/opening statements from you gentlemen. Why don't we enter into a more free-flowing and organic discussion, taking one point and one topic at a time. Since Kent just ended with his response there, David, why don't we hand it to you in order to lead the way in terms of the discussion? Go ahead. Which point would you like to talk about?
I'd like to go back to my slides for a few minutes. Did you get the slides?
Yes. Yeah, it's up there, David.
Okay. In all of your debates, I think everyone, at least everyone that I watched, you always come up with these 6 things that are definitions. You always say you've got to have these things before you can talk about biology. And then for me, you're talking about biology. So we might have to struggle through some of this. Your first one is cosmic evolution. You have no idea where the Big Bang came from. You have no idea what a singularity is. You have no idea what space-time is. This is a recent development in science, and I'm sure you haven't studied that. And then, of course, matter. I think when I was in high school, probably, is when they first really started pushing Big Bang. And they from the very first time I heard of it, they said it was a terrible name. And if you look at scientific names, you can see that scientists aren't very good at coming up with names. We have people that are really weirded out because of dark matter and dark energy, and it's just scientists have weird names. First of all, you said that there is no evidence for Big Bang. So you think about it for a minute. I have listed 3 very concrete scientific experiments, observations, measurement that point toward a Big Bang. The first is cosmic background radiation. There were a team of scientists that worked on that. They had postulated that if the Big Bang occurred, there should be some leftover microwave radiation in the background. And they began to study that, look for that, and lo and behold, they found that. They found cosmic background radiation. And not only that, but there were path marks that they could observe that were converging toward a certain point in the universe. So all of these points converged into a certain point. The second thing is expansion of the universe. And I understand that you don't believe in the redshift. I'm not sure why. You seem to be okay with Doppler, and redshift is exactly the same thing, only waves of light instead of waves of sound. But the redshift shows that
actually, David, if I could just cut in right now, because I do want to keep it at least semi free flowing, because that is now 4 minutes. So I don't want us to take too long of responses here, because then there's just going to be so many things on the table. Currently, I've got Big Bang, cosmic microwave background radiation, expansion, and redshift. So why don't we stop it? Okay, go ahead.
Those are all things that Kent brought up. I'm just responding to those definitions of evolution that Kent brings up, and he talked about a few minutes ago. It's going to take me some time. Let me just condense it all. There is expansion of the universe, which was studied by a different team. There are amounts and distribution of elements. Kent seems to think there's no way to get heavy elements in a star. There's plenty of energy for elements up to iron. And yes, iron cannot be produced in a star. However, there are supernovas, which make plenty of energy to create iron and some of the heavier elements. Solar evolution. You talked about stars, that there was no...
Actually, David, I'll stop you right there. So at least you stuck with cosmic evolution. So before we get into like planetary or stellar evolution, let's stop it there, just so we don't ever exceed 5-minute responses, because
Okay.
especially for the audience sake, they do like more of a free-flowing kind of style. So I do appreciate that. I'm going to unmute Kent and remove the share screen here. And we're going to make sure Kent has equal time, and then we'll kind of go from there. So Kent, whenever you're ready, we'll give you 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would like to go one topic at a time. He brought up several here. He said that what happens now happened in the past about the Second Peter chapter 3 passage. Well, that's correct. The passage is saying the scoffers are going to say that, uniformitarianism. And sure enough, they're saying it. The way it happens now. Well, if the way it's happened now, it's the way it's always been happening, then cows have always produced cows. Always. So you can't have evolution. So these charts become completely meaningless. He said, I have no idea what a singularity is. I don't think anybody has an idea what a singularity is. It's an imaginary concept that all the matter and energy had to be in a small singularity. Not only all the matter of all the stars, but all the heat. What's all the total temperature of all the, what's all the heat they've produced in their lifetime? All the temperature, all the energy had to be in that dot, that singularity, whatever you want to call it. And the textbooks do say there was a dot smaller than a period on a page that exploded. That's what the textbook says. I got 200 of them sitting right here in front of me. So that's my objection. That's not science. And you said, they have no idea what a singularity, and about the red shift. I agree, there's a red shift. The Bible says 17 times God stretched out the heavens. That would cause the red shift. So you guys see the red shift, which is probably the Doppler effect of light. As the star goes away, there's going to be a Doppler effect that shifted toward the red end of the spectrum. I understand that. I taught physics. So the red shift is certainly happening, but it doesn't prove a Big Bang. I think it demonstrates the stars are moving away. I would go along with that, but you can't extrapolate that back billions of years. I think God created the earth first, and then he made the stars and stretched them out into place. So we're seeing a red shift from the stretching of the heavens. I agree there's a red shift. I do not agree it means that everything came from one spot. If I'm at Pensacola looking on Interstate 10 and I see a car headed east on Interstate 10 going 70 miles an hour, does that prove he started in California 3 days ago? No. If we see a star giving a red shift, does that prove it started 13.772 billion years ago from here? All the stars seem to have a red shift. It means like they're all receding from here. Well, that's what the Bible teaches. God made the earth first, then he made the stars, and then he stretched them out. So I certainly believe there's a red shift, but I believe it's caused by God stretching out the heavens. I don't think it's proof that it all came from a singularity, like you guys want to believe. So you said, I don't believe in the red shift. That's simply not true. I do. And you said a supernova can create past iron. This may be true, but stop and think. A supernova is a star exploding. That's not creating a new star. Nobody has ever seen a star form. Nobody even knows how it could happen. All the experts are saying this. Silent embarrassment is we don't know how a single one of these stars managed to form. That was 34 years ago. They still don't know. Nobody's ever seen a star form. They have theories about it, but it's not science. You yourself said science is what we can observe, study, and test. Okay, where's the observation of a star forming? Stellar evolution is a very real thing. No one understands how star formation proceeds. It's remarkable. It's imagination. Now, a supernova happens. We've seen several of those. A nova, or if it's a big one, called a supernova. But that's the destruction of a star, not the construction of a star. Nobody's seen one form. And so to see a star blow up once in a while, and maybe it can make heavier iron elements. I don't know. I'll do some research on that. But even if it did, how would they end up here on Earth? And how's that going to help build all the stars? There are 70 sextillion stars observable from Earth. There might be more. Those are the ones we know about. We don't even know about the ones we don't know about. So there might be a lot more. But that we're seeing them blow up once in a while. That's all they're seeing. Nobody sees a star form. How many stars are there? A whole bunch. 70 sextillion is the current number that they estimate. And God made the stars, the Bible says, and then he stretched out the heavens. 70 sextillion stars. Might be 3 times more than that. Everybody on Earth cut only 11 trillion of them. Do you really believe all those fit in a singularity or a dot, whatever you want to call it? You really believe all that energy from all those stars? Just our little star, the sun, puts off an awful lot of energy. That had to be squeezed in that dot too. Where's this energy and matter coming from? You guys do not have a coherent theory You have a magic imagination of how it just came into existence. That's not science. That's my point. You have a religion. You believe in evolution. You don't know this happened, but you want to teach it like it's part of science and put it in all the science textbooks. That's the way you get your religion spread to the rest of the kids, by teaching them all came from a singularity. And look, boys and girls, we see a red shift. Yeah, I agree, we see a red shift. It does not prove anything other than we see a red shift, and the star is probably moving away. It doesn't prove it's been moving away for billions of years. It doesn't prove it all came from one dot. If I see a crowd of people all moving away from an event, does that mean they used to all be crammed in a golf ball? No, the crowd is moving away from the event. So I see stars moving away. That's as far as we can take it. That's science. Anything more than that's religion. Then organic evolution, and these first three, you have to have this as part of your theory. Where did matter come from? Where did time come from? Where did space come from? Where did the stars come from? Where did the planets come from? How do we get all these 92 elements plus the synthetic ones? You guys want to skip all this. But without that, you don't have a foundation for any more evolution. What is evolving? Where did it come from? Oh, we came from an amoeba. Well, where'd the amoeba come from? From pond scum. Okay, where'd the pond come from? You don't have a coherent theory. You have a religious belief. You're teaching magic to the kids. Look, boys and girls, the amoeba turned into a human. I resent that. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, thank you so much for that response. And let's hand it over to David for whatever you'd like to respond to. I'll leave it up to you, David, I guess. There might be some points there you want to address. We can keep it free flowing, or, however you want to proceed. Go ahead, David.
I kind of resent the fact that I was trying to explain those 5 or 6 definitions of evolution, which Kent already went through right there, but you didn't let me have enough time to get through mine. It's a whole lot harder to show the proof than it is to just say, oh, there's nothing. Nobody's seen it. How do you know nobody's seen it? Did you talk to all the astronomers and see that nobody's seen it? If you put my slides back up.
And David, and no worries, you can respond to whatever you'd like to. I just want to at least make sure, and we're doing good so far. I just don't want any single response to go over, I'd prefer them to not go over 3 minutes, but currently we're at like 5-6 minutes each. So, it's going to be up to you. If we keep going 5-minute responses, then obviously we're not going to get a free flowing discussion, but I'll leave it up to you right now. You're in the affirmative. So however you want to proceed, go ahead.
Okay. Well, as Kent said, you can't have evolution without cosmic evolution. Kent showed well that he doesn't know what a singularity is. And I tried to get a chance to explain that, which I was shut down. So I'm doing the best I can because there's an awful lot of evidence for things. And, you're right, Kent. If one car is on the freeway going 70 miles an hour somewhere, you're right. You can't tell where he's going. However, if they look at a whole series of cars, maybe they have radar or something, and all the cars have left and are heading away from Dinosaur Adventureland. Well, it probably means that all those cars were at Dinosaur Adventureland and they were leaving, going different directions. That's the cosmic background radiation is as predicted, going in different directions. There was another set of scientists that were measuring the temperatures, and they said, with an expansion like the Big Bang, it should have been very hot, and it would have cooled off by now. So if I were measuring background temperature, I would think it'd be about 4 Kelvin. So they came up with an experiment where they could measure that, and sure enough, it was exactly 4 Kelvin. So they were able to predict by measurements, observation, and experimentation exactly what the cosmic background radiation should be. Expansion of the universe, yeah, again, you know, the cars can go a different direction. So how do you know that when God stretched out the universe that he didn't just pull it out like that? What they're seeing through observation, experimentation, and measurement is they're seeing that all these stars have redshift, which means they're moving away from us, but they're not all moving directly away from us. They're all moving away from a point somewhere in the universe. That point that they're moving away from happens to be the same point that the cosmic radiation was pointing towards. So here we have scientific experiment that shows the background radiation, scientific experiment that shows the movement of the stars and galaxies, and then the amounts and distributions of elements. Again, they like you seem to have measured stars, where the stars are. They have spectrographs that can measure certain elements, certain materials, and so they know that how the elements should be distributed, and sure enough, elements are distributed in the manner that they predicted. And let me just go real quick to tell you, a singularity is not a dot, okay? It's a mathematical representation of the opposite of infinity, okay? So you keep saying that all this stuff fits into a little dot, but it's not a dot. It's a singularity. And it doesn't mean the same thing as a little dot. It means a mathematical representation of the opposite of infinity. Okay? So energy was somewhere, and again, maybe we don't know where that energy came from. It doesn't make it non-science because we don't know parts of things. You seem to think that just because we don't know, then it's not science. It is science, and there are people studying that, and maybe someday we will know. But you cannot say all matter and energy and everything that's in the universe. You're trying to make people see
10 seconds.
Like a sponge. Everything's crammed in there, and it's not like that. The stuff that came out of the Big Bang, the expansion, was energy. Energy can come out of a place like that. I believe it was like a white hole. If you look up white hole, they are compressed energy, and when they expand, that energy is released. If you think about the Einstein's theory of relativity, you'll see that energy is equal to mass, E equals mc squared, by the same equation.
David, that's over 6 minutes now. I don't want to
Okay.
interrupt you, but you know, we got to end it at some point. So I do appreciate that. So here's my recommendation currently, and I'm going to leave it up to you guys at this point, since we do have these things on the table. So David, you started, and then Kent responded, then you went another round here, and now Kent's going to respond, and we'll give him equal time, 6 minutes. And then my recommendation, at least, David, then we'll have you pick maybe one point, and then we'll go back and forth with it. I also do want to make sure we get to biological evolution, but you know, again, it's my recommendation. That's how I feel we should proceed, but I'll leave it up to you, gentlemen. So Kent, we'll give you 6 minutes, and then we'll go from there.
All right, thank you so much. David, here's a textbook used in our public schools. Prentice Hall, a major publisher, I think one of the top 3 or 4 publishers. How was the universe born, and how will it end? Most astronomers believe 18 to 20 billion years ago. This is an older textbook. They've now changed it to 13.77. All the matter in the universe was concentrated into one very dense, very hot region that may have been much smaller than a period on this page. I'm not making it up. This is what the kids are being taught. If that's not scientifically accurate, then help me change the textbooks, please. Because this is what the kids are taught. It came from a dot smaller than a period. And you yourself said a singularity is the opposite of infinity. Well, duh, that if infinity is forever, then the singularity is a tiny dot. You got all the matter has to come from somewhere. All the energy's got to come from somewhere. You just believe it happened by magic. And you said, if we don't know, that doesn't mean someday we won't know. Okay, that's fine. But that takes it outside the realm of science. We don't know how cows came from an amoeba. Okay, well then don't put a chart in the book and say they did. The books say they did. They say the earth formed 4.6 billion years ago. It was a hot ball of rock. So when I say you evolutionists believe you came from a rock, you do believe you came from a rock, because the earth cooled down, was a hot ball of rock. It rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup. Earth started as a ball of very, very hot liquid, cooled down, became a rock, rained on the rocks, and the earth and the water in the ponds and stuff came alive. This is not science, but it's in all the textbooks, and I resent it. So I would like simply to teach science in science class and completely ignore the evolution religion. It has nothing whatsoever to do with science. We've never seen a universe create itself. We've never seen a singularity explode and make everything, or not explode, rapidly expand fast, 30 times faster than the speed of light is what they're now teaching. One of them had 300 times faster than the speed of light. We've never seen chemicals form at the higher elements. You can imagine that a supernova might do it. Well, great. Can you show this happening? Can you show how those chemicals would get to Earth? We've never seen a planet form. We've never seen a star form. And you said it looks like all the stars are receding from a point. Again, on all the cars leaving Dinosaur Adventureland. So you want to extrapolate, all the cars are leaving Dinosaur Adventureland. So you want to extrapolate back, and that means all those cars were in a dot smaller than a period. No, they were all in a parking lot maybe, and they expanded from there. But they didn't come out of a golf ball or a marble. So the idea that we can see stars giving a red shift, I agree. That's where the science stops. Then it's imagination, SpongeBob style, that they all fit in a dot smaller than a period on a page. So I think I'm right. The textbooks do teach stars and everything. All that matter and energy was in a singularity. If it's the opposite of infinity, you taught math, so did I. Well, that would be nothing or near nothing. Actually, technically, it'd be nothing. So where did time, space, and matter come from? Stellar evolution is critical, but really the purpose of this debate is to get into where's the evidence for evolution. I'm talking about macroevolution. We've never seen an animal produce anything other than its kind, but the textbooks teach they change to something else. Macroevolution is where an animal changes to something else. A vague term for the great evolution of great phenotypic changes, okay? 4 processes of evolution. There are 339 breeds of dogs. They had a common ancestor called a dog. So, David, do you believe that dogs have an ancestor that was an amoeba? An amoeba certainly is not the same kind as a dog, not the same species. Did these dogs have a common ancestor with why aren't my slides showing? Oh, I don't have them in slide view. Okay, I'm sorry. 68, Alt-DV, 68, Enter. Okay. Do you believe all these dogs had a common ancestor, which was an amoeba? That's what the books show. I resent that. That's not science. So I think you are confused about what the word evolution means. Evolution, if you want to have it mean change over time, sure. These dogs have changed over time, mostly because of man's intervention. And we now have Chihuahuas and Great Danes, and they might have had a common ancestor called a dog. Can we therefore extrapolate that to say these changes we see within dogs mean that dogs are related to bananas and pine trees? That's what they do, and I think that's stupid. Certainly not science. So I would like to see evolution taken out of the schools, got nothing to do with science. If you think it's something important, ought to be taught, great. Teach it to your kids at home. Or start a private school and teach it to whoever wants to learn it. But these charts are not science. This is propaganda. This is magic. We all came from a single-celled creature, which came from a singularity. I believe that's crazy. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent. We are all equally timed here, and fantastic debate so far. This is a ton of fun, and the chat is very lively tonight. So lots of questions coming in. David, let's hand it over to you now, and you can choose the direction or topic you'd like to discuss. Go ahead.
I just want to go back to the slides a minute, just briefly. And then I'm going to address some of the 47 points that Kent brought up. Once again, in every other debate that you've had over the past 3 months, you always say you can't talk about evolution until you have talked about these 6 things, okay? And now I'm trying to talk about these 6 things, and you keep interrupting. There's no way I can show you the scientific proof because we have to break and do something else. If you notice this picture in
well,
the
David,
middle
I'm just gonna stop you there, because as moderator, I've asked the live chat, and they feel that 5 to 6 minute responses is more than enough. So I'm not sure if that would be considered an interruption after 5 or 6 minutes. Do you think 5 or 6 minute responses is fair, or you want more than that, David?
I think it's very fair. I'm sorry that I have too much evidence for the theory of evolution. It is a little frustrating because I start going through things. We have to break and go back to Kent, and then he repeats his dogs produce dogs and cows produce cows. We've heard that 2 or 3 times already. Here I have a picture, if you can see in the middle there. They're saying that scientists have witnessed the birth of a heavy element in space. So you can no longer say that scientists haven't seen heavy elements. And then organic evolution, which I'll skip over for time. Microevolution, somehow I missed something because I really wanted you to see. In solar evolution here, scientists have just witnessed, this has been in the last week or so, witnessed the birth of a magnetar. They've witnessed the birth of 2 stars and have observed it in stunning detail. There is the birth of a star captured on photos, and there's the link. Scientists have for many years, as long as I can remember, they've talked about stellar nurseries. And apparently you don't know about that term, but they've talked about that. This is how Kent thinks evolution works. Let me just, I'm trying to go fast. I'm going to miss things. Whoops. This diagram that you despise and you keep showing, even though you despise it, shows all of our supposed ancestors. There is no direct link between a whale, an amoeba, and a man. Okay, so if you want me to say I'm related to a man or a whale, I'm not. If you look over here on the left, here's another diagram that has lines and a bunch of things on it. And I'll bet you can't pick one name off of this Bible family that you're related to. And they have all these lines and everything going every which way, but you can't pick that out. Here is single cells going to multicellular life. There are 4 different experiments here, totally separate. The men are not manipulating the bacteria. All they've done is give them good stuff to live in. We'll skip that one. Skip that one. No, I can't find my.
You got 20 seconds till the 5-minute mark, David. That'll be the time response for this round. Actually, why don't we just call it quits there, because I think that was a fair amount of time with some decent points brought up. That's 5 minutes, and let's now hand it over to Kent.
Right.
And appreciate it. So here we go, Kent, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, there are 6 different meanings to the word evolution. You guys want to focus on microevolution, variations within the same kind. I agree, that one happened. That's science. Everything else is religion before that. Microevolution within a species or a small group of organism. But you put the charts showing humans and birds and reptiles and ladybugs and pine trees having a common ancestor with worms. We see variations of humans. There's tall ones and short ones and dark skin and light skin and red hair and blonde hair and brown hair, but they're still human. We see variations of cows, but they're still cows. We don't see this, but you make the charts like there's some kind of science. I say, guys, this isn't science. Just because you draw a line on paper connecting a biology teacher down with a sponge and a worm and a frog, that's not science. That's a religion. That's magic. This is the kind of trees of life that adorn all the textbooks that are pure propaganda. This one shows everything is related. Do you believe you are related to an octopus, David, if you go long ago and far away? Do you believe you're related to an octopus? The chart shows the octopus having a common ancestor with humans. Is this science? This one shows all the animals and all the plants and all the fungi have a common ancestor. Do you believe pine trees are related to elephants? That's what they're showing the kids. We see lots of variation within the kind, and that's it. Everything outside that circle is science. There's a lot of varieties of horses. Maybe horses and zebras had a common ancestor. Okay, I wouldn't argue with that. But that doesn't prove horses and pine trees have a common ancestor, like they show in this chart. This isn't science. This is religion. That's all it is. All the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor. Really. So the pine tree and the whale have a common ancestor. That's what this book says. I think that's propaganda. I think that's stupid. I think it's not science. It's ridiculous. That's a magic show is what it is. And they came from a primitive unicellular organism. So the textbooks do teach all the life forms had a common ancestor, which was a single-celled organism like an amoeba or something similar to that, a protozoa. This I resent. I would like to see some evidence. The whole purpose of this whole debate series that the Standing for Truth is putting on, where's the evidence for evolution? Where is the evidence that would make this chart become scientific? This chart has the humans and the birds and the whales and the dinosaurs all coming from a common ancestor. Where's the scientific evidence of any animal ever producing babies that were different than its same kind? And if you say, well, it takes millions of generations, well, then we're not seeing it. You said science is things we can observe, study, and test. Okay, where's the observation for stuff like this chart? Nobody's ever observed this. This is magic. This is SpongeBob stuff. This isn't science. Nobody ought to be paying to teach this to all the kids in school. And you might have been taught this as a kid, and you might have believed it. Apparently you did. I'm sorry. We'll try to fix that. But it's nonsense, David. There's no evidence of any dog producing a non-dog or a cow producing a non-cow, but they want to put them in the chart here. Look at this, everything, sharks and trees, wow, and broccoli. You believe sharks and broccoli are related to a common ancestor? The chart shows them. This one certainly does. All the plants and all the animals, just put a word, just draw a line on paper, and that makes it science. This is not science, it's nonsense, and I resent it. So I think it's crazy to teach that humans and birds have a common ancestor, but that's what they do. And crocodiles. There it is, common ancestor. This is religion inside this circle. These charts are propaganda. They're evil. They should not be taught. Okay? That's my 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent. And David, go ahead.
Once
we'll hand it to
again,
you.
once again, if you'll go back to my slides, please. Again, I would be interested to know at what grade level that textbook you're reading is. I know to you it's advanced science, but to me it's looks like 8th grade maybe. Those diagrams that you keep pointing at and keep saying, we teach this to our kids, I don't think so. I asked my sister, who is a 5th grade teacher. I asked Conspiracy Cats, who is a 8th grade teacher. None of them teach that. They may show it and go past it, but they don't teach all that stuff. Those diagrams really aren't any good because there's about 150 steps between each one of those pictures on that diagram. And somehow you think, this is what Dr. So-and-so teaches to his college biology class, and it's bad. Well, it's not. So maybe you should check the real texts, the current texts, and see what they're teaching. Here I have kinds, and I was going to start on this with a different story, but I'm going to talk about kinds here. So we really have not gotten a clear definition of kind. There certainly is a definition of species. It's a group of individual organisms that interbreed, producing fertile, viable offspring. Can't be more clear than that. And I know you always say that species doesn't have a good definition. Well, it does. There it is right there. Kind, we don't know. Nobody has ever been able to show what a kind is. Clear back to Noah. Nobody knows what a kind is. And you say, oh, sure. Even a kid can say, that horse and that horse are the same kind. And male horses always know, what a female horse is. So then how do you get a donkey to interbreed with a horse? Because the donkey should be able to look at that horse and say, nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Yes, you say cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, monkeys produce monkeys, and nobody in the history of the world has ever seen anything else. And for evolutionists, you would say, how do you know that? How do you know that? Were you there? Were you there? Have you talked to every farmer in existence? But for you, you just kind of skim over it. Here on the left, I have a bunch of people that have how many kinds were on the ark. They all have a different number. Everybody you talk to has a different number. But I'm going to guess, okay? So I've heard family.
20 seconds.
I just have to mention here that I bet you've never seen a Great Dane give birth to a purebred Chihuahua. Here I have kinds. These are kinds of cattle. All of these belong to the same family. They're kinds. So on Noah's Ark, if you had 2 of these cattle, tell me how those got to produce a bison. Somehow, those cows gave birth to a bison because we have bison and they're the same kind as that cow. Okay?
And that's time, David. That's
okay.
time. That's 5 minutes.
I'll stop there, but it's the same thing, kind after kind. You seem to, well, never mind.
Okay, there we go. 5 minutes on the dot. Kent, over to you whenever you're ready.
Oh, start my clock over here. Well, thank you, David. I think you proved my point very well. All the different bison, the yak, and all those ones are obviously in the cow kind. They have horns, they have hooves, they have a tail on the back, a nose on the front. They have an udder at the back that gives milk if it's female. Therefore, because there's varieties of those kind of animals, you think those are related to a pine tree and an amoeba and a squash and a watermelon? That's not science. It's nonsense. You have these different kinds of cows you just showed us. Now, I don't know how many varieties Noah had on the ark and how many different animals are on the ark. You put up a couple numbers. AIG thinks it's 20,000. I think that would fit on the ark, no problem. And that may certainly be. But see, to get all the different kinds of animals today from 20,000 pairs or 20,000 animals on the ark is understandable. You want to believe all the animals today came from a rock, which came from a singularity. This is insane. You laugh at all the animals coming from 20,000 animals getting off the ark and don't think you can get a buffalo from a yak. And yet you think you can get a buffalo from a dot. Wake up, David. You've been brainwashed. This isn't science. You've been taught something that's insane. Yes, I've always said cows produce cows and dogs produce dogs because cows produce cows. I've never said a Great Dane gave birth to a full-blooded or purebred Chihuahua. I think man has selectively bred dogs until they got what they wanted, a completely useless dog called a Chihuahua. The only thing good for it is hawk bait, okay? Only thing they're good for. But they're still a dog. And in the wild, they wouldn't survive. Turn all the dogs in the world that man has created, all 339 breeds, turn them all out into the woods. Within 1 year, 80% of them would be gone. They couldn't survive. You got to babysit them. They've created dogs now that you got to babysit. You got to keep. They have to have man to protect them and provide and feed them. They couldn't provide for their own. I think left to themselves, they would all dwindle down to a few different varieties. I don't know how many Noah had on the ark of the dog kind. But for me to say 339 breeds of dogs might have come from a dog on Noah's ark or a pair of dogs, okay. First, I'm not asking that to be taught in the school system at taxpayer expense. But B, that's logical. It's more logical to believe all the dogs came from 2 dogs than to believe all the dogs came from a singularity. Do you believe all the Great Danes and all the Chihuahuas and all the water buffalo came from a singularity? I know you do. You won't admit it tonight, but that is what you just basically said that. Everything was in a singularity, the opposite of infinity. How can you not see how dumb that is, that all the dogs in the world came from a dot, from an explosion? This isn't science. It's never been observed. It's not even possible. It's not logic. It's not common sense. I don't need any more time than that, Donnie. I think what they're teaching is propaganda. I think it's evil to teach kids that stuff. These charts are stupid. And you said they skip over these charts. Well, then take it out of the book. I want all of them out of the book. You teach biology. Are they in your biology books, these charts like that? Yeah, and they expect the teachers to teach it. And the kids get tested on it. And when they go to college, they're going to be tested on it. This is propaganda. This is communist Soviet style indoctrination is all it is. To say an elephant and a water buffalo and a hippopotamus are related. Okay, you can believe that if you want, but it's not science. I'll stick by my guns on that one. So let's see, did I cover? Yeah, well, about family, one last thing. Man has decided to classify things into groups: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I don't know where the division was for Noah to take the kinds on the ark. I don't know that the kind definition matches our Carolus Linnaeus definition at every place. Maybe the cows don't care what we call them or how we classify them. I don't think they do. I don't think the pigs care. But we have decided to put pigs and cows in a different family, or probably in the same, obviously the same kingdom and phylum and genus, or not a family and genus, but they're not the same species, they're not the same genus. But this is all arbitrary definitions that man has put on them. A 4-year-old will tell you a Great Dane and a Chihuahua and a wolf are the same kind. They look like a dog. A 4-year-old can tell you a Great Dane and a watermelon are not the same kind. So you think a Great Dane and a watermelon have a common ancestor, which was an amoeba, which came from a rock, which came from a dot of nothing. And you want to make fun of the Christian worldview because some people think 20,000 animals were on the ark? You think all the billions of animals were in a dot. Your turn.
Okay, thank you so much, Kent. I do want to say, gentlemen, time is flying by. We got a fantastic audience, lots of audience questions. So unfortunately, we don't have enough time to do really long, 5-6 minute responses anymore. So David, you being the affirmative today in terms of evolution, I did see several points brought up in your slides. So maybe there's a couple questions you wanted to ask Kent, or like a couple real quick lines of evidence you wanted to present. Just for the last few minutes of discussion. Go ahead, David.
So, Kent, you clearly stated that if science doesn't know, then that's a bad thing. But you don't know what kind is, how many kinds were on the ark. Didn't it say to take 2 of every kind? So, that slide that I had showed cattle kind. So he took 2 of the cattle kind onto the ark. When they come off the ark, they have to produce somehow a bison, an ox, water buffalo. Those are all the same kind. But you say nowhere in the world has anyone seen a cow not produce a cow. Well, it had to have produced one once. And I have similar slides for monkeys and dogs. And I'm just curious, how do you think 2 dogs producing a bison is not evolution? Because it's in a kind rather than something that over a period of time evolved into a bison. That's all I have.
All right. I have never said that science doesn't know is being a bad thing. I think it's wonderful. Science needs to know. Here's where it stops. We don't know. Stop. That's outside the realm of science. That's all I've ever said. It's a good thing to admit, I don't know. That's what science is for, is to study new things and try to learn and try to gain new knowledge. That's what man has done for centuries. Try to gain new knowledge. I'm for it. The word science means knowledge. Seer, Latin, know. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. That we know. I have never said that dogs produced a bison. You said that. You believe dogs came from a rock, don't you? Which came from a singularity, which came from an explosion, a random explosion of all the matter squeezed into a singularity, whatever that is, and therefore it produced all the dogs and all the buffalo. So I don't know that all the ones you showed on screen, the yak and the water buffalo and the bison, all had a common ancestor. Maybe they did. But I'd sure easier to believe that the bison and the yak and the cow had a common ancestor than to believe the bison and the watermelon had a common ancestor. This chart shows the bison and the watermelon and the snake and the bear and the mosquito all have a common ancestor. Do you believe bison have a common ancestor with mosquitoes, David? Just a yes or no.
No, I don't. And I told you that those charts are worthless. And you keep going back to the chart. The chart. We teach this chart in school, and it's worthless. Well, it is worthless because it doesn't show the way things are. It shows a very, very, very simplified picture in order to give someone just a vague picture of what goes on. Okay? It is not like you seem to think it's some kind of doctrine or something, and it's not. So you're saying that two cows produced a water buffalo, and I didn't say dogs produce water buffalo, by the way. I said cows produced a water buffalo. And dogs have to produce all of those other things besides the 300 dog kind that you keep talking about. What about a maned wolf or a raccoon dog or a coyote or dingo? Those are all dog kind, and somehow they have to be produced somehow. And if Noah's flood is 2,000 years before Christ, that doesn't give them a whole lot of time to get to that bison or that raccoon dog or whatever. You're talking about things that happen, but then you're putting words into my mouth that I didn't say, because I didn't say that a mosquito was related to a whale or whatever. You're the one that reads a chart made for grade school and tries to produce your doctrine of creation by looking at that. You seem to have forgotten all of the points that I made where I gave you clear scientific evidence with observation, measurements, experiments, and different scientists doing it, so it's not everybody coming up with something, and you just toss that away so that you can pull your own slides out. And
okay, let's give Ken a chance to respond, David. I just want to make sure that
I'm
we're
done.
keeping these responses short. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Ken.
Okay. I have said probably all the 250 varieties of cows, which I think includes the bison and the water buffalo and the yak. I'm not sure how man has classified them. I'm sure the cows don't care how we classify them. But let's assume that all those 250 varieties of cows had a common ancestor getting off in Noah's Ark. David, do you believe all those cows fit into that singularity?
I told you before, it wasn't cows, it was energy, and energy came out of that singularity, and the mass was produced after that. And no, the 300 and whatever cows were not in that singularity. They came much billions of years later, and I think you know that. What you're trying to do is confuse the issue.
Okay. Was the matter that created all those cows, was the matter in that singularity? All the water buffalo, all the buffalo that the people killed out west the last 200 years, all that matter was in that singularity. Is that your position? Or the energy produced all that matter that produced all the buffalo and all the cows and all the birds. Is that your position?
Yes,
everything came from a singularity.
All that energy was located in that white hole. And yes, all that energy came out. Just like if a star explodes and produces a supernova, It was similar to that. And no, it wasn't an explosion like you just mentioned before. I thought we had broken you of that. You seem to have gone back to it.
So it's a rapid expansion. Okay. Do you believe that energy produced matter that over billions of years became a cow?
Yes, I do believe that.
Do you believe that same matter over billions of years produced a mosquito?
I suppose that's correct as well.
So do
However,
you believe,
a mosquito doesn't produce a cow.
I agree, but a cow and a mosquito had a common ancestor in your religion. I mean, in your theory. Is that correct?
No, I don't think so.
You just
A
said they both
mosquito
came
is
from singularity.
a mosquito is along a line of a family line different than the family line that produced a cow. They don't have a common ancestor, and you seem to I see you bringing up that 8th grader thing again.
Okay, this one's a college textbook right here. Use this one instead.
Is it a college textbook? Can you show me the textbook?
That's a college level textbook showing a family tree of everything coming from a common ancestor. So this one has insects on there and cows going back to a common ancestor.
Can you show me that came out of a college textbook?
Take me a few minutes. I've got hundreds of textbooks, but I just Google family tree and see for yourself.
I did. And I got some of
major
those.
universities teach this. Harvard, Berkeley, all of them teach this propaganda, that we all came from a single common ancestor. Wait, look at this
Do
one.
they?
This is a college textbook. The
Which of
phylogenetic
those
tree of life.
colleges have you attended? Which of
Now, you're
those
going way off-
colleges, Berkeley,
We're going way off topic here.
Harvard?
David,
No.
the purpose of the debate is for you to offer
You
evidence
brought
for
it up.
evolution. Now, we're not here to debate the flood of Noah and how many animals were on the ark. We can do that if you'd like. But Donnie, you need to moderate here. The purpose of the debate is for him to show evidence for evolution. He's not shown any evidence of a cow coming from a non-cow or a dog coming from a non-dog. Yet he's shown that he believes the singularity turned into mosquito and the singularity turned into cow. Therefore, the cow and the mosquito have a common ancestor. How can you not see this?
Because it's over 13.8 billion years.
Oh, add time. That'll
Yes,
help
I'm
it. That's
muted.
the magic part. Just imagine if we add time. So if you kiss the frog and it turns to a prince, that's magic. But if you wait
No.
millions of years and the frog turns to a prince, that's science.
Yeah.
So, David,
You are.
So, David, is it your position that mosquitoes and plants don't go back on the same tree of life to a universal common ancestor? Are you saying they're not related through common ancestry, mosquitoes and
I'm
plants?
saying that on
Biology textbook.
on that tree of life that he has shown right there, they do go back to the common ancestor. But that diagram right there is useless because it doesn't show every step in between those two steps.
Okay,
So
but
if
you do. Okay, but David, you do admit that regardless of the size of the tree or how many lines are there showing the steps, you do believe that mosquitoes and humans go back essentially to a universal common ancestor. They're ultimately related through common ancestry, correct?
Yeah, I suppose you could
Okay,
go ahead and say that.
Okay, and I think that's simply what.
You backed me into a corner, so yes, I'll agree to that. However, I do want to say that, I covered cosmic evolution and many proofs that go along with that. I covered solar evolution and proofs of that, even pictures of stars being born. I covered
Well, David, what we'll do here.
evolution.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to give you your closing statement. You know what we'll do? Because we've already gone over in terms of the discussion. Very good discussion. We could always do a round 2 as well if you guys really want to dig deeper. But I do really want to. We've had a really big audience tonight, and I want to show them the respect at least to get to some of the audience questions. So let's do this. Let's do 2-minute concluding statements. David, if you want to wrap up your thoughts and points, and you can continue with these current thoughts if you'd like to. We'll do the same for Kent, and then we'll get to some audience questions. Go ahead, David.
Okay. So my closing statement is that I gave Kent evidence for cosmic evolution, which he ignores. I gave Kent evidence for solar evolution, including the birth of stars, and he ignored that. I gave him evidence of chemical evolution, and even showed a YouTube video where scientists have found a heavy element in space. And I talked about kinds, the kinds like Kent always talks about, but he ignores what I said and goes back to his dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows, but we're going to ignore bison because he doesn't know where bison came from. He doesn't even know how many dog kind there were on the ark. And so that's all I have for a closing statement. If you want to let Kent close.
David,
Okay.
thank you very much. And Kent, go ahead. At the same time, we'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you, David. For doing this, it's hard to find people who believe in evolution willing to debate. I'd like to get over 300, so get your friends to do this. Biology, life on Earth. Let's see. University of Colorado, Denver, and University of Massachusetts, Amherst has the chart here. I've got hundreds of textbooks. This one shows the tree of life. If I can get it to focus here. Same tree. I'll just explain it to you. It shows that humans and mushrooms and lizards and pine trees go back to a common ancestor. They're teaching this in the college. Whether you want to deny it or not, it's what's being taught. And obviously, that's what you believe. If everything came from a singularity, all the mosquitoes came from a singularity, you came from a singularity. That was real crowded in that dot, David. I mean, everybody, all the humans in the world, all the energy from all the stars. Let's see, this one is, what universities use this one? Take me a while to find that. University of Missouri, St. Louis. Let's see. Protista and plants and animals all having a common ancestor. And this one shows what's all related here. Oh, the tuna and the rattlesnake and the humans. Let's see, humans, rattlesnakes, tuna, moth, mold, yeast, all have a common ancestor. This is what they teach. This is really what evolution is, that all the many forms of life on Earth, like this one says, all the many forms of life on Earth had a common ancestor found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. This is what is being taught. This is not science. It is propaganda. It is stupid. Nobody's ever seen a mushroom produce a non-mushroom. Those guys that are eating some of these mushrooms are seeing all kinds of strange things, okay? But that's not science. You said that you showed me evidence of cosmic evolution. No, you didn't. You demonstrated that scientists have observed a red shift. I agree. Then you extrapolate that red shift to mean it all came from a singularity. So we see everybody leaving Dinosaur Adventureland. Therefore, everybody there used to be in a marble. No, they might have all been in our parking lot, and they might have all driven away from Dinosaur Adventureland, and the stars might be expanding from a common point. I suspect it's the Earth, but that's not proof of cosmic evolution. It doesn't explain where the energy came from, where the matter came from, where did space come from for this singularity to expand into? Where did three-dimensional space come from? And if this happened 13.772 billion years ago, What was there 13.773 billion years ago? What was there? Where did this matter come from? Where did this singularity come from? And if they don't know, then it's not science. Your whole theory is based on imagination. It's SpongeBob. You need to get a new theory. I recommend you start believing the Bible. You're going to find everything in it scientifically accurate and true. Go ahead, David. Donnie.
Okay, thank you, Kent. David and Kent, thank you so much for those concluding statements. I understand that time does fly by, but I do hope you both feel like you had enough time to make your points and make the arguments you wanted to. So what we'll do is a power round when it comes to the audience Q&A, okay? Let's try and do our best to keep the responses to a minute. Let's say the questions for Kent. Kent gets 1 minute. David, you can have 1 minute to rebut. Kent can have the final minute to have the last word. So here we go. Let's get to, let's see, the first question. So we got a lot here, but I want to make sure I don't. Okay, so here's one that comes in from Boomer21. Appreciate the super chat and the question. This one is for you, David. So he asks, if the Earth is over 4 billion years old, how is it that all surface water hasn't reached the same salinity rates as the Dead Sea due to erosion and water runoff? Go ahead, David.
This is a little far off the topic since I haven't really looked into this, but I can tell you that the ocean and the whatever it is, the Dead Sea are completely different. The Dead Sea has no incoming water. It is standalone. No water comes in except rainfall. The ground around the Dead Sea is all salt. You can go back to Lot and his wife and see how she was turned into a pillar of salt because there was salt all around there. That's why that's because it's salt. The ocean is vast, enormously bigger. It picks up chemicals off of the shore. When tides go in and come back out, it has dissolved chemicals. So it has its own makeup. The Dead Sea has its own makeup. Salt Lake has its own makeup, as long as it's going to be there, I guess. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, David. We'll hand it over to Kent. The floor is yours.
All right, the Dead Sea does receive water from the Jordan River, and a couple other rivers flow into the Dead Sea. Evaporation takes it out. It has no output other than evaporation. The Dead Sea is getting saltier because it's of this exact same process. The ocean is also going through the same process, receiving lots of rivers flowing in, evaporation taking water out, leaving the minerals behind. The oceans are getting saltier. This has been known for a long time. The oceans today average 3.6, 3.5% salt. They are gaining salinity all the time. I cover this very thoroughly on videotape number 1 of my series. I don't have time to give a long answer. But yes, the oceans are getting saltier. If they were billions of years old, they would be saltier than they are today. The Dead Sea is much saltier than the oceans because it's smaller scale. But the question is legitimate. If the Earth is billions of years old, the ocean should be a lot saltier than 3.6%. Why aren't they? Because it's not billions of years old. Simple answer. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, thank you for the response. And David, you get the last word. This question was for you.
Let me just say you're incorrect. The oceans are not getting saltier. There may be a little change from year to year or from Atlantic to Antarctica. There are changes, but the ocean itself is not getting saltier or full of chemicals. And I'll leave that.
Okay, gentlemen, appreciate you guys keeping it to the time limit there. So here we go. Next question that comes in. This one's going to be for Kent. We got a nice healthy balance of questions for the both of you. So SWE, thank you so much for the super chat support and questions. So she asks, what does Kent make of the fact that the whale embryo nose starts out in a position more typical of mammals, parallel to the palate, and ends on the top of the head, terminating into a blowhole?
I think the whale was designed beautifully to develop inside the mother at different stages of its life. It's being developed, okay? So the fact that the whale has the blowhole on the back of the head is really appropriate. It's really handy when they come up to breathe, okay? I think the whale appreciates it right where it is. So the idea of it migrating from the front to the back where it is today, you got a real problem. It's got to go through the optic nerve from the eyes. It's got to do a lot of problems to try to say it just migrated there over millions of years. I think it was designed exactly like it is. Whales produce baby whales every single time. Nobody's ever seen a whale produce a non-whale or come from a non-whale. You can imagine it if you like, but that's not science. Okay, go ahead.
Appreciate it, Kent. David, over to you. Floor is yours.
I'm going to say that the development of the blowhole, like Kent just said, was the way the whale developed or evolved. Had its nose on the front, and its nose evolved to be on the back. And that's a good thing because it would drown otherwise, especially if it swims like I do. I'm done.
Thank you very much, David. Kent, you can have a last word. Question was for you.
Well, David, I would challenge you to explain then how the nose could migrate from the front to the back, and by going through the optic nerve and through the brain, and how it did all this without killing the animal. I think what you have just told is a story. It's not science. We've never seen this.
Each whale, if you notice a whale's anatomy, his eyes are way over here. He has a different optic nerve from this eye over here. There's quite a distance between them, and if that blowhole goes up toward the back, then it goes up toward the back. You were the one that said that it had to develop that nose on the top.
It was designed exactly like it is. Whales always produce whales. No exception.
That's not what you said. You said it developed the blowhole on the top.
No, that's what you evolutionists believe. I believe it was designed with a blowhole on the top. I don't believe the whale slowly evolved and nose from the front to the middle. You guys believe that.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
I'm sorry. I misspoke then, or you misunderstood. I believe the whale was designed just like it is today, and they've always made baby whales just like themselves, maybe variations a little bit, but always whale, always blowhole on the top. Never been a whale any different than that.
Okay, let's give Kent the last word there, since that was his question. We'll move on. One God is now here. Thank you so much for the super chat support. And again, a question. This one's for you now, David. So he asks, how do I scientifically test and prove speciation that my school textbook teaches happened 20 million years ago?
If you're going to test and prove that, it's going to take quite a bit of complicated, extensive, advanced testing. But yes, scientists have tested those things and proven through observations and measurements the speciation. I had some really good slides of that Matthew McLean put together, the Creationist, showing in transitional fossils, but that'll have to be, I can't do it here. But yes, it has been tested. They know how it works. But you have to understand that this development of evolution was not, Darwin didn't think up evolution and pizzazz. Every scientist in the world agreed there were paleontologists, geologists, biologists that have all worked on this independently, and then bringing their results together and finding out that their results match what it should match. They predicted what should have happened. And I think that's another thing that science does that creation just doesn't even try to do.
Thank you, David. Kent, over to you for your response.
Apologize. He said every scientist agrees that is simply not true. There are millions of scientists who do not believe the evolution religion propaganda being pushed on all the kids. Okay, millions do not believe this stuff. Okay, so don't say everybody believes it. But even if everybody did believe it, that's not how you determine truth. Everybody could believe something that's wrong. Okay, then you said science predicts, and that's not what creation does. That's exactly the opposite, David. The creation predicts cows will always produce cows. 20 times in the first 7 chapters, God said they'll bring forth after their kind. So I predict if you crossbreed cows, you will always get a cow. I predict that. I predict our 2 pregnant cows we got up on the North 40, when I give my tour, we show the kids. I predict when they do have a baby, it's going to be a cow. How's that for a predict? I haven't even seen it yet. All I know is the cows are pregnant. I predict our chickens are going to produce baby chickens every time. Every time. I predict every animal, every plant will do that. Our pine trees are going to make pine cones that have seeds that make more pine trees. I predict they will always, always bring forth after their kind. It's evolution that makes the prediction that does not come true, that an amoeba can turn to a human. This one has a protozoa turning to a biology teacher. That's not science. That's not observable. That's stupid. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. David, you get the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I don't think I said that all scientists agree. I said that it takes all of these scientific disciplines together in order to explain how 20 million years ago we began speciation. Kent constantly drives home that amoeba turning into a human. The common ancestor that we had was like 13 billion years ago. And unless you can observe 13 billion years ago, then that's why you didn't observe it. The reason you don't see it today, bacteria turning into a human, is because it takes billions of years.
You guys definitely made this a fun debate to remember, that's for sure. There we go. Battle of the SpongeBob characters. What's his name again, David?
Patrick
versus SpongeBob.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I have never watched SpongeBob in my life. I just know somebody told me it's all based on imagination. And what he just said was, we don't see these animals turn to something else because it takes 13.7 billion years. Then it's not observable. It's not science. It's imagination. All the many forms of life came from a primitive unicellular organism. This is what the books teach. This is crazy. This is propaganda.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Final question we're going to get to here because, wow, time has flown by. And yeah, here we go. So it comes in from Elias. Thank you so much for the support question. So he's asking you, David, Do you believe, according to, I guess, your position on evolutionary theory, that you came from a rock?
No, I don't believe that. I didn't believe it when Kent asked me. I don't believe it now. I won't believe it next week. You can let Kent have his word. We all know what he's going to say is that evolution came from rock because it rained and brought down all this crap. And there you go. You evolved from a rock. I don't believe that. I think I've watched at least 20 or 30 of your debates where people tell you life didn't come from a rock, but you still keep pushing that and teaching that to your audience. You're teaching things that are wrong.
Thank you, David. Go ahead, Kent.
The Earth started out as a ball of very, very hot liquid. Downloaded a couple years ago from the internet. Here's from The Guardian, a science magazine. A few 100 million years ago, Earth reached a melting point of iron and the core was formed. 4.54 billion years ago, the Earth formed. Swirling in the waters of the oceans is a bubbling broth of complex chemicals. Progress from a complex chemical soup to a living organism is very slow. Scientists theorize Earth began as a hot ball of rock. Let's see. It cooled down, atmosphere developed, rained on the rocks, turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Earth was a hot ball of melted rock orbiting the sun. Berkeley University. How did our planet form? It was a hot ball of rock. This is what they teach, David. Stop denying it. You believe you came from a rock.
David, go ahead for your last word there.
Again, you're trying to make these grandiose statements, and it's not that way. In fact, every one of your points that you put on the board said it rained, chemicals went into the pond, and then life formed. Life did not come out of the rock. Life came out of the pond when the chemicals came together in a certain way. It's not out of the rock. The rain on the rocks did not create the earth or whatever you were saying. So anyway, that's what people have tried to tell you over and over, and even in your own quotes it says that. Okay.
All right. Okay, gentlemen. Real quick, we'll do maybe round two. We'll make it specifically about the rock question. I got to apologize to Frank Green here. I almost missed yours, so I'm going to sneak this in here as the final question. Then we're going to call it. I want to respect the time of the debater. So Frank Green, thank you so much. Another question for you, David. And he asks, if the world came about by chance with no laws, how do you tell right from wrong?
The world absolutely had laws. We have the law of gravity. We have the law of thermodynamics, 3 of them. And so, yes, there were all kinds of laws. Morality and what's right and wrong does not come from the Bible. It comes from people that say, you know, it was very offensive when you killed my brother, and I think we should have a law that says you can't kill somebody's brother like that. So they get up. So they come up with the law. I misspoke. I certainly do believe that morality came from the Bible. The Bible clearly teaches that it's profitable for training, for teaching, for reproof. However, that verse does not mention science in there. And I could clearly show you a couple of references where the science is either ambiguous or just plain wrong. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, David. Kent, anything you'd like to add?
Well, I agree. The universe has laws: the law of gravity, centrifugal force, inertia, etc. The three laws of thermodynamics. Who's the lawgiver? Who created gravity? Why do particles attract each other? Where did this come from? And as far as determining right from wrong, this has been my point for decades. If evolution is true, how do you tell right from wrong? Somebody says, it offended me that you killed my brother. We should make a law about that. Well, why don't the zebras get together and make a law that the lion should not eat the baby zebra anymore? Suppose the zebras said, we're going to make it a law, no more eating baby zebras, and hand the law to the lions. They'll laugh at it. Where is the absolute standard for right and wrong? In an evolutionary worldview, it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as right and wrong in an evolutionary worldview. We had an eagle come down yesterday and ate a fish right out of our lake, right in front of me. I bet the fish didn't like it. I think the fish ought to get together and make a law. No more eagles grabbing us out of the water. Yeah, let's make a law. No, I think God created the world. God designed it. God gave the rules. And we're going to answer to God for that. And David, you're going to answer to God someday for everything you've ever said or thought or done. Everything. He's got a list of all of it. Now, my list has been wiped clean by the blood of Jesus Christ. Praise God, or else I'd be in serious trouble, okay? But I deserve to go to hell like everybody else, but I've been forgiven. I'm one of God's children. I accepted his offer. Would you like to receive my offer of salvation? Sure, Lord, I'll take it. I'd like you to get that too. Come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. David, I'll give you the tour myself.
I've already accepted the Lord as my Savior. Thank you very much. I don't need to go to Dow.
Okay, we are done. Kent, David, thank you so much. To the audience, thank you as well. Gentlemen, we went longer than we usually do. So I am going to let you gentlemen get on out of here, Kent and David. And thank you so much for doing the debate. To the audience, I will be back in just a few seconds for some announcements and reminders. God bless all.